I don't know. That's all I have. That's it. It's the whole dance. Alright, greetings and salutations, everyone. It is time once again for some more experience. Glorious experience. I don't have any more words to that song. Just experience. I really do feel like I could be a famous songwriter. All I have to do is put experience and everything now. Oh, shit. Alright, what do we got? We have 2 action points. We could take a charisma. We could take... I don't really give a shit about this, I don't think. Unless this says something about... Oh, we get 2 fortification. I kind of want to go up this tree. Where possible. I kind of want to go here, but this is 1 rank, and then this is 2, right? Oh, so gross. So I think what we do to start with is we reset this tree again. Like, I don't care about this fortification. But I want to get this strength. Okay, and then from here, I kind of want to prioritize going up the tree. Yeah, I like this. What do you guys think? Why is it not... Oh, never mind. Let's reset. Yeah, I think I like this. I mentioned it last time that I really would like to get Memory of Flight and Resilience. I don't care about this anymore. So I think that our next, let's see, we're gonna need 3 points to get up to 15. I don't want to spend any extra points if I can help it. So probably 1 action boost, and then I gotta pick 1 other thing. Yeah, I don't know what. Probably brutality. No, this is 2 points. No, it is one point. So yeah, we could take a brutality or 3 points of brutality, and be able to get up here. Yeah, it's not that bad. Okay. So we have some option. Oh, here we go. I mean, so V-Love is messaging me back and forth here. I guess his cluster now is at risk for the Rona, and I'm just trying to let him know that there's things he can do. Be in the sunlight, you know. I think someone was saying that vitamin C might help, but realistically, it's all about having a good attitude, a good positive outlook on things, keeping your mental game up, and stuff like that. It sounds like he's there, so he's gonna go get tested tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. He'll probably jump in the stream, I assume, at some point. But yeah, we'll see what happens. What is this? We got a letter. Oh, from Cotton King, of course. Good, thank you, Cotton. I told Cotton that if he sent me a letter, I would basically give me his in-game name, that I would shoot him that bag. All right, let's see what else we got. We picked up a hot. Is this fan even blowing? I've been upstairs where it's like the windows are open and the breeze is blowing through the house, and it's like that time of day where things are starting to cool off and relax a little bit, and it's real nice. And stupid, come to the basement and it's hot and sticky. And how did I lose thieves' tools? I looted 50 and now I got 49. Oh my goodness. Alright, so this is useless to me. It's already a pre-slotted item. I can't feed it to my sentient jewel, so I don't know what I can do about it. Looks like Voodoo literally also just went live. Damn it, Voodoo! This is my night. It's fine. But yeah, definitely feel free to check out Voodoo's stream, Voodoo Spice. I'd prefer it if you do decide to check out Voodoo Spice if you use the multi-twitch multitwitch.tv/VoodooSpice/my URL or vice versa or whatever. It's a good way to support multiple streamers at the same time. But of course, if you're looking probably for raids, he's the way to go for sure. All right, so let's hit some buttons. We have to finish up Tor. Dragonhold. No, Gianthold. We gotta go get Gianthold taken care of here. Find Craig. There he is. Really thought we would get almost 2 levels out of Gianthold, but really we only got 3. Which means we probably need to not just move on and take a look at some of the other quests here. Yeah, we're not dragoning. We're not dragoning. Oh no, I said that Voodoo is live and all of a sudden my stream chat's empty. No! Bloop. Alright. You know what? I'm not even going to try to park Durham in the corner. Oh, I forgot a shield one too. Do they cast? I don't know if they cast those kind of spells in here or not. Probably. They probably cast some amount of magic missiles, right? Oh no.
Now, the giant says, hear me. The Storm Reaver has refused your ask and forbid that you be slain.
Boing. Slice and dice. I was afraid he was going to take too much damage there. I think he was trying to melee down somebody that had a fire shield on it. I'm just gonna hit this now. Get healed up. I don't want to get too low. Come on. Come get me. Close on me. Close on me. Didn't want to close. I'd be tripping, yo. Nice, not bad. Not bad. I've had slower or more difficult initial problems here. So these guys, even though if you like examine them or whatever, you kind of see like a soul stone trigger.
fighting
What?
the way deeper into
Oh, I
the
clicked
core.
the heal spell, not the. That's fine. Fire off some race or some heal scrolls.
The way east is sealed with some ancient.
You were told to
giant's
go
magic.
pull a lever. I don't want to pull the lever. Alright. Durham on standstill mode. We got monsters to slay. Let's save the big ability here for up the corner a little bit. Get those dogs down. It's possible that we would have reset that timer by now, but I'm not 100% sure how fast we're going to move through this junk pretty quick. Any of the champs can crowd control as quickly as possible and knock out. We don't play that game. So we saved it specifically for this dog fight right here. I'm gonna set up as many of the cleaves as we can. 3 out of 4. It's not bad. It's not bad. Alright, and we kept all really on hands. The only thing we actually burned was our unyielding sovereignty. Everything else is either refilling or regenerates. Let's sprint boost out of here.
The magical giantish barrier is down. You are free to move deeper into the Tor. A narrow passage is
Should be
buried
pretty
under these
smooth, all
rocks.
things considered.
Through the narrow passage is a small hiding place, and in it is the kobold you saw before.
Oh man! So I like half slept after this morning's stream. I basically
You find a crevice concealed by rubble here. It is just
Basically
one
made
pushing
something to eat,
free of the
and
narrow
then
crawl space.
laid down,
Tumble down some
set my alarm for an hour, after an hour of, like I said, half sleeping, my alarm went off, I rolled over, snuggled my baby dog, and hit the alarm for another hour, or another half an hour. That was basically my off time, so it's not like I have a whole bunch of really exciting things to talk about right now today. But we'll look at the news later. We can discuss whatever else happens to be going on. I don't know, I was half expecting to see some people trickle into the
As
chat by now,
lever
but
clicks into place, one of the two faces near the far door lights up.
don't see any of the people I was counting on to see what interesting shenanigans is going on. So as we auto run through here, let me go ahead and pull up the old tweeter box and see what's going down. Boycott FedEx is trending on Twitter. I hate it when people like boycott a company, usually over the stupidity of like one. Yeah, these guys have to go. They shoot magic missiles, but this is bad. No, too late. It's annoying. Getting tired of spinning raise scrolls to get you back up on your feet, Durham. Oh, we're at exactly 1,000 hit points.
It is
Nice.
just large enough to crawl through.
Oh, this is funny. I wish my wallet came with free refills. It does, but it's air. Oh! Alright, people getting beat up. There's the bad man, Horsey. Took like almost 300 points of damage in that exchange by itself. Like it wasn't other stuff. It was they cast Burning Blood, they hit me with their magic missiles, and that was basically it. Look at that. Look at that nonsense.
Ancient gears grind deep.
No, I asked you for a big heal. That started coming through. There we go. Oh, that guy wasn't there. That was unnecessary. Excuse me. I was waiting for Durham to be able to give me a heal. Yeah, just not a lot going on right now. Pretty... like the news all looks dumb. It's like Disney's got some sort of sale bundle thing going on, but I don't really care. But other than that, it's not. Not a lot going down. This one decided he was going to be a real jerk. So not a lot going on there. Anything going on the Facebooks? Oh, here we go. What are the 5 most important video games to you throughout the years? This is not the right person. Well, DDO, StarCraft. Those are easy. I honestly feel like Factorio's got to be on that short list. Civilization, probably 2. Shining Force. It's that 5th one that's kind of complicated.
Will no more seek its own destruction, and the prophecy Sidon feared has not come about, thanks to you.
Do I care about any of this stuff? Not particularly.
There is a commotion by the main gate of the tomb.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about this last one.
The time has come to find out.
Because there's been a lot of, like, games that were important at the time, like Neverwinter Nights comes to mind really quickly as a game that was important. Primarily it was important because it was a game with, in my opinion, incredibly high replayability for a single story game. But also, it was the best Dungeons and Dragons computer game ever before DDO. And some people would not put DDO in this category because they're dumb. Yeah, I don't know. It would be number 5 off the top of my head. If you make them specifically computer games. Like, I guess there's room for a different game to be the game that propels me into fame and fortune as the next PewDiePie, but we'll see. All I know is I'm inherently drawn to base builders or strategy type games, which a base builder is just more of the same. The Might and Magic stuff kind of comes to mind, but it's like, is it? Eurofighter is on that list, perhaps. We played a hell of a lot of Eurofighter in high school. Oh, Remy's finally decided to break out the mower just in time for this evening stream. Thanks, kid. Alright, so we have Relic of a Sovereign Past. We have the Undermine Chain. We can re-mire in kobolds as to get our honor back. The little Archon's Trial Chain. Yeah, I think I definitely want to knock out the Lord March Plaza chain for sure. At least the first couple. But honestly, I feel like all of them are pretty quick and pretty simple. With the exception of, like, Undermine, I think is probably the hardest. Yeah, that seems fair. Do you want to give me the quest window? He does not. Okay. It's like magic. Like I told him when I ended the stream this morning, told him he had until I started the evening stream. There he goes. I'm gonna mute for a little bit. Oh my god! Okay. So, my friend LJ,
Summerfield is ablaze.
he just posted this thing about, there's only a few decisions in your life that really matter. Oh, gross, never mind. We ran out of Hireling. And, then it's Pokemon Red or Pokemon Blue. So then, I put a GIF of, was it like Tarantor or something from Digimon evolving? I don't remember. And, I said underneath it, I choose Charmander. Charmander. Oh, that's funny to me. It is so funny to me. Because I know there had to be like 15 seconds where he's like, ah! And he realized that. He had to have realized that I know what I'm... Oh, it's so funny. Alright, let's see. Lefay? I think we just go ahead and move into Lefay. Stack of Lefays. I do prefer Durham still. I think Durham is generally the best. But he was kind of making me mad earlier today, so it's fine. We'll give this a go. With that, or he realized it was a troll comment. All right.
Summerfield is
I still
ablaze.
didn't get a magic missile
Black smoke pours from
protector.
countless buildings. Atop the hastily built defensive walls, you spy an
All right, so if you're looking for like
that must be Captain
number of
Marcus.
charges for space, you're actually better off buying scrolls. You can get 100, carry around 100 scrolls in the same amount of inventory space you can a wand. It is I believe, a little heavier, but not so much so. Man, I kind of wish there was an easy way to get magic missile protection. And now the dogs are going to start barking because Ruby's outside making noise. Awesome. Good thing my yard is not really that large. It shouldn't take him long to get mowed. I already mowed the backyard, which is infinitely larger than the front yard, basically. See, that side, this side, this side? Should be this side. From here, we go to here. Where do we go? Man, we should watch Buffy. Is Buffy on the streaming service? On Amazon? Back to the middle. I don't know. You could definitely do a couple episodes of Buffy. So good. Such a good show. I'm such a bad man doing such bad things in his life. Oh, the Stormage Guard, not a... Hey, give me a heal. I like this, the idea that this hireling has on her like use of spell points. She's like, you know what? If the monsters are dead, you're not going to get hurt. I don't have to waste my spell points on healing you. To which I say, you're right. You're 100% correct. Get them monsters. I got to do something with my mustache later. It's too long. It's bothering me. Alright, I'm gonna grab the first notch of these guys because they're pretty easy to get. Uh-oh. Medusa's here. Hello, darling. You already turned my heart to stone. Alright, let's drink the poison so we don't get murdered by this poison. Let's try to get back on the hook point. Ready, fire. What? Did you actually get that guy? Came up here for no reason. Buffet. Doing strong work, girl. Doing strong work. Alright, Netflix. According to the thing, Netflix canceled my subscription. I have to figure out if it's just a spam, because I can't imagine that something happened and they canceled my Netflix. Probably just a spam. The wife can't go that long without Netflix, so clearly it got paid. I actually considered getting rid of Netflix for a little while and just using Amazon. So much stuff on Amazon that I've never seen. I don't think she's seen. But she watches all those like CW shows and I don't know, I hate to give her a hard time, but she's definitely got a little bit of that. Definitely has a lot of that like teenage girl in her when it comes to the TV program she likes. Alright. We need 2 more guards and 4 more bad men. Here's a guard.
Droam's rampage through Summerfield.
I feel like you should build a shrine at the shrine.
Nothing is safe from their marauding ways. Not even the shores.
Like, what kind of jerk knocks over a shrine?
You've slain the majority of Droam forces looting the burning ruins. The beating war drums indicate the invaders are preparing a new assault. It is time to reinforce the defenses, starting with blocking the sally point.
Oh, that guy just didn't want to get wrecked, did he? Alright, let's get out of here. I gotta get one more guy. Alright, one more guy. One more guy for that experience. One up here. Never read the thing. You never know when you're gonna be like, ugh, I need to kill one more guy for 400 more experience points. Fine. Then you end up spending like a minute looking for one more guy to kill. One more? One more? One more?
Rank odors from the Stormreach. The sewer tunnel beyond this hatch leads to the other side of the wall.
Do we need anything
Doubtless the
special?
maze of
No,
twisting,
let's just pray.
turning pipes.
Yes,
Follow any
let's get to
Droam
work.
scouts attempting to flank this. Just as you try engaging the Sallyport lock, Droam flankers open a branch of the battering ram. Erupts from the direction of
Okay,
the
so I like to
barricade.
put my quote-unquote healer up here if I can, whenever possible. Generally, they can cast healing spells on you from up there. Come on. Not fighting firewalls.
Scream of rage echoes off the city walls as he falls dead. A mournful roar rises from the Droam encampment in response.
Faye decided to run herself out of hit points.
The siege on Summerfield is ending.
Who is messing with me? You? Isn't anything all that great. Oh, you're a champ, right? Come here. Oh yeah, nice. Give me those fragmenties. You know what? I probably just should use lay on hands before instead of this. It's like a 10-minute cooldown that goes through quests. Ooh, excellent. This is Sentient XP. It's nice. Take it. I mean, it's better than getting kicked in the nose, that's for sure.
I wonder what you'll pick. So many choices.
Alright. Whoops. An itch. I'm trying to like half look at this forum post here if I can. Someone shared with me this hoarding tool. Post on the forum. Maybe I might give it a shot. I don't know if it's something that will actually be useful for the way I do things, but we'll definitely look at it. Put that over here. Alright, LaFay. Now, LaFay has to be used very carefully in this quest because she be cray-cray. Alright, sounds like Remington's finally done with the mower, too. What's my brain at? 22? Hopefully that'll be enough to unlock the locks. Hate to think if it's not. Okay. Just gonna turn around and leave if, on these side rooms if there's no reason to stay. Alarm! Alarm, he says.
The alarm rings out. The crew of the Carnage will now be ready to confront you. This is the private quarters of Bash, the ogre veteran of the last war. It appears to be unoccupied at the moment.
Is your name such that I can't insta-kill you? I don't think so. You are, right?
Bash, the Droam veteran of countless raids against the civilized peoples of Corvair, came to Zendrik only to die by your hand.
Alright, well we checked all the places, so it's gotta be downstairs. Just fine. This one's not a big deal to dig around in the downstairs. Some of the other ones get pretty gross. Uh-oh. Come on, Dreeper. Get you gone.
The hatch to the mine bay looks like it requires some kind of crest to unlock. It's likely secured somewhere else on this ship. From bays like this, the Droam fleet has deployed enough mines to stop all shipping in Stormreach Harbor. If you can get past the Kobold engineers, you can find a way to deal with the mine. This panel controls the detonators on all the mines
what's
from
up?
Vengeance. Both those already deployed in the
Oh
water,
man,
and those
you
two
just missed
deployed in
Remington like mowing a whole lot, which is great for the stream.
Was that it?
Not smart enough. What?
He was mowing the yard?
Yeah, he was just mowing the yard, and it was right outside my window, basically. So
Yeah.
all you could really hear was the mower for a little while, or whatever. whatever, and it's like, ugh. I mowed the backyard earlier this week, and I told him that he was going to have to mow the yard the next day. And he's like, yeah, that's fine, no big deal. And then I streamed all morning, and I told him that I would let him know when I was done with the stream so he could start mowing. Okay, sounds good, sounds good. Didn't stream the whole, like, time. I told him as soon as I got done, I was like, hey, I'm done, by the way, if you want to start mowing. That'd be awesome, so you'd be done before...
Or 6 or 8 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah. It literally takes, like, 20 minutes to mow the front yard. It's not very big.
The crew of the Vengeance
Gotcha.
has been alerted to your presence.
The backyard is, I don't know, like 3 times the size of the front yard. It's got a bunch of stuff in it and stuff. The front yard doesn't have anything in it,
This
so
is
it's
where
not
the
like you're mowing
Vengeance,
around
a
things or
testament to the brutality of the
you know what I
monstrous
mean, like
Rowan.
nothing to do. Just a big square. And
Yeah.
then a little square. But so yeah, I'm like, all right, well, I'm off to do my stream and stuff now. And literally, I get the stream started. You gotta be kidding me. Really?
Yeah, Cammy and my niece, they went to ride their dirt bikes down the hill, so I'm like, alright, go have fun.
That's good.
Yeah, this morning when I found this morning, at like fucking 7:30, all that shit happened. I said I went out to the pool. I was at the pool all day. It's been hot and sunny here. So I'm all like, have some, not summer, but I don't ever get burnt. Like my nephew's like pale white, and he gets like burned. He doesn't get a tan. Like I don't even burn. I get tan pretty quick. But man,
Well, again,
told that girl, dude, over and over. That shit
Yeah.
come over like for months. I said, dude, you can't go to people's houses and hang out. You can't go hang out with these people in the hood. You just fucking can't do this. You put people at risk.
again, Chain, strong as weak its link, and if you guys knew that she was being like this, you should have definitely cut her out.
And when
But
she left days ago, she was going to her parents. Her parents went to Tahoe, so she could have the house to herself. So Cammy's been there for lunch like twice and cost me twice. Didn't know anything, you know. She was quarantining herself, but then we didn't know. Like at night, she was like going out of town, driving here and doing stupid shit.
well, again, you know, there's for the people in that age group, man, like they have no. It's basically nothing, right? So on, you know, that's a rip. That makes me mad. I just didn't get to do anything for 3 seconds. That's nonsense. Anyway, like people in that age group, they should be out there screwing around, doing all sorts of stuff. Like they literally are, again, practically immune, not actually immune.
She's got 102 fever, so that's why she went in and went and saw the.
And I'm
For a
not
doctor,
talking
you
about
know?
getting sick. What I mean from the other consequences. The survival rate for them for those are like unbelievably high. Like 98 or 99.99999 high. You know what I mean?
Looks like it requires some
Yeah.
kind of crest to
So
unlock.
for people in that age group, they should be out there doing
From
stuff.
here, the
But
Vengeance uses
what
a
they got to keep in
complex
mind is if they're
system of
interacting,
rails
if their chain
lines into the water.
interacts with people that are at higher risk,
Watch over the equipment.
then they need to either make sure to quarantine away from those people, and like 1 degree from her is you, this, you know, Cammy, and again with your medical conditions, your weight, your, you know what I mean, like you put those factors in there, you're probably in the high risk zone, which again is
Yep.
not insane, like not insanely high, but it's still higher than not, and
Yep.
should, like, it's not them, they're basically immune, you're like 1 in 5,000, right? You may even be more than 1 in 5,000. You may be in the 1 in 2,000 category. I don't know how bad all your you know, all your various things are going to kick in, your diabetes, your weight, all that stuff, right? Like I don't know those numbers. I'm not a doctor to do that kind of math and figure it out, but you know, the reason that my household is basically quarantined, right, is not anything to do with my wife or I or Remington being at risk. It's because Remington works at a retirement home.
Well, yeah.
So our chain goes boom, boom, a bunch of dead old people. You know what I mean? So we basically quarantine our stuff down for him. Now, we could like easily quarantine off part of the house or whatever and be like, all right, this is Remy's part of the house, this is our part of the house, and then we wouldn't have to worry about it. You know what I mean? Like, we'd be able to do whatever we wanted, because then our influence would not be very, very high, and us putting others at risk would be not very high. But with Remington doing, you know, his job, and he's gonna be here, we want to be with him because we're his parents. You know, we want to spend time with him while he's around. You know, that puts limits on what we can do with the outside world, because we, you know, that's his job. So I don't know, man. It's rough. I agree, she probably should have been more careful, or at least, like, I would say, honestly, if I was gonna be mad, I'd be mad at Cammy for not, like, realizing that her sister's at risk and messes her up, you know?
So we didn't know. We thought she was at her parents' house quarantined. We didn't know, like, she was going out at night and then going back to the house and going to different places and then staying at her girlfriend's house for a night. We had no idea. Cammy just thought she was staying at her parents'. That's why she was meeting her for lunch and coffee and stuff.
I don't know.
Because Cammy doesn't keep tabs on her because she's working like 13 hours a day, then comes home and does like a bunch of schoolwork on the computer, and then, like, you know, so she's not like around her and keeping tabs on her. I mean, she's a 20-year-old girl. She's a grown adult.
I mean, technically, right?
That's what I'm saying. So it's like,
Yeah, but when you
warned her
have...
and told her over and over and over. So it's her sister. So she trusts her sister. I don't fucking trust her. That's why I don't trust her.
Yeah. Mailed me a present. Oh my goodness. Well, we'll see if it arrives before or after Velo's present.
Still not there,
Nope.
dude. That's fucking stupid mail, dude. What's a good thing to use to put a red slot for a weapon? What's something good to put in it?
Usually the only things I worry about are... Oh, an in-game item. Ah, sweet. Well, then I guess you win. It gets kind of rough for what you put on in your weapons.
It doesn't really matter at this level. You know, is that what you're saying, basically?
No, it's like... So, if you don't have access to Ghost Touch, you probably want to put in Ghost Touch Gym, which I don't even know if you have any.
I have it, yeah.
And if you're
What do you call
using
it?
my build, you should be Ghost Touch.
Yeah, I have the bludgeoning, and then I got the other crossbow from Borderlands.
Right, but also if you're, like, once you're level 4 or 3 wizard, and you have Eldritch Knight stuff on, then you'll be Ghost Touch. So, like, you don't have to worry about it really as a Pale Master or a wizard, as a Eldritch Knight. So, like, then I like the various big boom items from the store. Like, they have like a 2% chance to proc, but then they do like a D6 points of damage or something for every level of the item, which at level 4 is not very many, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Oh my god. I suspect I'm gonna hate you guys. Okay. I'm gonna look at this, If this is a bunch of stupidity, like 18 one of somethings, I will thank you all very generously for your wonderful donations. And then I'm just gonna sigh real bad.
So each night, where's it? Which part of it is for the you get this ghost touch? Is it just the first core?
No, it's the...
Trying to look here and see.
It's part of the... Oh. Distributed actually sent me a Skullduggery kit. I think I have... Oh, wow. I do not have this one, I don't think. That's very generous. Thank you. Alright. Well, anyway, thank you guys very much for your very generous donations to the stream. I do appreciate it. Don't be fooled by the fact that they're still in the mailbox. But, I do really appreciate it. Anyway, it's part of the turning on the elemental damage. It's at the very, very bottom of that. It says, and you have to turn those on. You can't see it by reading the description. You're about to say I've been had. No, those guys are good guys. They tease hard, but they got big hearts. Put this one away, though. This will actually be pretty helpful. So I don't think I have one on Java, and that's... I mean, I think it'll be a fine belt for Java, if only to swap into later.
What do you think of a cleric that uses the falcon tree for the wisdom to hit and damage, and use inquisitive?
That's fine.
Okay, I know you doing. I was just kind of looking through the classes and trying to figure stuff out. I'm like, well, you're a healer, so you can heal yourself. That's good. You get the energy burst, right? That's the only one you can't get the other one. The aura, right?
If I'm gonna be I'm gonna barely have wisdom to damage, or I'm gonna be personally. I'm gonna be kind of light on the inquisitive stuff. I'm gonna be heavy on the falconry stuff.
Okay.
So like that's gonna be my primary tree, is the falconry stuff.
Yeah, so the falconry tree is pretty cool looking. I never really looked at it. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Falconry's full of all sorts of good stuff. Like wisdom-based monk is like really good right now.
With the falcon tree. Like the one I talked about last night, the paralyzing arrows one. That's wisdom, and that. Would that be good with it?
It's hard to say because paralyzing arrows takes quite a bit, I believe. Especially because you're going to be going through the race tree to get it, I think. So I'm not really sure if you have a lot of points in there. That would be Beef could really go into details on his paralyzing arrow cleric build. And again, it depends on where you want to build your build for, right? Are you building for level 30? Are you building it for level 1 to 20? 1 to 20.
That's what I was thinking about. Like, if you go 1 to 30 and then TR back to 20 and then go back to 1, don't you get like 2 past lives for that?
No. I mean, you can get an epic life.
So I'm saying you go 30 at the epic, go back to 20, get that one, your class 1, or your
yes,
racial, right?
You
okay.
can do that. You can do that.
But it's hard to do knowing you have 1 past life. You work on your second right now, unless you're like a static group. But right?
I mean, probably. I mean, I don't know. I don't do a lot of leveling from 20 to 30. It's not my bag. But I've seen people go really fast. It's a lot of explore zones, a lot of like high XP quests and stuff like that. And I'm just like, not stuff I necessarily want to do alone.
Gotcha.
And the idea of doing, like, the reason why explore zones are so good is because once you start getting like really big numbers, they add up really fast. Oh, I should have clicked this earlier. All right, dude.
5th level. I got to do the 3 quests on Elite. Let me find where the 3s are.
All right. First things first. I'm gonna go get these guards aggroed. I want to get as many of the guards going as possible. I don't have to do all the fighting. That's what NPCs are for. Let's intimidate these guys and bring them along. Come on. We're not done. There's more people over here. Oh, the guards took those guys out.
You want me to tell you what my how I set my points on my trees? See if it's okay.
I mean, did you watch the video and you're kind of following that guide around a little bit?
I was watching other stuff today and I kind of rearranged it and I forgot to go back to the one you were doing with it. So I was like trying to remember my memory. So I did, okay, so I got Harper tree. I have 9 Harper. I got the...
You want to get into damage.
Yeah, that's my next 2 points are going to that.
Okay.
I got know the angles times 3. I got the +2 your hireling and summons ability scores. I got
Just
that
one,
level
right?
1.
Just one
Yeah.
of that? Okay.
Then I got 2 in my to listen, search, and spot.
I wouldn't
And
worry
to
about
hit.
I wouldn't necessarily worry about that stuff, but
And I got okay. So let me reset this and I'll take those 2 points out. Move on.
alright, let's go back and get a heal. I mean, if you like really need a extra spot because you just can't fit a spot item in or something, which I sent you one at level 6 or 7 or something.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I had that one. Yeah.
But you should be able to, if you have a, don't know what the crafting levels is on them, but if you have a little bit of crafting levels, you should be able to craft pretty low level those items, like some skilled items. And if you need
So I
materials or something, just let me know.
Cool, man. Thanks, bro. I moved the listen to spot one over to hit points. So I got 2 tiers of hit points.
Yeah, see, that's infinitely better.
Yeah. So then I got Pale Master. I got the first core, and I got 2 spots in the Knight skeleton guy.
That's fine for now, but you probably are very near the point where you can free up those points and put them into other things for now.
Okay.
Like,
So then I got.
The Pale
Go ahead.
Master guy is really strong when you're the first couple of levels by yourself, and then you transition those points out of the Pale Master tree and into killing things quicker yourself.
So I had the first core, and then I had the first one up above that.
Yeah, you want to be able to get
Dual
your
wield.
dual wielding crossbow. Once you,
And I got the Battle Engineer. I got the first core, so I can use a Rune Arm.
well, you can use the rune arm as soon as you have 2 levels. The first core of that doesn't do anything.
That's right. That's right. So I can take that off.
Yeah, that frees up another point.
And I have 2 in Gnome. The first one for the UMD, and then the crossbow.
I would take those out too.
Okay.
You want that into damage as quick as possible. That is a massive.
The darkness. It shouldn't be in the huge crater.
That's a huge damage increase. You're talking like
The darkness.
what? Probably plus 12 or something stupid.
Construction of the
Probably,
tunnel
yeah.
shows it was quicker.
So, I mean, and you're shooting that twice a second or twice a shot. So
Yeah.
the thing to keep in mind is every single time you fire those crossbows, you're shooting twice. Right? So everything that says plus to your damage is double, basically. So, like int to damage, if your int is plus 8 or whatever, you're talking plus 16 damage over those 2 shots. That's a big deal. Getting your getting the Eldritch Knight damage stance running, which I know I was really bad at keeping that running on my own on this last series, but it's a bunch of damage. You
So
know,
I have that now. I have anti damage. I got it now. Finally, I got it.
there you go.
Astounded by your presence.
And then keep your
Explosives-laden kobold yelps.
keep your boost running as much as possible. Oh, I was right on time.
So my new mouse has 2 buttons on the side, and I'm not sure what I should use those for to do with.
You make one target hostile thing, enemy, and then one target breakable thing or interactable.
Okay, let's
This
see.
way you can tab around between either one. Can't believe I got killed. Probably this thing. Oh yeah, Demon Soul.
Interaction keys. There's Momo Interact, Momo Interact Orbit. I don't know what the fuck these things are. Okay, select target's what I want, right? Select target or select target orbit? I don't know what's the difference.
Hang on, I'm looking.
Yeah, there's select target steer, attack, interact.
Alright, so if you go to key mapping and you search for next, one is says next target or next combat target, and one is select next interactable. Those are the two that I use.
We're in a search window.
And so
Advanced
you
mouse sensitivity.
At the top, it just has a button. This guy's got to die faster.
Okay, so it says next chat window, select next combat targets, what you're talking about? The
Yeah.
tab button, supposedly?
Yeah, whichever one's for. Yeah.
Alright, so I got that, button 3, okay. And the next one's select next interactable, is the next one you use?
Yeah.
That means you're talking to people?
Say what?
That means you're talking to people, basically?
No, that's
interacting
like
with people?
breakable or levers or.
Oh, okay.
You can select people, but that's not really what those are for, in my opinion. Stuff on the ground.
Oh, I see what I'm talking about. I just walk
Things-
by and click it. Yeah, I got
things
you.
that you touch, interact with. Alright, I want to get this guy under control. Maybe it's that red name that just wrecked me today. I'm not used to that red name causing me so many problems. But I'm also usually not taking his shots, because I'm usually running away from them pretty. Why are you not dead?
As
Thank
the
you.
master demolitionist flees deeper into the tunnel, he leaves
Alright,
behind
I'm gonna go back and
explosive mines.
shrine.
They're just as likely to
Shrine
go
off
up
those
on his
death
fellow
penalties.
kobolds, but he doesn't seem to care as long as the mines slow you down. The construction of the tunnel shows it was quickly but professionally built. It must have taken an army.
This is
of
really
mining
where I
engineers
kinda want to
dig
have-
this far under the city.
I think I'm gonna let Righteous Command go for now. I want this resist energy real bad. Yeah.
The
I said
construction of the tunnel
your
shows
motivation or your thing is to get your damage up so high that you shoot them in the when you shoot them from a mile away, they just die.
Yeah, I'm killing these kobolds like 40 points a pop on them. Man, that's 28, 11, 8, and 3. Wow. This button's so much easier to use than turn to the tab. Oh.
Exactly. So like you use your thumb button to figure out where the bad guys are, and then you just kill them. You can use your auto attack or whatever if you like. Oh, we got double Reaper here.
For some reason, Roman workers abandoned their efforts to dig through this natural cavern, and instead chose to tunnel around it.
We get to a point where we can get a cleave on all the trash mobs here, like the grates. Another Reaper. Spare. And then the other thing to kind of keep in mind that you may or may not
lies sprawled
have to
next to a
worry about that
manifold
much.
demolition charges.
Depends on your comfort level.
Drow must
But
have
like
abandoned this cavern after she
Reaper
let her
1,
son end.
that build is
Manner of
at the
creature
point that you
could
could
have resisted the
easily
Medusa's
Reaper 1.
stony gaze.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing elite right now. I'm doing pretty easy.
Blocked off the rest of the tunnel. The rubble is too heavy.
Oh,
to
that one we
move
don't
by
need to
hand,
blow up. This
and
one
too
we need to
dense
blow
to
up.
smash through. Only something very powerful could clear it.
I want this to spawn. But yeah, you're at the point that Reaper 1 is. You'll have a little bit of challenge in places, again, mostly because you won't be able to like drink potions to heal very well.
Yeah.
But it won't be as bad as like some of the other, like Reaper 3 or 4 or whatever, right? Like it's you're gonna be fine. So you may struggle bust in some spots, depending on your healing and whatnot. Alright, what wrecked LaFay? A Kobold Engineer, really? Oh no, this dark enchant. That's what they did. Well, I guess the murder will just add up this run through. No, not that button. Not that button. Alright, were you a special one? No. Okay. LaFay, please interact with the shrine. Okay, she was. Good. Alright, so everybody else that's watching the chat, how you guys doing today? What is going on with you? Love to know what's happening. So I'm just trying to figure out why I feel like all of a sudden I'm struggle busing this quest. Like, yeah, the last quest there's moments where it can get really tough, and we did have I think that moment there that I kind of thought was a little bit nonsense, but definitely feel that the problems I'm having right now I think are more of me not used to playing a melee at this level as opposed to problems with the build. No, you must not have alignment. Or you must be neutral.
How do you lock your taskbar? Is it like spacebar and shift or something like that?
Control plus.
This cavern is crammed with supplies. It's a staging area for the Droam army.
Oh. That quest is done. What experience did I get for this? Hey. First time playthrough, conquest bonus, 1400 experience there.
Yeah, now you would have gotten 100% experience bonus had you done it on Reaper 1.
Yeah, it's recording for one from now on.
First time he did it on Reaper 1. second time you do something on Reaper 1, I don't know what the bonus is for that, if there is one. Which is why I started doing Reaper quests on Reaper 1 for TRs. There's just so much bonus experience points. So here's another one I haven't figured out how to do the optional without setting off the bomb here, the charge. Also, that's not an evil. Evil water elemental. Shrine again, I think, just because. Cat's got their tongue tonight. Probably everybody's busy playing their own D&D game. I was talking about the text chat.
Oh.
Not a lot in the way of the text chat running. Also don't realize how much you miss evasion and stuff sometimes until it's gone. I'm not usually a big evasion guy. I really thought that the
smoke in the air suggests the presence of explosives
higher PR or MMR would kind of make up for it. But it's only 53, which is not that much off from where we would be normally at this level. So I'm a little bit unhappy with that. We're gonna go ahead and cast her Death Ward, put her item on. I think we're gonna go ahead and just go straight over for the nice. For the get through the quest. We're not gonna try to do anything extra crazy here, like kill every guy or anything cray. Hopefully we can dick dance around enough. We can dodge a lot of the shenanigans. To deal with some nonsense, but
Hold.
nope. What?
Hold.
I'm in. I did John Horde earlier today. No, I'm in Undermine. Yeah, Undermine right now. There's a part of Undermine that can get real nasty through that mine section, and then these guys just love to nag level you on this bridge. You gotta be kidding me. Another one? Faye, can I get another heal, please? I realize you're... Can I get another heal, please? I realize you ran up and healed me even though you're not supposed to. And I appreciate that's about you. You know what? Screw it. I think you can go in aggro mode now. Let's get up here. I gotta stop it, this Reaper. So much damage. From magic missiles too. Like every one of those was damn near 600 points of damage from magic missiles.
Prepare that shield or night shield up, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I just keep forgetting to go buy more scrolls or wands or whatever. But I do need to do that after this. It's a lot of extra damage I should not be having to deal with, but I am because I just didn't take the time to go get it.
A familiar kobold voice barks. You have found the lair of the Demolitions Master.
God, there's another one.
Both my boxes were, yeah.
So, did you... I know you're all mad today. And you got an unexpected expense. But did you crunch any numbers and decide you're gonna box or anything?
I didn't think about that yet. I was actually looking at medical stuff that Tuberil sent me.
Ben sent you?
Yeah, or yeah, whichever one. I can't remember which one it was. Tuberil, right? Is that Ben? No.
Ben's the doctor.
Yeah,
Tubrel
Ben's
is
right, yeah.
Ben's little brother. Tubrel is Ben's older brother. Ben is Tubrel's little brother.
The smoking body of the Demolitions Master crumples to the ground. You've defeated Droam's scheme to undermine Stormreach. You've reached the end of the tunnel.
Beating. How long did it take?
Surely this must
2
be
deaths in
some
24 minutes.
space
Wow.
operations here on Zendrik. With your mission accomplished, you
was
should report
definitely a
back to the
beating.
Warlords for further instructions.
Let's poor praise it. Jeez.
Alright, let's go get that. Probably a shield scroll. No. Wands. Everything gets hit by UMD, right? Or not UMD, armor spell failure check. I think so. Maybe not. Maybe wands don't. Come on, already done. Alright, let's see. Let's also... Let's consume this armor.
I wonder what you'll pick. So many choices. I wonder what you'll
Get rid of
pick.
that, get rid of
So
that.
many choices.
Yeah, I think I want to lock this down until I confirm that it is better or worse than our other version of that armor. You? Oh, I should have 100% drank that earlier today.
So nice and peaceful here, I'm telling you. No one's here, just me. Oh, it's great.
Well, you could make it that way all the time if you really wanted it, but I don't think you do. I think the trade-offs are worth it. I still feel like I'm missing something really good and important on this build, and I'm not sure what it is. So, I kind of mentioned this earlier today, but I'm going to talk about it again because it's the only thing I can think about to talk about. The 5 most important video games in your life.
Tecmo Bowl is great. Madden, FIFA. Let's see what else. The original Final Fantasy on Nintendo.
Yeah, I only played through that game once. It was fine.
So I like that because I can create my own character. The other Final Fantasy, you start out with like set guy and set stuff, and it's like I don't like that kind of game where I have to play the same thing over and over.
3, I mean, you built your team and then you did some customization, but the base was the same. In 3, 1 and 3, I think had the same. I don't know. 1 and 3 felt the same to me anyway. How about that? I don't know if they were the same.
There you go.
What's in here?
Does anybody ever go into the player versus player thing?
There's a small but a very important group of people that do it. Beef says Mario 1, DDO, Diablo 2, Half-Life, and Sonic 2. I can't believe I didn't think of this before. I think I figured out my 5th game.
It could
Okay.
be Double Dragon, Castlevania, Excite Bike. I mean,
Yeah, see, I didn't have a Nintendo growing up
Jam.
really, but I would go to my friend's house, and we played, can't even tell you how many hours
Giant ruins.
of the Ninja Turtle game, Ninja Turtle video game. That thing we played constantly. So that's probably number 5. So for me,
Legend of Zelda. That's another good one.
I didn't play a lot of Zelda. I did play a couple of them on the GameCube or whatever was on the GameCube, but I didn't play like. Yeah, I didn't play any of them on the Nintendo or anything. And when it came to like mobile games, my brothers had an original
This must be their main force.
Game Boy, and I played the hell out of Tetris when I got to see them. That was awesome. That's about it. Pokemon Red, yeah. See, I never played that kind of game. So for me, number 5
Yeah.
is probably Ninja Turtles. Right. Number 4.
More Droam soldiers emerge.
I
I'll
had
put
to put-
DDO at 5 for me.
I had to put them. DDO's probably number 2 for me. Shining Force 1 and 2 are basically, in my opinion, the same. I mean, they're the same game, just depending on which storyline you like. I put those as number 1. Civilization is probably number 3.
Yeah, I forgot
Factorio's-
Civilization's a great game.
Factorio is probably number 4, and Ninja Turtles number 5.
I had the
me-
last Civilization. I haven't played it in like a year.
Yeah, number 6 is not my favorite. I really like 2 and 3. I played so much 2 and 3, like it was
Castlevania has another great one.
absolutely disgusting. Yeah, so Brel and Ben both love Castlevania. Ben loves it way more than anybody else I've ever met.
Shinobi, that was a great one.
In the game that
Sonic the Hedgehog was fun.
I did eventually. My brothers had a Sega, which is the reason why I fell in love with Shining Force. But I did play a lot of those kind of games. 6 would probably have to be For my only football game, or my only sports game that would go on the list, would probably have to be Monster League Football. And the reason why is because I probably have spent 2,000 hours playing Monster League Football with my brothers back in the day. Maybe not 2,000 hours, but a lot of hours. I don't think I spent that much time with them actually, but
You dump the unspeakable out of
several hundred hours of
echoes in the valley.
Monster League
Where's
Football.
that kobold? I need his report
Plus, I
yesterday.
ended it. It's telling me to go into this stupid bar, and there's like nobody in here to talk to. Everyone's only in here to talk to.
Which quest are you doing?
The one where you have to break all the breakables.
Yeah, it's down.
Oh, it's Bobby Cartman, the second. I did the second one.
Oh, Cardamon?
Yeah.
Cardamon, you literally just break all the breakables.
Did all that. Yeah, I did that, and then it came out, and it said the green little bar thing is one that's blinking on my screen on my map. I'm like, okay,
If
what's
you
in here?
there's like a guy right outside of 2, and then you also have to talk to Cardamon between everything. Where? There it is. Be like, where's my quarterstaff? Oh yeah, here we go. I need a fireball and I need a cone of cold. Alright, we have succeeded, I think, in all the first bits. Those are the kind of questions that kind of make me think about all the things that, because I didn't think about a fourth, like I couldn't find a 5th game. Right? Like, I talked about Neverwinter Nights, which was a great game, and it could make the list. It's one of my top 10 games of all time for sure. But is it?
Not that bad, but it's more fixed to like when like talking about, my nephew has it. He plays it all the time.
Well, he's probably playing 2. But like the thing about Neverwinter Nights 1 that was really cool is that they had a system where you could build quests or missions for people, but then you could put them up online and download it and play those quests and packs and missions and stuff. So like some people really put a lot of time and effort and energy into it, and then some people are like, they built basically their little leveling alts. Like, run through this quest and get 10,000 experience in a random loot chest. You know what I mean? Like, and those were not as good. But some people, like one guy put all of Temple, or several old classic adventures like Temple of Elemental Evil and what's the quest I'm thinking of? Cannot for the life of me think of it. The quest that's like known for killing everyone. God, I can't think of it right now. But I remember doing that. It was so impossible. Diablo is another game that comes to mind. Is a game that, and the games that are on my list, the second Diablo in particular, the games that I'm thinking of are games that like I sat around and played with Tobrel and Victor. Like, we had a LAN party back in the day, and we just all day long, all weekend long, we'd play these games and just like we'd go to Victor's house. His living room literally became our gaming area. Like, custom desks and the whole 9 yards, and the things that come to mind from there that stand out to me as the things that we played that were the most fun were like Euro Trip was a flight simulator that we all played together. Or not Euro Trip, sorry, Eurofighter. The flight simulator we all played together. Just hours and hours of Diablo 2, Civilization, StarCraft. Like, those were the games that we played. And man, it was so good. So like console games really wasn't. I didn't have one growing up. I didn't get a console until I moved out of my parents' house. Like, again, I had to go to my friend, my friend Zach's house, who was 20 minutes away by car at like highway speeds. Like, it was not an easy task to go visit
That's a lot of explosives for one room.
visit my friend. And when I'd go over there and we would like play Nintendo, but we always played like multiplayer games, and because you couldn't do anything single player, so like it was Ninja Turtles, it was the Mario Brothers game. I can't even think of anything else that we actually ever played.
Oh, Blades of Steel was a great game, and the hockey game on Nintendo, that was fun.
Yeah, we didn't play any real, like, any sports games that I can think of. Remember a lot of puzzle games, because even if they were one player, two people could play them, you know, like, help figure out the puzzles and stuff, but not a lot of sports games. And like I said, when I finally got my own place, you know, my wife and I finally decided we wanted to get a GameCube. Like, yeah, we played a couple of GameCube games, but nothing insane. Mario Sunshine would probably be on my short list. That game is amazing. Still is good. But none of those games come to mind like the other ones do.
That's the biggest barrel of explosives you have ever seen. Careful.
Now you have to use, oh, there's a Reaper. First Reaper up. Oh, kill his ass. Give me the crossbow.
Again, remember the secret for killing Reapers, gross, is to stay not in front of it.
Two
Be
Yeah, back
behind
far
it,
from
of
it.
the Droam
Yep.
army fall
My skeleton was beating it up, and I was way behind it, shooting it.
and that is fine.
Another Reaper. Dang it. It's up there, though. It is up.
Well, it's a good thing you're ranged.
Yeah.
So that's the real strength of that build. Is that, and then you can also like slap down some crowd control type effects. You can.
Damn it, I died. Fucking thing killed me.
It happens. It's fine. You have your plan, right? Did you use? is there a
It
shrine?
dotted me. It dotted. There's no shrine in this quest.
Okay, well then, gotta take another
That was
crack
right.
at it.
And I was at the end, too.
That just means that you can get it next time, right?
Mother pieces, dog snot.
Man, I really
Oh,
want
it's
to get the
frustrating.
guys to get a copy of.
What do you know? The second biggest barrel of explosives you've ever seen is here.
Copy
too.
of one of the StarCraft games. We can do some StarCraft games. Allegedly, there we go. I'm gonna say allegedly she's using that shrine, but I don't see any animation that's even close to her using the shrine.
Sitting here to heal up.
I'll never be the best at StarCraft for lots of reasons, but
The soldiers in the Holy
I
Hand
do
are
really
still
enjoy
asleep.
it.
They must be used to loud noises.
Cannot even tell you the number of hours we put into StarCraft over the years.
The first Morrowind was great. You can make your own weapons and magic items and spells. It's a great game. On the Xbox. And then now they have the Elder Scrolls stuff, which I'm kind of like not really into, because it's like, to me, every character kind of is the same in a way. But if he has a fighter guy who can heal and cast all these spells,
Wasn't the idea you're like a dragon man or something in that game? You get a bunch of power from being a dragon man.
An ancient giant temple
I know.
complex rises high above you. Is this the
I think a lot of those games are good. I think depending on what console or PC or Mac or whatever way it is that you really enjoy playing, and then you have like your genre. Like, I really like the quote-unquote base builders slash, in my opinion, tactical type games. Where my kid, he loves those Pokemon games. He's replaying an old Pokemon game right now, as a matter of fact. You know, and then we sit down and play like Monster Rancher 2. So good. Say what?
first shooters.
Not really a first-person shooter game. You're blocking it pretty bad.
It's pretty good. Wireless headphones. How's that? Better?
Yeah, you're better now.
There we go.
Alright, so what shooter game were you talking about?
My nephew plays Call of Duty all the time. I tried to play it with him one time, and I kept dying because I can't see it. It's weird looking at first person. It's weird to me.
Yeah, being a first person sometimes is a challenge. That's why I think that's the reason why I really struggle with like trying to play. What is that game called? Overwatch. I just can't. First person in video games, I think really mess with my headaches. I was able to play it for like about an hour, and then I couldn't play it anymore.
It's like for me, like games like Fortnite and those games, I'm not a cartoon person because to me, I'm not a kid anymore. So I don't really.
You sure you're not a cartoon person?
Yeah, I'm not. Like I don't watch. I stopped watching when I was like 10 or 12. I just did. So I never really. So like games like that don't interest me. I'm like I don't know why people like them so much. It's like. You know.
I don't know.
That's why I never like the Final Fantasy 9s and 10s because like I don't have a guy who's like 1 foot tall with like an 18-foot blue mohawk with a 17-foot sword. It doesn't look. It's like kind of goofy looking to me.
That's fine. I think a lot of people have different tastes in those kind of things for sure. But
because I think of like when I think of like video games with like role-playing games, I think of like knights and wizards and thieves and bards and stuff. That's why
Sure.
I can't get into those other ones because it's like.
Well, keep in mind that the great thing about fantasy is that all those things are, you know, that's the base, right? But you can get more into other things. Like the Artificer, for example, is definitely something that, you know, not all fantasy needs to be, I guess, European-based fantasy.
It goes back to D&D, like the followers of Gond. You know, they're like the god Gond. They're all like tinkerers. They make mechanical items and different stuff, and they have the art. In second edition, what I play, they don't have the Artificer class. That's like third, fourth, and fifth,
That's
or whatever
incorrect.
editions.
The original Artificer class was a second edition Dungeons & Dragons kit.
Yeah, I have all the
For a
kit. Yeah.
wizard. For a wizard. That is why I always have been drawn to the Artificer type stuff, is because I really enjoy that second edition kit. I was like,
I wish DDO was second edition. Oh my god, it'd be so much better to me.
No, it would not. I love second edition.
I play
But-
Skills and Power second edition, so it's
but
like upgraded. Like
its
good.
its place is in the annals of history. It's
I just never knew why they switched over. It was for all those years, all the modules you bought, all the guides, all the
'cause
every
they
month
wanted
is a
to
new.
make money. You gotta put out a new edition every so often, man.
I
Now
know, but
that's-
the thing was so good so long. We have like almost, I think we have like 90% of like all the second edition Skills and Power stuff. I have like 6 crates, milk crates full of books. My other buddies, other places have like 4 or 5 crates each. So we would always show up at my buddy's house and play on his pool table in his game room, and I bring 4 or 5 in my truck, and my other buddies bring, they're all theirs, and we'd have every freaking guy, Drow the Underdark, and Heroes and Villains lore book, blah blah blah. You know, we had everything at our disposal.
Right.
I tried to play that. I tried to play that one D&D game where you can play like with the app on your phone, DDO Go or whatever it was. My buddy was like one of the developers, and I didn't. I hated it. I was like, this thing sucks.
Before you.
You can't really be like a thief. You can't do like thief these kinds of things. So it's kind of like sucky.
You didn't read
Yeah, again, the thing about editions is, especially when it comes to certain like things like that, it's all about making money, and editions and new things. That's what makes money when it comes to. It's not the. I mean, it is the books, you know, but you get 100 books made, right? Or let's even call it less than that. Let's say 20 books made, right? That everybody loves, and then instead of having to reinvent the wheel every single time, you know, come up with a whole new module or book or whatever to make money, you just make a new version of those 20 books that people love. You know, and that if that takes you 5 years to get through all that, and every 5 years you pump out a new version of your game with a slightly different tweak of rules, and all you have to do is, instead of taking the time to, like, maybe you have a percentage of new content that comes out, but the amount of content that you base on your old content is huge. And then also the way people think through a game, the styles of game change so much. You know, like, people wanted, like when they came out with 4th edition, they wanted it to play more like a video game. Like it felt more like a video game. Because that's what people were, why pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons was really struggling. Was after 3 and 3.5 that was really successful, they started to have a big, like, drain down. And the reason why it started draining down so much is because computer and console gaming and stuff had like really taken over as the entertainment. So they're like, let's build this more like a video game, you know, where you get powers and so many times, you know, so often depending on what kind of thing they are, and that really did not go over well. So then they couldn't go back. They couldn't be like, all right, look, 4th edition was terrible. We're sorry. Here's 3.5 over again. You know, you couldn't do that, so they had to move to 5th edition. I think 5th edition's pretty good. If I'm being honest.
Well, it's kind of funny because like my buddy Paul that we played with since we were like kids, his kids are like 11 or 12 and they play Pokemon. They play like Fortnite, all those things, but they also play a tabletop. But they started with the 4th edition, I think, is when they actually started playing. So like we always play, because now they're old enough to like learn games. So like we read all the books one time. Like put all the books out and they're like, what is all this stuff? I said, this is how you can differentiate your character. Here's the Ranger's guide. Here's the Bard's guide. Here's this guide, that guide. I mean, if you could, you know, here's a Gnomes and Halflings guide.
The lights on the floor go up.
He's like, man, we don't have all this kind of stuff in class. I know. That's why all of us older people that we play in our group, we don't really,
Success.
you know.
The few remain.
So now they play 2nd edition like we play. They dumped the new, and now they're playing that full time all thunder quarantine. They play like almost every night. That's what I said. See, more variation for your character. That's why I like DDO, because even though it's the 5th edition or 3.5, you can put like different cloaks on, different cosmetics, different weapons. You can do all that kind of stuff.
So you can't compare the vast amount of resources that were put out for 2nd edition and compare it to the stuff that came out for 4th edition, and again put that in an apples and oranges type scale, because, you know, one, it was a different mindset where putting out expansions and stuff like that for 4th edition, they just didn't have time because the game was so unpopular by comparison. Like they had to cut bait so fast out of 4th edition because it was so bad. Where 2nd edition, people didn't, like, it grew and it was definitely very popular, but man, it's easily 2nd place after 5th edition in terms of popularity. 5th edition is the most popular version of actual Dungeons and Dragons ever. Pathfinder 1 is probably the second place, and 2nd edition is probably in third.
We tried Fortnite. I mean, we tried Pathfinder 2 a couple times. You know, like the rule books and stuff. But they were looking at stuff. It's like, man, to get any good, I gotta be like 10th level to like get another like skill or something. It's like you're kind of like.
So the
I don't know,
way Pathfinder 2 in particular is set up, it's a little bit weird. They're trying to simplify the rules a lot. And I feel like it's fine, but it's not. It's not the best.
Lana!
Hey, Cycle One, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. I hope you had a wonderful night playing Dungeons and Dragons online. Danger Zone. Alright. But yeah, you can't... Like, you can compare Pathfinder 1 and 3.5 together. Or you could possibly even compare 5th edition and 1st edition Pathfinder. But, like, the other stuff, it's just...
Like, for example, like, first time we played 3.5, we played on, I think, Roll20 or the other site. My buddy Paul, we played with when we were kids. His buddy from work plays that version. So we're like, okay, we're trying to play it. So I'm trying to make a rogue. I'm like, where's my pickpockets, open locks, fire move, where all this stuff?
All
goes,
that
oh,
stuff is combined into, like, thievery or something, and...
Yeah, and it was weird. I'm like, okay, I want to kind of do this stuff. He's like, well, there aren't really rules for that kind of stuff. I'm like, dude, what kind of game is this, man?
In Pathfinder?
Is this just like those old Dungeons & Dragons books where you choose your own adventures? Is this how this works?
Hang on. In Pathfinder what edition?
I don't know. Whatever.
All that stuff is in there. All that stuff... It's not individual
2 or 3 years
rules.
ago?
Okay, so it's Pathfinder 1. All that stuff's in there.
I just remember there's stuff I wanted to do.
Like
and I just couldn't
Pathfinder...
do it.
Do I have my Pathfinder book here? I think I do. See... So if we look over here, I have like a history... Oh, here's my Pathfinder book. There's like a history of crap. Is this my actual players? Yeah. Okay, so for those of you who have never played Pathfinder, okay, here is my 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons book. Right? See how much material that is? And this has got a bunch of bookmarks and shit in it, right? Okay, so the rules book for 5th edition is, let's call it 3/4 of an inch, with all the stuff smashing out with bookmarks and stuff like that. Okay. How many pages? Every single page in the book is...
Okay, show me in that book where I can play a hairfoot halfling or a tall fellow.
316. They may or may not have specifically those variant races, but it's very likely they do, just not in this book. Show me in the 2nd edition core book where you can play those. You can't, because it's in like one of 700 expansions. Right?
You just get the gnome. You buy the Gnomes and Halflings guide. It's done.
Sure. But they're working on stuff like that for 5th edition. But it's going to take them... Remember, that stuff came out over like 15 years of the lifespan of 2nd edition. So,
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
It
was doing it fine. Everyone's playing it. Why?
Well, they
destroy
learned.
it?
Again, man, there was a limited number of people. 5th edition now is literally the most popular version of Dungeons & Dragons ever. More copies of this are sold. More people are playing 5th edition than they ever were playing 2nd.
It's because it's just like roll the guy and go. It's not like anything. It's not like
it's
not like DDO where we have all these different trees and
you
routes.
You have all that stuff in here. Every class has at least 3 different quote unquote trees to it.
Have you seen the player's handbook in 2nd edition? How big that spell, all the wizard spells and cleric spells are, and then you get the magical volume of like the other wizard spells from like the Arcane Age and Mithril times.
You're talking about like supplements of other stuff. So this much, almost half of the book in 5th edition is spells, basically, from this point forward, or to the end of the book, give or take a couple of pages. Like the 5th edition rules book is way more comprehensive than the 2nd. Let me rephrase. The 5th edition rules book has way more content and way more options than the 2nd edition player's handbook. The difference is you had 15 years of supplements that came out. Now, let's compare and roughly all the DDO core books, or all the D&D books are roughly the same size. A lot of like the gnome books or whatever, or race books or other stuff are about half this size.
Trial of the Underdark.
Yeah, all that stuff's like maybe half this content size-wise. So figure them at like 150, maybe 200 pages at the most. Now, let's compare that to the Pathfinder 1 core book. This, if you look at the MSRP, really? They don't have the price tag on the back? $49.95. $49.95 for the MSRP. Okay. Pathfinder First Edition. $49.99. Look at the thickness. Look at the thickness. Look how much bigger the book is. It is... it's a... Just
I can't play a Blade Singer in 3.5 or 5th edition. I can't play it, stuff like that. It's like, come on, man. I take those great classes out.
Whether they're not out, they just got reduced out of the core books, and the expansions haven't been put back in yet. You're talking about content that came out over 15 years. Give 5th edition 15 years, and that stuff will probably be in there. But that's not the strategy anymore.
For saying is if they went from 2nd to 3.5, then why go? Oh, we gotta go to 4. Or now we gotta go to 5. Why don't you give it some time?
Because what was making money for Wizards of the Coast, and then they also got purchased by Hasbro, what's making money from them is primarily putting out rules core books. That is the thing that everybody buys. Everybody has to buy, not has to, but everybody buys a core rule book. Alright? Everybody buys one. And then somebody buys the PDF of a supplement and it gets handed out. The amount of sales difference between a core rule book and a supplement book is like a factor of 10. One person will buy a supplement for a group where everybody has their own player's handbook. So like the number of sales for the amount of effort you have to put into writing a book, the cost-benefit analysis is just massive. Right? So all the money is made by putting out those 3 books. The Monster Manual, the Core Rule Book, and the DMG. And then everything else is just like a little bit of stuff.
Yeah, they want to simplify it. They want to make it like a game.
They're making their money. They're keeping their doors open so they can continue to make their content. And the way that they keep open and they get the big burst of funds is selling those 3 books. So my real fast to finish my point is that the Pathfinder core rulebook for Pathfinder 1 is 575 pages. There's more than 207. Like, that was what? Just a little over 320, right? This is 575 pages. So you're talking 270 pages more content in the Pathfinder 1 rule supplement, and that's the core handbook. That's the same price. So like, again, the games have it's very competitive. It's a real cutthroat world, and when you're a company trying to keep your doors open, especially when you have to pay your dues to your corporate overlords, like it gets tough, and so you have to rotate your editions. Again, I personally feel part of the reason they went from 3rd and 3.5 to 4th edition so quickly was they saw the Wizards of the Coast went, oh man, we're doing this open source thing with our D20 system. That means that anybody can also use our D20 system. It streamlined the rules. It made it much easier to understand. It had a massive burst of player growth that they had never experienced before. They were getting people out there.
They simplified it. I understand that part. I get it.
They did.
We could make it easier to sell more. I find people were lazy. They want to do the work. I get it.
See, depending on how you put this stuff, it comes across very wrong. Like, there's no reason, right, to spend all this time calculating weird THAC0s. It makes sense to us who played it back then. Yes. But it was work. They literally sold a slide rule, man. I have a slide rule somewhere in my collection so you could do the math to figure out how to hit somebody. As opposed to change it, simplify it, cut that part of the game out, so you're spending less time doing bullshit math equations and more time having fun actually playing the game. So it streamlined the game process, so playing the game became more of a smoother action as opposed to breaking you out of the immersion every time you had to do something. That's what they were doing. And that is, and again, they had this system. And I personally feel like 3.5 was very much near the perfection of Dungeons and Dragons. There's like a middle ground between 3 and 3.5 where I think the balance of the rules would probably be damn near perfect. And then honestly, if I had a little bit more time to dive into Pathfinder, I suspect that Pathfinder 1 is probably that harmony that they needed in 3.5 and 3rd edition. This is probably the best version of Dungeons & Dragons ever invented. Pathfinder 1. Now, that being said, it's been around... When did this book get printed? First edition of Pathfinder was printed in 2010. So this is 10 years old. So it's time for them to put out a new edition. Roughly every 10 years. That's about probably a fair window. They put out their new Pathfinder 2 last year. It's not as good. It's not.
I mean, we had Dark Sun and Ravenloft. We had the Fish
all of
Factions
those
4,
worlds
all
can
that cool
exist
stuff.
Other things. But again, you're remembering these things as options, and options are good, but those options still apply. Like they're putting out world set books now out of Wizards of the Coast for 5th edition. I don't want to say all the time, but it certainly feels like all the time. But you know what the sales on those books are? Super low. And why are they super low? They're super low because only one guy in the group needs them. And like maybe somebody buys a copy of the book. Maybe. Otherwise, somebody out there downloads a PDF of the book, shares it with everyone in the group, and bam, now everyone's got a digital copy of the book, and nobody has a physical copy. So like, that's where those companies make their money. So how is it they stay open? Because if they're not making content and selling books, they don't stay open. So the way that they do that is by changing the rules up and keep going. And again, like I said, 5th edition is by far the most popular edition of Dungeons & Dragons. There are more people playing Dungeons & Dragons in 5th edition now than there has ever been any other time playing Dungeons & Dragons in the history of the world.
I know. There was 10 of us, and we played religiously since we were like 12 years old, and we still play it this day. So, I mean... Yeah,
which is great. And I'm glad you
and
guys
I got my friend's son, his 2 sons, they quit playing 3.5 in 5th edition. They're playing just what we play now.
And if they want to expand out into a different group, for example, I imagine they're going to end up playing a different edition. My kid, I let him look at all the rule books I had, right? When he came to me and he's like, hey Dad, I want to start getting my friends playing Dungeons & Dragons. I'm like, cool. Here you go. These are all my books. Look through them. Pick which ones you want to take. It's yours. He went through all of them, and he did the same thing. He's like, well, you got like 7 books here or 8 books, or 10 books, or however many books for 3.5. So I'm going to take these. I'm like, cool. They're yours. Right? Because they think the same thing. Lots and lots of options and blah, blah, blah. Then I led them through a 5th edition game the other day. Or not the other day. Sometime last year. Like a one-off. Everyone was like, oh my god, that was so much fun. That's so much better than what we were trying to do before. And that was the simple rules. Because they got to they spend more time playing the game and less time arguing about the rules. So even a bunch of experienced players,
what you'll pick.
Like my group's been playing for 20 years. Some of us have been playing for 29 years. You know, Tobrell and I have been playing together for well over 25 years. And we'd sit there and argued and bickered just last week 2 weeks ago about Pathfinder 2 interactions. And it's like, no, that doesn't make sense the way it's supposed to work. You're just screwed. I'm like, ah. Alright, clearly I'm being punished now for doing this thing. He's like, no, that's not true. I'm like, it clearly is. Clearly is the case. But like, again, but we bought the rules. We bought the rules and we're fiddling with it. I reach over here, pick up a copy of Phoenix Dawn Command that I've been talking about forever. I would love to play this. I bought this rule book and the kit a long time ago. I've never gotten to play this.
Shadowrun 2, that was a fucking great game.
Yeah, Shadowrun's another thing, another expansion. Shadowrun, for them, they probably felt very successful, but they sold like, I don't know, maybe 1 million copies, I would guess. Where this, 5th edition has probably sold 20 million copies. I mean, I don't know if we can find it.
Alright, finish that quest. Woohoo! I did it. I killed 3 Reapers in there. It wasn't even that hard. But I took a lot of damage, but it's alright.
Yeah, it's fine. Alright, let's see. I'm glad you're getting it done. Okay, so 5th edition. Alright, here you go. Would you like to know roughly how much of the market or the sales are for Dungeons and Dragons over other things?
Sure, why not?
Pathfinder's around 10% of the sales. Every other edition of Dungeons and Dragons ever is around 30% of the sales, where 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons is around 65%. So
because you can do it online now. You have Roll-D20, so everybody can play different places.
This is off of the books, man. This is the selling of the books.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you can play it online or not. This is book sales. So 61% of all Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder books ever is 5th edition sales. 10% of the book sales are Pathfinder. Every other edition, that's every single handbook, that's every core book, that's every I'm assuming not modules, because modules sell reasonably well because they're usually pretty cheap.
I think all of ours say like $7.99 or $9.99 in the back of them. Player's
Right.
handbooks were $19.99.
Right.
Games Guide $19.99.
So you're talking about 26% of sales are other editions. That's double. That's more than double. More than double Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. That is insane. Absolutely insane. 2015, Roll20 had 1 million users. February in 2018, they had doubled to 3 million users. Is there a current number of users that they're reporting? It doesn't look like they have. Doesn't look like they have a number here. Going by statistics, roughly 2/3 of all tabletop role-playing sessions are using 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons rules. 2/3 of all role-playing games are Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. So obviously streamlining and simplifying it and making the rules much more consistent.
I know. See, they shouldn't make cars with like 5 speeds anymore. Just make it go drive in reverse. Make it simple. Make it simple. Don't have 4-wheel drives anymore. Just make it simple. We'll just all have just forward and reverse like a golf cart. There we go.
You should have to do a math problem every time you'd like to start or stop.
It's not about a math problem. I want to make a rogue. What race, Jason? I want to make a drow rogue. Can I have the drow Underdark so I can get those certain spells out of there
And
that
for
aren't in the
those-
Player's Handbook?
Bro, for those advantages, right? You have the advantages of having these 18 other options for building your character. But
That's what I
every
liked.
single round of combat, every single round of interaction, everything was different. Everything was different. The classes didn't line up in a similar manner. Like, oh, do I have a 3/4 base attack bonus? I have a full base attack bonus. Do I have a quarter base attack bonus? I gotta calculate that go. Like, which number of attack is it? What are my penalties like right now? Am I 2-weapon fighting or not? Like, it was so much extra work that it took away fun. So if you got 15 fun from building your character options, right? But every single turn of play you lost one fun because of how complicated the play was.
The rest wasn't complicated. You had your Thaco. It wasn't hard.
Yeah,
you have plus 7 to hit. You start from your
because
Thaco.
we
You
did
got
it
20
for
Thaco. It means you roll
15
13.
years.
13 or higher is negative armor class. 13 or lower is the lower armor class. How hard?
Because
It
we
took
did
4
it for-
seconds.
Because we did it for 15 years, man. But
That's what I'm
try to be a
saying.
new player. Try to be a new player. You know how long it took to get that shit figured out as a new player? Long time. It was basically it was not new player friendly. And that's who gets a turnover. That's who you're catching. That's who you want to sell to. That's the people you're trying. You got to get the new player hook in. Because what
Because
you
the
had was
millennials weren't. The millennials
it
were
wasn't
just
had nothing to do with
lazy?
millennials, bro. The
Well, that's the age group we're talking about, right?
No,
Because I'm
you're not.
45. What are we talking about? 55-year-old new player
3.5 came out like
in 2001, 2000.
right. Third edition was before Remy was born. 3.5 came out like right after Remy was born. So you're talking 20 years ago.
Yeah, like
Remington
2000,
Remington is not a millennial. The kids that were born were millennials. So you're talking about the millennials' parents. I don't know what the generation is.
I don't know.
But you're talking about you got to get the new players, and you can't blame millennials. You can't. The rules are too hard.
For how about this? You like Civilization? I like Civilization. Let's say they took a bunch of the stuff out of that game just to make it easier for people.
If they streamline and simplify the rules, that is good. Which is why it's a whole lot of fun to play Civilization on the console as opposed to
Yeah.
the PC. It
I
doesn't mean
played
it's
on
bad
PC.
having those options, especially when there's downloadable content to go get those options or go get those modules. I guarantee you, if you want something, there's somebody out there who has written rules for it that you can go find on the internet for free. You just got to ask your DM for it. Like, hey man, can I use this? Like a few let's see, probably 2 years ago, we had just started moving into 5th edition, my group and I. And I was like, man, I really want to play an Artificer. But there wasn't an Artificer yet in 5th edition. So I found the version of it online. And it looked pretty good to me, so I sent it to my DM. And I'm like, hey man, can I play this version of the Artificer? So bro was like, sure, why not? And that's what I played. And then Tobrell finished up his session. Dustin took over. And Dustin's like, no, that's broken his ass. Like, Tobrell didn't know what he was dealing with. That's insanely powerful. No, you're not playing that. And then, over the last few months, they've been... it's probably last year. Last year, they've been working on the 5th edition Artificer. Now they have a 5th edition Artificer, and it's great. It's so well balanced. It's officially released. And when my friends are like, all right, play whatever play whatever in the rules, we put that Artificer, and like, oh, no, that's way too broken. I'm like, F you, couch, buddy. You said I could play what's in the rules. This is officially released content now. But that shit's out there. That shit, and it gets put out for free. All that stuff's out there. It's just not in printed books anymore. Because it's not the content that's not the sales that make money. That shit gets released as part of the online supplement stuff. And it's on part of their subscription service and through their website. All that stuff's out there. You just gotta go find it. So it's like saying, oh man, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, we were playing Dungeons and Dragons, we couldn't get this shit for free. We had to pony up $20 to get this book. Okay, well now, hey, I got a lifetime subscription to whatever this service is for $25, and they kicked out that class, or that race, and that race, and that race. I just go get it now. You know what I'm saying?
I have all of our books. We have them online in PDF too, but we have also the regular books, the paper hard books too.
Yeah, but
So my buddy in Washington that moved there, who works for the government, he didn't take any books with him, but he has them all on his laptop. So we play over Zoom and Skype. So we play. We have dice rollers on our screens and stuff. So it's ours. It's our edition.
Like I said, you can use all that stuff, and that's totally okay. I'm never saying that how anyone plays Dungeons and Dragons is wrong. So don't take that the wrong way, right? If you're having fun, you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, awesome. What I'm saying is, it's so very hard to take that, give it to 5 kids in high school that have never played Dungeons and Dragons before, teaching themselves, and say, here you go. Right? Here, have
So
fun.
I'm saying, how come we did it? How come you did it? I did it. My friends did it.
I didn't do it. I got invited to a game by a bunch of older people in their, like, I was the youngest person there as a 12-year-old or 13-year-old, whatever, however old I was. And I had high school senior and junior come to me, and while I was in middle school, was like, hey, man, you know, you look like a guy who would like this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll give it a shot. So I had a high school junior, a high school senior. We went to these people to play. The average person there, if you took me out of the equation, the average age of the person there was probably 25.
Same with us. We were like 12-year-old kids. Our buddy's older brother played.
That's
like,
what I'm
"What's that?"
saying.
And then he's like, here, you get to be a fighter with a shield and a spear unless you learn this book. So
Yeah.
we sat there and read the book. Yeah.
Which is what I'm saying. You had a
My
guide.
character.
You had a guide. But what I'm saying is, the kids now that are 4 people, like, oh man, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna play? Let's do something fun. Someone's like, I don't know, man. They like play Dungeons and Dragons on Stranger Things. That sounds fun. Or I watch them play on, you know, Critical Role. That sounds cool. And they're like, all right, man, but who's gonna teach us? Like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. And they go get the books. But now the rules are so like condensed and easy to follow, and they make sense in a way that the older editions didn't make sense. And they're like, they can go and they can play, which is, again, why it's more than twice as popular than every other book ever. And again, I love those editions. I really do. I think they were great. I had so much fun playing first edition, second edition, third edition. That was my edition. I'm still that guy. It's like, man, you know, we were talking about playing. I was like, look, guys, I'll DM if you guys want. They're like, what do you want to play? You are at the edge of your Bluetooth or whatever again, by the way. I can hear you like, rah, rah, rah.
There you go.
But like, that's my edition. So we were talking about what edition they want to play. Well, we've been playing Pathfinder 2. There's like, a lot of groans about Pathfinder 2. I'm like, I'll play whatever you guys want to play. You just tell me. But you guys know that I would rather be in 3.5. Like, I know those rules. They're like, yeah, but 5th edition is better. I'm like, I don't disagree. It's better. It's arguably better. 3rd edition was arguably better than 2nd edition. 2nd edition was basically an advanced version of 1st edition. It was just better. The streamline.
We played 2.5. What we played after we were done with 2 and 2.5 came out with skills and powers, and you can use true dwellers, and and the speeds. There was no more like, oh, my weapon goes on speed factor of 7. It was like fast, average, slow, very fast. It was all by it was so faster to do it that way. You're like, okay, Sam, what do you got? What are you using? I'm using a dagger. Okay, you're on very fast. Roll D10. Okay, 7. You're on 7 very fast. The ogre's on 7 slow with two-handed sword. You have 3 attacks every 2 rounds. You're gonna get all your first 2 attacks, and it'll attack. You'll get your next attack.
And see how much complicated that is?
That's stagger. It's easy to do. It's like, okay, go. You got your first 2 attacks for D20s. You miss,
you
I
literally
roll,
just
I
spent
hit.
5 minutes discussing how to take a turn.
But that's it. That's what on your paper. It shows extra weapons. A for average, F for fast, V for VF very fast, S slow, VS very slow. So you already know what's
Sure.
going on. You know that when you pack a pack of goblins, they're small creatures. They're on fast automatic. So you know that you're not going to be attacking them. It's because it's real life. Like there's a little.
So you're
180-pound
you're blinded by the love, and you're not listening to yourself talk. What you just said, and I'm following and I understand, because I also played some power stuff, right? Like I understand, but at the same time, objectively step back and look at it and just go, explaining that to a new person. I literally just spent 1 minute explaining how I'm going to take my turn interaction, one person fighting one ogre, right? As opposed to at the same time, I'd be like, okay, everyone roll initiative. Here's your initiative modifier. We're going to put those in descending order, and we're going to tick off through our turn. Bam, 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 bam. Like that's.
What's the penalty for a person using a two-handed sword versus someone using a dagger? What's
There's
the
none.
What's the difference?
There's none.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like if I have a big giant
Why
Two
should
by
there
four in
be
my
a
hand, and
penalty?
you got a little dagger in your hand. You're probably gonna be stabbing at me faster than I can swing my 2x4.
Why?
It's
How?
coming.
Because the people who swing their sword every day. Remember, the idea of combat isn't how many times you actually stab somebody. That whole time you're doing stuff. Like, the idea is this is the moment that I shined every 10 seconds to actually give a shot at trying to get through armor and stuff. Like, all that
And
stuff
you-
gets boiled down and simplified. You don't need all these extra timing rules.
And then you can take your skill points. You can put them toward like I want a spell-like ability, so I want to have
know,
like
bro.
invisibility.
I
You know,
played it. I
that's
know
the
what
thing.
it
That's
was
stuff
like,
the new
but-
games don't have. That. That's what I'm saying. I wish it did. If it had all that stuff, that'd be fucking probably cool now. I guess. I don't
Again,
know.
all that stuff is just overly complicated. Now, like for Pathfinder 2, for example, right? You get if you want, one of the things you can do is you can take a race, like they give you race feats in Pathfinder 2. And every so often you get a regular feat and a race feat. But one of your race feats can be like, you can pick a spell from over here. Like, and now you can cast it. It's like, sweet. That means that I can do that. Like, you have that flexibility. In 5th edition, there's a lot of things that say, spend your feet, learn to cast a spell. Like, from over here. So they have that kind of stuff. But it's not this overly complicated point-based system. It's streamlined to make it more new player friendly, and that still has the depth that the experienced players want.
That's like, like I gave when we're showing the kids the books, and they were like, "Oh my God, there's this many elves." I said, "Of course, there's many elves in this world. There's wood elves, wild elves, high elves, dark elves." And they go to the gnomes and then this, and then you go, "Man, wow, that's." I said, "Yeah, you can be any of these people. You can be any of them."
Right.
And we were very fair. Like, we wouldn't let people be like, "Oh, I'm a dark elf thief, lawful evil." Well, you have a paladin in the group, dude. If you want to play that, play that. Don't be mad when you're playing. And sometimes we have people fight like, "Hey, they're personal." I gotta tell people sometimes, like, "Look, you chose this race and class alignment. You guys gotta play it out." So the paladin is not gonna go help the freaking lonely little dark elf pick him off the ground. He doesn't want to help him. So don't get mad at the real life person because he's playing his character. He's supposed to play his character, and that's one thing I used to hate that shit. I was playing one time, and we were in a big group. We killed some prince and got his treasure. Well, I was a wizard, so there's a staff of the magi in there. So we all take turns picking, and there's like other weapons and gear that would suit other races. The one guy I play with is like, "I want the staff of the magi," and we're like, "You do know that there's a wizard in the party, and that's like really helpful." He goes, "Yeah, but I can sell it for a lot." I'm like, "Dude, you know you're kinda good, right? You're a fucking ranger, kinda good ranger." I was a neutral rogue. No, neutral wizard. I was like, okay, no problem. So I told the DM, wrote him a note. I'm gonna put a 10,000 platinum bounty on his head. I want that item. So it was after like about 3 weeks of playing. During game time, it was posted up on different places. Artisan Cherry appeared, killed his ass, gave me the staff, and so my buddy was a really good DM. And our buddy Nephi is the one that did that. He took my buddy Steve to lunch and offered him $100 to tell him what happened, like who did that. And Steve's like, "No, it was a D&D game. I can't tell you what happened or how it happened." And he was pissed, dude, like hella pissed. I'm like, "Dude, we're in the same group. We're adventurers." We deal with all the time with people.
You put a hit out on him. You whacked him. All right, I'm
Exactly.
going to use the restroom really fast. I'll be back in 30 seconds, everybody. Hang on.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta go feed my animals real quick.
Okay.
All right.
Alright, YV Love's gone. I think we're probably back. I imagine it's been 30 seconds. I'm gonna do a thing here real fast and see.
All right, I'm gonna. All right, I'm gonna do something here really quickly. Be right back. Hey guys,
Hola.
I am streaming, but I'd like to have a quick conversation with various people here really quickly, if that's cool.
I suppose.
Okay, I just got done having a conversation with one of the viewers about editions of Dungeons and Dragons over the years and whatnot. And I just would like to kind of, because you guys have been playing, I mean, almost as long as me, not quite, but close.
Right.
And I just wanted to. I am not trapped, I don't think, in my edition hole. Like some people often are. I recognize I have an edition, and I prefer it, but obviously, you know, things. So what we were talking about is what is the best edition of Dungeons and Dragons. So, try to take your biases out, which is really hard. But what do you feel is the best edition of Dungeons and Dragons, and why?
Ooh, you know, I really do think 5th is good. It gives the chance for the DM to do something but not be constricted by the rules, like overly burdened rules. But at the same time, allows enough. It gives the basis for a player to always be able to say, I want to do this. And even if there's not an exact rule for it,
Sorry.
it opens up the ability for the player to attempt it.
Okay. How do you feel, or first of all, how important is character creation to you, and how do you feel 5th edition, second part of the question, how do you feel 5th edition characters creation is compared to other ones in the past?
Now granted, it's not as like I would robust as say 3rd or 3.5, but you also got to look at the amount of like trash that 3.5 released.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to go to the idea of quality over quantity. In 3.5 they were very much like, hey, we want a book a month released, and now they're at like, hey, we want a book a quarter, and it can be, you know, to start out it was usually adventures, and now they're slowly releasing stuff that has other classes or races or, you know, just options, even if it's not sorry, no, try not to die.
That's fine. Take your time.
Even if it's, you know, not oh shit, we're gonna lose.
I
So
know
even
I'm asking
if
a
it's-
complicated question for also playing a video game.
Yeah. So even though it doesn't have like the plethora of like, you know, knowing exactly how many skill points you have and putting skill points in just the right amount of skills to get the synergy bonuses that 3.5 had, like, it's still, I don't know, it's just, to me 5th edition is that beautiful balance between the yes and of like old school D&D and the I want to min max and be as awesome as possible that 3.5 had.
Okay.
Granted, not succeeding in being perfect in either category, obviously, but
All right. So, and I feel like I know the answer to this question already, but what was your first edition of Dungeons and Dragons?
second,
Okay.
AD&D.
Did we, with you, I know I did some of the like powers customizing stuff, but do you remember how much that you ended up doing? Probably not a ton, right? Because 3rd edition kind of came out right as we were.
Yeah, Went through 2 campaigns, maybe a year and a half at most.
Well, we didn't really do campaigns back then. We kind of did somebody's DM
Well,
session.
there is Tobrill's game, Highlander game, and then there was
Didn't Zach DM after that?
no, it was Ben.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, no. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Did-
I think it was either Zach.
Yeah,
or
Ben did his
Whatever
little
video game session.
Final Fantasy II version, you know,
Right.
inspired.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, do you feel like the character creation depth hurts 5th edition or not? Comparing it to like some of the other, like, is that a big minus for you?
No.
Okay. And what about
I mean,
the
no.
streamlining of combat? Do you feel like the 5th edition combat is very well streamlined and taken care of, and it keeps you from being pulled out? Do you think it's better or worse than some of the other combat systems over the years, etc.?
Definitely better than 4th, even though I enjoyed the idea of 4th being more tactical and the idea of moving people around a lot more.
Yeah, we
In a battle?
we all enjoy playing a miniature game every once in a while.
Right. I don't know why I'm in the front. This is
Okay, the rest of
ridiculous.
you, the same questions in the same order, please. Next.
But nope. Try to die. Don't die. Don't die. But I mean, like, for if you compare to where 5th is to where like 3.55 was, like after the same amount of time, you would probably say, like, why aren't there as many classes or races or other character options? And to that I'd be like, yeah, but so many of them were trash.
So this would be my quick reply to that. Like, almost all that stuff is out there to some degree or another, but it's now, the model has changed to where instead of it going out in a book, they do a lot of that stuff through their website in general now.
Well, they have like the Unearthed Arcana, but those aren't like actual considered like, they're not fully balanced. They're playtest classes.
Some of them are quote unquote finished, and they're not just classes, but they have other stuff in there. Like the Artificer is quote unquote finished. That
And
is-
yeah, and it's in a book.
That's true. They did finally print it in a book now.
They did finally print it in a book.
But I'm not literally just talking about necessarily a printed resource either via there, but like other people have gone through and put out rules for those editions. You know, the model has shifted. It's not all behind the lock and key of the printed book anymore.
Right, very much so.
Which is
They like there's the one grung above. There's the turtle package. You know, that released like the grung and the turtle race. There's been a couple free things like the Elemental Evil Player's Guide that just released some new spells and stuff. And so there, I think, especially with the popularity of D&D Beyond and how D&D Beyond has shown that they're like when properly implemented, there's a fantastic market for digital, you know, D&D goods. Whoops, that was stupid of me.
so. I'm trying to figure out how to word this question so I don't come across sounding like an ass in general, which is going to be rough. But
It's always a delicate balance.
when a book is published, right?
Uh-huh.
How many copies of that book is floated around your game group? Which happens to be my game group, so I know the question, but I'm asking for like almost like a pseudo interview type thing here.
Oh, man, that depends. It's really hard to give you.
I know.
But like, okay, if it's a core book, obviously one per person. If it's a supplement book, you know, 1 or 2 per table. You know.
So does that incentivize people to come up with new editions in your mind, or to put out supplements?
I mean, knowing that you only, sell maybe 2 books per table per group, yeah, of course that's different.
Right. That was one of the points I was trying to make earlier. Like, one of the questions was asked to me in particular was, why do they keep coming out with new editions all the time? Like, if 3.5 was so great, why didn't they just stay in 3.5? And I was trying to explain that like, sales are driven from the core books. And also, 3.5 had the problem of they let everybody use their engine, as it were, to print books.
Gosh, yeah, with the open gaming license.
With the open gaming license, thinking that would generate sales to them, and what it actually ended up doing was people coming out with their own edition of, like, Pathfinder, which may, in my opinion, and this is literally what I said, I don't have as much practice with Pathfinder as I probably should, but in my opinion, it could be the best version of Dungeons and Dragons ever printed, and it's not Dungeons and Dragons.
True. I mean, yeah, it's definitely your. I would not go as far as to say it, but it
could be. Like I said,
could be.
I don't have the experience with it that I would need to make that decision, but it really could be, from my standpoint, because I am a 3.5 guy. I acknowledge that.
Yeah.
That was the edition that I personally like. It's not where I started. I started with first edition Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like, that was where I began. But the edition that I thought was the most streamlined for both actually playing and building your character, that was like the hybrid in my mind of like of playability and character depth and blah blah blah. Like, does anyone disagree with that?
I don't know. I don't think I would disagree with that at all.
And Pathfinder, from what I have experienced, just took all the good things from 3rd and 3.5 or whatever and just kept them and then fixed the things that were bad for the most part. I'm sure they have some bad stuff also, because I'm not as in depth as I am with the other edition, but it certainly feels more stable to me. So I don't know. I kind of want to throw that out there. Mysterious lady voice. I don't want to use your name without your permission on the stream.
Oh,
But,
you can't. That's fine.
Okay, good. All right, Misty, what do you think? Is there anything? Because I know you're newer to Dungeons and Dragons in general, right?
Yeah, really new. I used to play Pathfinder, so this is my first time playing D&D.
Compared to like you've been playing what, 5th edition, I presume?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so in your mind, which do you think is better from your experience that you've been playing?
You mean Pathfinder or D&D, or
Yeah,
just...
like between Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons.
I like Pathfinder a lot more, but that's just because that's what I
You're
learned how to
familiar
play with.
Right, that's
Yeah.
would you label that as your quote-unquote edition?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, perfect. Anything that you'd like to add based off the questions I've asked or anything like that you think would be important? Because I'm going to ask Witty the same kind of stuff here in a second, because I hear him giggling.
I got nothing. Sorry.
Alright, perfect. No, it's fine. That's why I'm asking and not like demanding things or whatever. Dustin, I can lead the questions, I think. A little bit more. Witty? Comments, etc.
So I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I feel my favorite is probably Pathfinder, being like the 3.75. But yeah, just that in regards to like 3.5. Like, yes, there is an obscene plethora of resources available for the system, but I'm the kind of person that likes to have like the rules clearly black and white, so I can build what I want in a way that's still balanced, that was designed for the system to work. And I don't have to homebrew anything to figure it out.
That's fair.
And I just like that there was that pretty much if you had a question for could I do this or not, there was an answer for it somewhere. Finding it is the trick, but there was an answer for it.
Okay. And you already talked about your addition. One more thing. How important is it to you guys, like, new player ease of getting into the group? Or learning the addition? Like, we're pretty much all experienced players now, but, like, if you were to hand somebody a copy of Dungeons & Dragons that were like, hey, old man, what should I play? Or, you know, something along those lines. What edition would you give them? Maybe is a better way to ask the question.
I mean, I think 5th is probably a very good starting platform.
I don't disagree. So I looked up a weird stat a second ago, and I'm gonna see if you guys think it's shocking or not, or true, or whatever. But every other edition of Dungeons and Dragons, right? All the handbooks, everything, and Pathfinder 1, compared to the sales of 5th edition, is 61%. 5th edition is 61% of the sales, ever.
I could believe that. I mean, because of like, you know, Critical Role and like that giant push, like the resurgence of like board game culture and stuff. Like, 5th edition it launched at a perfect time.
So, in my brain, that just tells you that the more streamlined, to me anyway, it really appeals to people. Because yes, there being a bump of 5th edition makes sense because of the popularity of things like Critical Role and stuff like that. But if it wasn't as streamlined and ready for new people wouldn't continue to play it.
Right.
Now,
well, I mean,
I have one more stat for you guys real quick here. You have a conversation with me? I can come check on you if you want. Or okay, well give me 2 more seconds and or a minute here and I'll finish this up. 2/3 of all role-playing games played currently are 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons.
Sounds about right.
To me, that was a staggering number. That was absolutely bonkers to me. So, I don't know.
Definitely a lot higher than I expected. But...
yeah. So, I don't know. I felt like I was arguing with the guy pretty hard because it seemed to me that he was latched on. To me, it felt like he was latched into his nostalgia. And I again, just like I told him, I'm not going to tell anyone that you're playing Dungeons & Dragons wrong. Whatever edition it is that you like to play, obviously keep playing it. Or Pathfinder, whatever. But my comment is 100% directed towards the idea that you can't hate on 5th edition because it's simplified or whatever. They took the complexity out. Because obviously it has been successful to the point that no other role-playing game ever has been before. Mm-hmm. Like it is such a massive scale and such a massive difference that I wanted to kind of point that out to people. Alright, the wife really wants to tell me something, so I'm going to jump back in the other channel.
Later.
So I'll see you guys later. Have a good night, guys.
Have a...
Mysterious runes embedded in the ice glow brilliantly before and below. Stepping in the chamber beneath makes the glowing rune more clear. The familiar voice calls again, louder and clearer. You are close. Come to me. Depths of the abyss and sends them to the afterlife together.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, yeah, a little bit of mother-in-law, I don't want to say drama, but stuff getting taken care of there. Sorry for the silence and the dead air while I continue to smash through things, but I don't know, I wanted to give her an opportunity to do all the things. Oh no, maybe, did you guys enjoy that conversation, those of you who were listening, about the Dungeons and Dragons? Because I love talking about that kind of stuff. I love getting the idea, like hearing people's feedback, etc. I just, was curious about everything, you know what I mean? And I wanted to get some other people's comments. Because I didn't want to feel like I was trapped in my own biases, I guess is what I'm saying. I can look up numbers online, right? But I can't hear from other people's experiences. And like when we talked to Misty, for example, she was talking about how she was playing Pathfinder, and now she's playing 5th edition. And going from one to the other, she does prefer Pathfinder. And I really do think that there's a love for your edition that supersedes almost everything when it comes to things like that. And it's true for cars, it's true for like all sorts of things. People have preferences, and it's hard to look past those preferences in an objective way to like compare them fairly, I think. For example, if you've always been a Ford guy and Chevy comes out with a truck that is strictly by the numbers better, that often is, overlooked. So, I don't know, I thought it was we started down an interesting rabbit hole, and the viewers that were hanging out with us tonight, like, I don't know, you got to go down a rabbit hole. I'm really tempted now to see if I could record put together a series of questions or something and record a segment for like DDO cast or something a little bit more out of the blue, out of the norm, but I still think worth having the discussion about getting some extra traffic as part of the the general idea of excuse me, of what, oh my gosh, I forgot about all this con damage. I gotta like turn undead, right? Or remove disease. That does a lesser restoration, or big restoration effect. Nice. I don't know, B-Love, if you happen to be watching the stream and you want to, I'm back in the on live stream chat. I know it takes you a few minutes to get your animals fed, so I popped over to another group to ask them some quick questions. Let's move away. Let's lay on hands. Do one of these just to make sure we have time. Alright, this guy has got to be almost dead, right? Very close. Alright, Featherfall time. I want to give myself a second here to clean off my wounds, my dot, etc. Alright, well, it's time to get back to work, I guess. Need this back on. Oh, that's bad. We're gonna die. It's fine. Are we on the bottom floor? I think we are. So that's fine. We'll gibbers here. And it's aggravating though. We'll gibbers here, see if we can't pound through, I think. Oh, we had one more floor to go. Great. Alright. So how are we going to do this? We're going to turn into a stone. Yeah, we're not going to be able to catch anything. Alright. Is that enough? Is this going to be enough to kill him? I don't think it is. We got 25 seconds. Let's just try to pound that out. And as things get close, we'll slam our lay on hands and see. We're really close here. So what we'll do is we'll give everything a second, see where the various NPCs are gonna fall away to. And see if we can't find a happy place for our cleric to come stand and raise us. I think right here will probably be okay. Nope. She's under attack immediately. Give us a raise. Quickly. Shoot. I leashed. We're probably dead. Probably just failed. Yeah, she's stuck. Darn it! Oh, and now we did finish. Alright, let me see. I bet you, and this is what I'll do, I'm going to log into another account here in a second. And I'll show that account as I do things. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a rescue here as opposed to spend points. I think it's probably going to be efficient to do this. Huh. I don't know what's going on. B-Love sent me a message asking if I was back, and I said yes, but he, let's grab Fumblebot, I guess. Fumblebot will at least be in the correct zone. Why can't I use guild chat? Okay. Alright, unfortunately, Fumblebot here doesn't have a horse. So we're running like the old days. Also, I ran the wrong direction. Oh, that's right. I was kind of flagging for Cursed Crypt here. It looks like he was already flagged, maybe. But he timed out before I finished the quest, which is a little bit embarrassing. But that quest does have a lot of like time choke points, and I never jumped over and moved him around or anything to make sure that the game still knew that he was around. That was Malbayid. Alright, this one, I think? Nope, not this one. This one? Also no. Alright, must be this guy then. There we go. Alright. So we'll start zooming away here. Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm not sure.
Thanks for not trying to make me pee my pants. So for those of you who don't know, the other day, Ellen Tobrell snuck in as well. I thought you guys would be busy doing some shenanigans together.
We're busy doing you.
Oh my gosh. You did just send me a bunch of hard steps, I guess.
Did you get our presents?
I did, thank you.
Are you dual wielding them? We sent you some pretty powerful weapons. We sent you weapons of the faith.
That, man, so
As
much.
part of the Inquisition, you're required to use your favorite weapon.
Yeah. So much faith we had. No,
Great sword right now.
They are good weapons.
Oh, they are pretty okay, I guess. No, right now I'm on a rescue mission. I died in what is that quest called? The Beholder quest in the Orchard. But I managed to get the guy killed and defeated, so all I have to do is talk to him to complete. And my
Killed
hireling...
and defeated?
Huh?
Or just killed? You said killed and defeated.
I was both killed and defeated. No, he's ready to be defeated. But I died before I could talk to him to like end the thing.
Did you log out?
No, I'm running my like rescue character to the quest right now to complete the quest, hopefully. On my alt account. So, people are watching an extremely poorly ungeared, underleveled, really not ready for shenanigans
Some
alt
sort of
running through the Orchard. Good old Fumblebot. So anyway, I just had a whole bunch of really long discussions about people's like editions of Dungeons and Dragons, comparing them, trying to put them apple to apple, and trying to take away the idea that you have a favorite version and that to you that version will always be the best, but objectively you have to look at it from another, to kind of find things. And I was talking to V-Love, who's in love with the second edition Powers expansion stuff. You remember that, Tobrell?
Powers.
It was like a way to like really customize your character. You had like
Oh, I
voice
know what
and-
you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, like we did that stuff for a while.
Yeah, because we figured out how to make a cleric that can do nothing except cast Power Word Kill precisely 98 times a day.
Right. See, that's the kind of nonsense that you could do there.
I wasn't allowed to make that character, by the way, Beef.
Why?
Racist, that's why.
That does sound racist.
But I thought your brother figured that out, and you were the DM, if I remember correctly.
I figured that one out. He figured out other stupid shit.
Okay.
That's back when I was still on, like... So that was back when he gave us... This is second edition. He gave us 600,000 experience points to make our characters with for a high-level game. This was the high mark for, I think, a paladin. So this would make you like a 9th or 10th level paladin, like a 10th level paladin. What he didn't realize that if you multi-classed or chose different classes, you ended up like level a bajillion. So I ended up with like a 9th level fighter, 10th level thief, 10th level wizard.
Are you stuck? Oh, okay.
No. not forever, just for a minute.
So he completely messed that one up as far as like power levels. Like some of us had power characters that were terrible. Some of us had characters that were like
that was
basically
the
unstoppable.
greatest moment of time.
I had a similar situation, but it was because the DM didn't understand what was going on. He wanted us to start at level 20, and I asked if I could play a variant race from the monster manual. And he was like, yeah, that's fine. So I chose a Titan, which was CR 19. And so I was a Titan, and I had 1 level of Monk. And he was like, no, you need to make an epic level character, man. I need you to have 20 levels of Monk. And I was like, are you sure? Because of these reasons, and it's supposed to work like this. And he's like, no, go ahead and do it. So I started as a 20th level Monk as a Titan. I had like 3 SLAs of Meteor Swarm a day.
I mean, that seems probably fair compared to the other people.
Yeah, super fair and balanced.
It was brutal.
I have a +1 iron. What do you got?
And then there were 5 of us, and he like rolled the dice, and we each got a different necklace that we had to find that corresponded to our character that had an elemental control. And the one that I had was Earth. And so I had the ability to spend 5 hit points to manipulate a 10x10 cube of Earth any way I wanted to. But because I was a Titan with 20th level Monk, I had a butt-ass pile of hit points. So we like had these encounters where he's like, you're in hell, and this like whole army is attacking you. And I'm like, I open up a trench, they all fall into it, I close the trench, and they all die. And I have the cleric heal me back up from half health.
Oh, that sounds like a band campaign.
Yeah. That's what the DM does to you, and then he's like, "What? I'm not picking on you for making my Captain America character dance."
Dobril, bed. You're supposed to be supposed to be in bed.
It's 10 o'clock.
Which is bedtime. Go to bed.
He's an old man now. He needs to go to bed.
How fucking old am I now?
Infinite.
Anyway, I just came here to tell you to go to bed. Good night.
Okay.
Good night.
Right. Let me go get my Metamucil, I guess. My walker.
Look,
I'm gonna remember this moment 5 years from now.
that's not the part of it that they're worried about. They're worried about you making sure that you're not up so late that you don't make your deadline.
Did somebody give you a days of the week pill caddy for your birthday?
Not yet.
Give us
I'm sure
time.
that's coming.
We'll get there. But anyway, we had this really complicated discussion about, I'm trying to tell him, like, no, technically, I hate to tell you this, but 5th edition is the most popular version of Dungeons & Dragons ever. Went down this deep rabbit hole, like, explaining things and telling him that compared to literally 2/3 of the people on the planet, if they're playing a role-playing game, they're playing 5th edition rules. Like, that has
a lot to do with the time that we live in.
It does, 100%, 100,000%. But
I agree, it is less complicated.
Yeah. So I'm like, look, man, if you think back to when you were learning Dungeons & Dragons, right? And someone sat down a bunch of books to you, and it's just you and your 2 other friends, for example, sitting down, deciding, all right, let's learn to play Dungeons & Dragons. And someone hands you the 2nd edition DMG, Player's Handbook, and Monster Manual, or the 5th edition versions of those same 3 books,
Oh lord.
and you're like, here, teach yourself how to play. Which of those
Nope.
versions are you going to actually make it through? Without
The answer
any-
for me is none. I actually, in high school, used to hang out at a store that was. They had like computers where you could. They were really powerful computers. You could like pay them $5 an hour to play on the computers.
Right.
And they also did tabletop games and role playing and stuff. And I was like playing on the computers, and that's what I went up there for, and like saw people playing Dungeons and Dragons. And if I had not observed a game in session, I never would have wanted to play it.
Right.
It's so much reading.
It's so much reading. It's so much complication, and I get it. He's like, but man, the character customization was so deep, so rich, so flexible. And I'm like, yeah, and so experienced and advanced players love it, and that's great. But
To be fair, you can still do all that stuff in 5th edition. You just have to like homebrew it.
correct. And 5th edition is rules in such a way that a lot of that stuff's open. But he's like, oh man, it's set up easily, and he starts talking about how daggers have this attack speed, and the ogre's using this weapon, which is at this attack speed. So
No, that sucks.
So you know that 2 of your weapons are fast, and so you're gonna get to hit him twice with your sword, and then he's gonna hit you
That
back.
sucks.
And then he's
Figuring out like which base attack bonus you have, that sucks.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to tell him. Like, look, man,
Spell resistance,
all
that
of-
sucks.
all of that stuff just makes things complicated.
Have
for
you
why
ever
we're
played
actually
4th
playing.
edition? That's the worst. Have you ever played it?
We've all played it. We've played every edition of Dungeon. Well, Terrell and
Because
I
4th
played every
edition is just like you like have a piece of graph paper and you keep track of all the plus ones and minus ones you have from all the thousands of different abilities. It's horrible.
And they had to come up with something to try to steal back their thunder once Pathfinder started, and basically slit their throats.
That
But
was
again-
like trying to make D&D into a MOBA. 4th edition was.
It was. It really was. But or a miniatures game or a video game, but like, which I guess a MOBA is a video game. But like my big problem with Pathfinder too is that it feels very like the turns tend to take too long. They tend to eat up, in my opinion, a lot of time.
Lana.
There's a lot of rule stuff in there.
Lana.
Hey Voodoo. Thanks for the raid, my friend, as always.
Danger zone.
Although I'm gonna be really honest, I'm gonna have to shank you if you start your stream 2 minutes after I start my stream. I tell you, I'm just gonna go to your stream. I'm just gonna shank you. No, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. Real quick, while there's still people here from Voodoo's channel, don't forget you can watch multiple streams at the same time with multitwitch.tv. Okay, never mind. It's fine. I forgive you. Anyway, welcome everybody. We're having a discussion right now about pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons and how important like ease of play is versus like character customizations and stuff like that. I'm trying to get other people's thoughts and opinions on some of these things. So
I think the biggest factor of why 5th edition is so popular, because it is the exposure. Like I said,
It
I
certainly
would have never
doesn't
played
hurt.
D&D if I had not seen people playing it. And there are so many like Acquisitions Incorporated or those people, I forget their names, but those people that play on Twitch
you're talking
that are
about
like
Critical
hyper
Role.
popular. Yeah, Critical Role. Shows like that expose people to like how fun it is to roleplay.
The Adventurers League and the stores.
Yeah. Yep, all that stuff.
So to counter that kind of stuff, though, I will say that some of those things were some of the 5th edition popularity was before that. It certainly does help. Like that's a big boon. But
Well, like Acquisitions Incorporated started in 4th edition, so
yeah,
I don't know how.
You've also
true
got
that
the
is.
brand. I mean,
they do have the brand, but like Pathfinder, they were the ones that were like they had their Pathfinder Society established and in place long before the in-game stuff for the other 5th edition's open world stuff. I can't even think what it's called right now. But like, it's still it's just so popular, and yeah, eyeballs certainly make a huge difference. And I'm not going to say it's not. And it has everything to do with the times that we're in. But my point is, and it was for for V-Love and everything that I was trying to make, is that second edition and the complexity of the rules for second edition, as much as I loved it and still love it, it is not friendly for expanding the game and the player base. Which is why when they started simplifying things in 3rd and 3.5 and 4th edition, although 4th edition was not very popular, in 5th edition, the game was able to expand and grow in a way that 2nd edition probably would not be able to go forward on. So had they not come out with these new additions, I don't think the game would be in the place where it is today. Does anybody feel differently? Does anyone feel like if they just kept playing or just kept putting out stuff for 2nd edition, we'd be in the same place?
Well, 3rd edition was amazing.
I think it's more like 60% the exposure and the times we live in, the ease of access, play through the internet and that stuff, and 40% the rule set.
I don't know. That
It could have been Pathfinder all the way. It almost was. 4th edition was shaking hard for a while. Like you go, like, you remember Gen Con, like the Paizo stuff was like bigger than the Wizard stuff.
Well, that's just it. It almost was, and that's what I'm saying. When they came out with 5th edition, it got saved. It really did. Like, we played a little bit of 4th edition. I don't know, I maybe played 15 or 20 games, somewhere in that ballpark, and then I just stopped. It was not good. You know, once our group kind of figured out that, oh, this is a miniatures game that really involved optimizing these kind of things. And there's always that bin, which I think I'll have to add to my
yes.
group. But there's always a bin there that is like min-maxing things. Like, it turns out if you use a tiny Khopesh and you take this feat that says when you re-roll criticals, you get a roll again. And then, because criticals have this threat range, and the tiny ones only have a 1 or 2, and then you take this other feat that says whenever you roll a 1, you get a re-roll again, which means once you start going off, you just crit something to death every time. And then at this level, level 4, you can take this feat that says whenever a monster dies, you can take a 5-foot step this direction or spin your speed, and then the next thing you know, you just like kill every monster in the dungeon. It's like, yeah. And I can appreciate those kind of things, but at the same time, I'm not going to let you play your paladin or your cleric that does nothing but cast Power Word Kill 97 times a day.
But it does the rules, you guys.
Why? I think as a DM, you could be strong enough to get around that and just put him in situations where that doesn't help at all.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point isn't that it becomes an unfun aspect of the character. And it impacts the story in a very meaningful and difficult way. Like,
what's this? The mailman? Die!
Correct. Well, so let's flip things around. I'm currently in Pathfinder 2 playing a bard. The bards in Pathfinder 2 have access to PK. And also a thing of a bard is you get to raise the level of the spell, like one spell every level for free. It's called a signature. Zakorian? Welcome.
Before he goes on, he's PK'd several things, including effectively boss monsters. Continue.
Yes, that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. It's a matter of like, kablank. That's all that character really does. To the point where there's an ability now even that says there's basically a skill-based PK. Right? I have abused it so much to the point where I've taken this power, and not only have I taken this power, because why not? It costs me nothing, and in the way the bards are written, you get to use your charisma for these kind of checks anyway. That another player has also taken the ability, and it has been nerfed by the DM to the point where the other player's like, man, I wish I didn't take this feat. Because I took it and all like I could just kill anything. I am essentially that character.
Not really, because once I read it, it had more than one save.
There's 2 saves, just like PK. PK is traditionally save, or die.
You could also just change the kind of monsters or give them better saves against that.
You could. You definitely could. And it would,
Or have them in an area where they're warded against it.
the thing with the feat is because it's not a spell, it's not something that you should be able to ward against. Because remember,
you could
we
be
were,
in a zone that you're warded against death.
then you can't defeat the guys at all?
Or warded against fear, because it's a fear-based attack.
Sure, we could say something along those lines, like or whatever, a bonus or whatnot. But the point is that it becomes unfun. Not only is it becoming unfun for the person doing it, which is why I did cast PKs, but I haven't cast PKs like I was before.
Or
the
like
joke
have you
suddenly-
fight things with like high spell resistance, or
Yeah, they don't have spell
like,
resistance in the edition.
or like constructs or something that's like immune to it.
Those
There's been some of that.
there's certain things, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you would, as a DM, you would still give you stuff that you could PK.
He's had plenty
like,
of things to PK.
but maybe not every
Waitresses.
monster. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You just like alter the stuff a little bit to make it to where it's not like, oh my god, this is the best thing that's ever happened since sliced bread.
Oh, it should be. It should be. But the point is that it changes the dynamic of the game and the story
Yes.
of the game where you have to compensate. And having those kind of abilities changes things. And even when it's really fun for a while, you know, like the first, I just started like, I'm like, alright guys, I've got one, like we were fighting a dragon. We were dead. We were literally dead. Everybody was dead.
You guys are fine.
We were fine. We were all dead. And I'm like, alright guys,
Everybody was up. You were
I
fine.
have literally one 4th level spell left. What the hell? Let's try it. This bling! Dragon rolls a 1. Oh, excellent. Party saved. Like, it literally was like that. I don't give a shit what Tobrel says. Everyone was fine my ass.
Except the fact that I was there and you guys were fine.
We were not fine. Everybody
You were
was
playing
dead.
Factorio like every other turn.
That doesn't make a difference.
You never know what's happening. on other
Literally
people's turns.
used by every single spell. The healer was down. The healer was out of magic. PK'd the
were
dragon.
fine.
And then all of a sudden it became, oh my god, Sam's gonna PK every monster in the game now. Which I tried really, really hard. I'm not gonna lie. It
Some
was
monsters don't have brains, or they're high-level scions and they're warded against mental
high-level
nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. Or like I said, they're have a resistance to fear for some reason.
That would have made a whole lot more sense than me intimidating a guy through a wall of force that could see, talk to, and communicate with everybody. Suddenly being immune
That guy
to
was a
fear.
scion. You just Terravine go up, your mind shenanigans were not getting through.
Then that should have been the thing, as opposed to.
That was the thing.
Oh,
He has seen many battles and is very resilient to fear and
I
fear-based
figured
things.
you would have got that one after that. Magneto had his hat on.
That wasn't the point. That's not how it was described in game, which is fine. I had no problems. We were told shenanigans.
I
were going
literally
to
told
ensue.
you that he was a high-level psychic. You described it.
Yeah,
You might not have been there listening when I described it, but
I
it was
did.
described.
I did. But when you told me that it bounces off his mysterious wall of force, I'm like, ugh. Okay, bounced off his mysterious wall of force. Me screaming at somebody. Bounced off the mysterious wall of force.
Then you went back to playing Factorio, and it was described more what happened.
PK has nothing to do with you screaming.
It
Yelling is
wasn't-
not a component of that spell.
Homie, listen.
It is for him.
Listen to the words. This was an ability, a skill, not a spell, where you scare somebody to death. You're
That doesn't
yelling
mean
and
you
screaming.
scream at them.
Yes, yes. It's
No.
described as you're basically intimidating someone to die by screaming and boogada-boogadas. Literally, yes. I wasn't casting the PK on him. PK
You
is
should probably have a
different.
penalty anyhow, because you're like 3 feet tall.
See? You're correct. We'll change all that stuff. Doesn't matter. I'm like a master at charisma skills. Legendary grandmaster, whatever the hell it is now. Everything's gonna die. I'm gonna walk around, things are just gonna fall down dead.
Unfortunately,
because
all the
I'm so
moon
scared.
elves are going to be immune.
They don't feel fear. They don't have emotions. They're all Vulcans.
But going to the moon. Next adventure.
Oh, it's
Ooh,
gonna
it's
be
got a
great.
prowess rare.
But like, it's just
Nice.
it makes things. It turns things into a situation where your power doesn't work, which is inherently unfun for everybody. If your power just doesn't work for no reason, like this should work, you know.
Except there was a reason.
Sure. It was not described adequately to me at the time or since then.
Well, now it has been.
Okay,
It was then too.
if you say so.
To me,
Everybody
that's
else
like when
got it.
Salab was complaining about your eyeball or whatever that could like run around.
Again, I have no problems with people doing things.
I just
The
meant
team
like
is fine.
there's infinite ways that he could have dealt with it and not made it like as OP. It gets to be OP for like the first time you use it in the first area.
Yes,
and then
but
after that he
character-
can make adjustments.
But then that character becomes completely worthless because that's what he gets to do. Which is why, like, that character probably shouldn't be played. Which is why you have the ability to kind of veto things. Which is fine. That's why that kind of...
Again, a good DM doesn't make that ability worthless. You just make like certain areas impervious to that ability.
Which, for those areas, makes that ability worthless. And then if a character literally only has the ability to do that one thing, it's got a really great trick.
Yeah,
That's
but
all
whose
it can
fault
do.
is that? That's your fault as
It
the
doesn't
player
matter whose fault
for
it
making
is.
your character only do one thing.
It doesn't matter if it turns that, like, if one player suddenly doesn't have fun, regardless of whose decision.
It's
it
not.
was.
It's not. You don't have fun. It's like
No, you literally
you don't
have
get to
fun.
see 100% of the dungeon. You get to see 60% of the dungeon, 70% of the dungeon. Still enough to make your character effective and worth having along in the party.
No, it almost never
Yes.
turns out that way.
Yeah, but
How
he
many-
could
how
have
many
done it
years
that
of-
way.
How many years of DMing have you had, Beef? I'm curious.
About 3.
Okay, I've got like 25. I'm telling you
Doesn't
from
mean-
experience. I know what it's like when players, like when you make adjustments, and all of a sudden it changes the tone of the campaign in such a way where certain players stop having fun, and when player A stops having fun, it carries on. There's a nasty, nasty effect, and groups fall apart around that. And that's what I'm telling you. That is why, regardless of what we say, that is why those kind of characters don't get played. And there are tips that you can do to kind of work around it and minimize it and etc. But at any point that you're like, yeah, okay, well this is a dungeon full of mindless monsters, you can't powered kill them to death, then that guy stops having fun. It's a contagion. It's just, it's a.
But
it
that
becomes a
it's what I'm
poison.
saying. You're taking it to an extreme. It's not like that. It's like the one big bad you can't use your ability on.
Right,
Not
which is fine.
not like every monster. If you have 90% of the kills leading up to the big bad, and then suddenly you can't use your PK ability, I think that's probably fine. You're still having fun.
Sure, and you might be having fun, but then the other players start feeling left out for that 90% of the time. It works really awkwardly. The Inferno... Oh, I'm sorry. What's going on? Where am I getting the Cone of Cold from? I'm getting Cone of Cold from a Staff of the Magi? Is that what it's called? Staff of Arcane Power. Staff of Arcane Power from, the Demon Queen raid. I'm sorry. Thank you for answering the questions, Tobrel. Keep an eye on the chat. I appreciate
It's
it.
okay. I was paying attention to something.
Well, I was trying to pay attention to not die and have a conversation.
I wasn't playing Factorio.
Oh man, if I could play Factorio and Dungeons and Dragons at the same time and DDO at the same time, you would never know what's going on.
Oh, I would know because you wouldn't know what the hell's going on. as usual. Also, I disagree. I think my turns took longer. They definitely took longer because I was reading a bunch of spells and
There's
stuff.
a lot of that kind of stuff involved.
But a lot of the people's turns, same as like 5th. For a lot of what the players were doing.
I don't know. For me, it certainly didn't feel that way, which is fine.
Are you talking about in combat or out of combat turns?
In combat.
in
I
combat.
feel
We've
like-
also had some more people too. Than
I was
we
gonna
had.
say, I feel like a lot of that is player preparation. There are a lot of people that don't decide or think about what they're gonna do until it's there, which
Yeah,
can
and
slow
plus
it
it's
down
higher
a
level.
lot.
But that's not our group. Our group is usually pretty quick by comparison.
When you're higher level, it can draw a little bit too because you have more things you can do.
Yeah.
That is true.
So that's a thing as well.
And again, we were also, I think, like doing a new edition certainly added extra time. Trying to like do things.
New edition.
All
that
those
had a
things
pinch.
definitely. All those things definitely added up to more time, which was good because I wanted to experiment with it like everybody else did. We all agreed that we wanted to give Pathfinder 2 a try. And I'm like, if we don't play it anymore, I'd be fine. I don't think necessarily I thought it was great. You know, I felt like I felt like we ended up doing with an awful lot of work throughs for certain things, which was fine. There were other decisions that could have been made at different points, like at character creation, that could have fixed some of the things that I had problems with personally. You know, like I could have taken a different muse, which would have
Like reading your class.
I read my class. I took the shit that I always like to do. I took the skill-based guide. But the thing is, the skill-based guide has to spend an action every turn maintaining a bard song. Which means that if you only get 2 other actions, and all of the spells, or everything, takes 2 actions, that means that you have to give up essentially part of your turn to maintain a bard song, which is the one thing your group wants out of a bard. Which was fine. I admit that if I would have gone a little bit further down, because I fully admit I read through all of the muses at level 1, and I read all the level 1 muse feats, and I went, okay, well I definitely want to be this guy because this is the kind of fun I have. And then as we started to getting levels, and we like level 6, I'm like, God, it really sucks that I'm spending every single, every round I have to use an action.
Meanwhile, the rest of the party read their whole class.
Sure. That was great. I'm glad for them. But I didn't plan my character from level 1 to level 18. I enjoyed the experience from the beginning to the end, which is when we had a conversation about it, and I said, hey man, this is the thing that I don't like, and we worked together as DM and player to come up with a solution.
And you could have, and still can, completely change your stuff.
No, I think we were in a good spot.
The option is out there.
Yeah, which is it's never been the problem, and I don't want you to, like, get defensive about it or whatever. I'm just saying,
I'm not defensive.
these are problems that I felt about
That
the game.
there
in
were ways
general.
to deal with it.
And it's like, I don't know, I would not spend money on it. If somebody else wants to DM it, I will do my best to play and carry on, but it would not be a thing that I would invest in. Which, that to me is the reason why we tried it, was to find out if we liked it enough to, like, transition to that full time.
Yeah, it seems unlikely. We're probably gonna end up going back to 5th. And I kind of liked. I played the original Pathfinder, and it. You probably would have liked that one better, since
I
it was
do.
basically
I
just
literally have the
3-5.
book right there. I know you missed this part of the conversation, but I literally said I don't have enough experience to make this judgment call, but I'm pretty sure that the best edition of of Dungeons and Dragons is probably Pathfinder 1. Like, I don't have quite enough experience to be able to, like, definitively say that, but I feel like that's probably true. You probably
Yeah.
have more Pathfinder 1 experience than I do.
Oh, some.
Right? 'Cause
Played for a few
I was
years.
gonna say, you played for a couple of years, and you were going to the Pathfinder Society stuff, right?
We did Society characters, but the group I was with kept like dying in the first module like all the time, no matter what. So
okay.
I never got past level 1 because my team was terrible.
Okay.
Now, yes, as usual, like, oh, your team can't be that bad.
Oh, team.
Oh, we had every fucking Leroy Jenkins on the planet.
Yeah,
Me and 5 Leroy Jenkins, like, it just sometimes, like, 90% of the time, yeah, it's me. This time, it wasn't me.
So let me ask you guys a couple of the same questions that I was trying to ask V-Love, and then I went over and asked Dustin and the rest of the guys that were in the
Not like
defense,
Dustin knows anything.
in the defense voice there. So like, you know, I wanted to know everybody's edition, right? Like what you started on, and which, you know, I know Terrell's answer second.
I started first edition in the 60s.
Yeah, that's incorrect, sir. You're old. You're not that old.
Ooh, I'm 14 years old. Of course I had the red book.
3.5.
Yeah. Okay. And then I asked like, which system do you prefer? Like,
I have very little experience with 5. Just that stuff we did with Talab.
yeah.
But my favorite role playing is probably Warhammer Fantasy.
See, that's a rule set that I personally have never played.
I think that I enjoyed it so much because my DM was very good.
That a really good DM really brings a lot to the table. You know, Tobrel gets a lot of shit from me, nitpicking here and there, but he does have a lot of skill, and he keeps
This particular guy won awards several times at Gen Cons for the games that he ran in Warhammer Fantasy.
That would be awesome.
I'd like to do that sometime. Is like run a game. That would be like the only thing I would go back to Gen Con for, like in the next.
Well, not this year, my guy.
10
They
years.
canceled it.
I mean, not this year, obviously, but like and not for a while because it's been like a bajillion Gen Cons. I just don't want to go. But if I did, it would be to run a game of some sort, or give a talk or something.
But everything in that game is percentile based, D100 or 2D10, whatever. So it's like as pedantic as 2 or whatever.
Yeah. But
I don't necessarily have a favorite. Like the game's the same, it just got a little bit different trappings to it.
I really do feel like it's easy to find your quote-unquote favorite, I think, in a lot of those things. Alright, so how important is like character generation versus time in combat? What's the most important, or what is more important?
For me, I care less about playing the game and more about building the character and like reading through all the fiddly shit and then maxing it.
Okay.
I can fiddle fuck around with simple or complex systems for forever.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I like leveling up, I like building and theorizing about the character, and care the least about role-playing and then less about combat.
See, and I'm gonna say it like this, but Tobrel's gonna call bullshit on me. But previously, in previous things, I'm a tactical / combat oriented person first, and then character generation and stuff second. And I've never been a huge role player. Even now, when I have
His
moods.
entire life is shenanigans.
Yeah, I like doing the strange, weird thing, like out of the box kind of weirdness. I also like playing like the highly skilled guy. I end up often.
You play the same character every campaign. You say the same wizard or whatever's like it, and your character's always crazy and on the verge of being the villain.
So
for like the last
had,
like 10 years.
I'll give you
The character
5
was
years.
like that in Talab's game too.
It was. Well, it's very much my default style now. Like that's the kind of characters that I enjoy. But before that,
Bond villains.
yeah, there you go. That's perfect. But before that, I spent a lot of time playing. Like one of my favorite characters was Krunk. Krunk was not like that. He was weird and out of the box. And now, granted, I specifically built that guy to fuck with Mr. I know everything about Dungeons and Dragons.
Wendell.
And then before there, Velocity I played her for a long time. She was great.
You played Xena. You made Xena. We had to point it out to you. We had to even point out that you tried to call Ben Gabrielle.
Oh,
And you're like, I'm not playing Xena. Come here, Gabrielle.
The thing about Poor Velocity was she was violent good.
That was about when you shifted. Well, now that wasn't even when you shifted. Like, it was even earlier than that. The seeds were sown for you to be a villain from ages ago. You've just grown your villainhood further and further. With several of your characters, particularly in Zach's games, becoming NPCs because you roleplayed them evil. At least twice. In his Mutants and Masterminds campaigns. At least twice.
My Mutants and Masterminds campaign, the first one didn't get roleplayed evil or anything weird like that. He was a pure fighter. He was just a fighter. Boring fighter guy. Which is hard to do because I really dislike the combat in Mutants and Masterminds. It feels real bad to me.
I feel like I don't like roleplay as much because I have a hard time separating the things that I know as a player versus the things in my character.
Well, that makes it better.
Yeah.
Like, you know it's a bad idea, but what?
Yeah. Oh,
Well, it's like I'll be playing like the stupid hillbilly barbarian, and then I'm like, okay, guys, the trap works like this. This is how we solve this puzzle. Because like I figured it out of game and nobody else has. That kind of shit happens to me all the time.
Well, so to be really fair, I really feel like I end up taking a lot of that sort of role also, like, because some of those things are more important to other people in our group, right? Regardless of what they say, figuring out puzzles is something that Zach and LJ love to do more than anybody else. Dustin wants to min-max more than anybody else, although Witty does try occasionally. Well, maybe Ben. Dustin, Ben, and Witty, but nobody to the extent of Dustin and Ben. Those two are min-maxers. But, you know, I typically, unless for whatever reason I'm thrusted into the primary limelight, which is awkward for the current character I'm playing because he's the bard. You would think that he should be out in the front doing all the things. But right now there's a fight between who's the primary character in the story, whether it's LJ or whether it's Zach. But it's always one of those two fighting over who's the primary character in whatever game we're playing. And that's fine. Like, I have no problem I have fun playing the game. I don't have to be the guy in the front. Which, again, for me, being the bard makes things a little awkward. But there'll be situations where, like, things will start happening, or progress will grind to a halt, and it'll be like, alright, guys, it's not that hard, blah, 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 blah. You know? The only thing
the other guys are fine, they're having fun, he just wants to do something else.
Sometimes that's the case, but there's been several puzzles, particularly of late, that have been like that. And the ones that they figured out before I did was was it the guy pointing, spin the thing around?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they figured that one out before I did. But most of the time I just sit there quietly, let them figure it out, have a good time, and do stuff. I let them have the conversations because, again, the people who enjoy that kind of stuff are into that stuff. And I know that my physical shortcomings, I'm not going to remember 13 NPCs' names. Like, I'm just not.
One.
Huh?
Nothing? Keep
Or
going.
one. That's true. Even the first one I just throw out the window. I barely remember the actual people's, like, their characters' names. We have a Gavin.
Campaign's been running for about a year.
We have Gavin. That's Dustin's character. Orzi is John's character.
Mm-hmm.
Witty's playing the grandson of his other character. or her son or some shit. I think we just always talked to him about Whitty. I don't know if his character has a name.
Has a name.
I don't know what it is.
Rip.
Ben's playing a lady dwarf because Ben always plays a lady. I have no idea what the hell his character's name is.
That reminds me of Saucy the other day. She was like, "Why do you always play girl characters on DDL?" And I was like, "I don't know." Because it doesn't matter. It's not because of that. It's because I think the character models look better on those whatever races they were. It was like a female PDK.
PDK.
I mean, a pleasant character model is a thing.
I tried real hard and almost got the one I was messing with yesterday to not look like he got his ice cream stolen.
Did you succeed?
Almost.
What happened? I was catching up to the text chat again. I'm sorry.
Making a PDK that doesn't look like a Walmart greeter is challenging at best.
Oh, yeah. It's probably true.
No offense for all the Walmart greeters who are in the stream.
Who else is... Who do I not talked about? Oh, I have no idea what Zach's character's name is.
You can't even remember all the people in the campaign that you know with 20 years.
Well, I don't know who I already listed, is what I meant to say. I do know that Zach's character is the mayor of San Francisco.
Yes.
And is in a relationship
Why is that? Because
with
he thinks gay as the day is long?
I
That's
honestly
beside the
don't
fact.
know. I honestly don't know what the plot-related reason for that is. But I know.
That, I mean, like, that's usually what that euphemism means.
He
He also literally has the raiments of the former mayor of San Francisco.
Yeah, he's like got the armor and stuff
Okay.
of the San Francisco mayor. But he's Greek, so yeah, I guess he does kind of like butt stuff. But he's in a relationship with like a air elemental or fire elemental or something.
Air Elemental, good job. You did the thing. You remembered the thing.
Yeah, like I know, like the story means
Congratulations.
stuff to me, and I know things like Orzy, John's character has like 3 Iron Star badges. Like I pay attention to the story. I'm into the story. I know what's going on. Like I pay attention. It's just, I don't need to be the center of focus when it comes to that stuff, depending on my mood. I have moods where I want to be deeply involved in the roleplay stuff, and I am. I've got her name's like Sheba or some shit. I've got a half undead girlfriend. She's great. And I had to kill a kobold because she grabbed me in my naughty place. And after that moment, I became the quote-unquote PK guy. And then after that, I started
Because you PK'd a waitress?
Then after that, I started killing everything else. Don't bad touch me.
You PK'd something that didn't even have stats?
Don't bad touch me. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
You should know better. You should know better to lay your hands on a potential dangerous adventurer and surprise them. A random person, Tobrel. You're having a conversation with somebody,
Mhm.
like a checkout girl or something, and she's like has to come up onto your side of the counter to check out something on your cart. Then she stands up, smiles, and grabs your junk.
Obviously, I shoot her in the face, because, I mean, that's what you do.
See? Thank you very
That's
much.
the appropriate level of
Thank you very
response.
That's exactly what I'm saying. 100% of the time.
I don't know if you can hear the eyes rolling.
I agree with you. You should shoot her in her stupid face.
And this is the Samus character.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, memory flight costs 2. Damn you. Damn you, 2 action point costs. Oh, guess I need to start getting used to this being in the 4 slot instead of the 5 slot.
I don't like Avenging Cleave. I don't think it's very good.
It's okay.
I like it.
I don't know if it's definitely not as good as like Holy Retribution, but it's probably like at least a 6 out of 10. It might be better than that. I don't know.
It's meh.
when I need to hit a bunch of bad guys in front of me, I hit it.
I'd rather have more defenses from the other tree. Than Sacred Defender.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know. I like having the cleaves. The more cleaves, the better.
I don't think you need them when you have like 200% strike through. The cleave is not very.
Yeah, I
helpful.
don't have 200% strike through yet. So the mayor, the badge man, the scary sheriff, and who else? Well, we have the human that wants to be a dwarf, but he like is in and out of the campaign. We have Grandpa the monk. We have the stand-up comedian bard. Am I missing anybody? I think that's it.
Your fucking army of NPCs, because fuck me, but we're gonna have the fucking spirit of friendship this whole campaign.
Oh, so good. So like the first 80% of the adventure, we just like made friends with all the monsters instead of trying to kill them. So they just sit in the bar and don't literally do anything. Except for one adventure where like people had to protect a ritual and we had to stand outside and protect the outside from getting attacked, and they guarded the inside, but the rest, which we never interacted with in any way. So literally they've, from a practical point of view, have never done anything. Like they don't even get in trouble. Like you can't even use one as a princess in the castle to go rescue. They've never done anything.
That's partly because of laziness.
Oh man. But no, the campaign has been a lot of fun. Like, you've done a really good job, regardless how much shit I might give you for the occasional feel bads. For individual occasional feel bads, not general feel bads. Generally, the campaign is very, very
Been
good.
real good. The Crystal Castle and the Sky adventure was the bomb. That one was good. Even like as written was good.
Yeah, I feel like you've done a really good job DMing. I've had a great deal of fun in the campaign.
We vaguely did that one as written.
No, we didn't. It may have been, like, the monsters and shit may have been written, but the whole plot did not go across the way it was anywhere.
Oh, 1000% that did not go as intended. And that's where a lot of people have trouble writing stuff, is they have this idea of the story they want to tell. What they don't realize is you fucking psychopaths are going to take any of all that shit and throw it in the trash can.
So we actually had Ritz was in the stream earlier today, and he's about to have his first DMing experience.
Oh, he's about to get wrecked.
He's been playing D&D for like a couple of years, I think he said, and he's about to take on the D&D mantle for the first time this weekend. And I'm like, oh yeah, how you feel about it or whatever. He's like, I don't feel prepared. So I gave him the same
So
advice
you're ready.
I give every DM, every single DM. Don't worry about that. Your job is to set pieces on the board and then listen to the players. The players are going to tell you where the story needs to go. And that is your job, is to figure out what they want and engage in fun. It doesn't mean they want to necessarily like Monty Python or Monty
Hall.
Thank you, Monty Hall. Jesus, brain.
You guys' campaign is Monty Python.
See, I was right. But yeah, they don't necessarily just want to like walk through the adventure. They want to be challenged. They want to be stuff like that. But they'll tell you what kind of stuff that's, you know, they'll say stuff like, oh god, so-and-so's going to turn on us and do blah blah blah. And that may not be in your adventure. You know what? It is now. But it may not be today. It may be in, 3 months from now or whatever. You might hear some comment like, man, I wish there was more dragons to encounter. They'll tell you their stuff. They'll tell you what they want. And that's your job, is to just listen to them, put those pieces on the table, try to give them a reasonable challenge, and occasionally that challenge may be too great, and that's okay. But you don't have to You're just there to have a fun and entertaining story. And when he's like, oh man, I'll try to keep that in mind, you don't have to be a rules master. You don't have to have everything figured out. Just, like, it's not your job to win or your job to lose. It's to tell a compelling story. So, am I incorrect, Tobrel, or is that not one of the better pieces of advice I think that you can
Let's see.
hand around to people, especially people who are worried about DMing, I think. Don't get stressed out. It's not going to be...
Your players are a clusterfuck, and nothing is gonna go as expected.
Yes. You're...
So I didn't have an expectation.
Was it Sun Tzu that said that your battle plan will go out the window in the first moment of conflict? It's the same thing with adventuring as a DM. Your plan will go out the window when meeting the enemy, aka your players. Elemenster to the depths of hell. I don't know. We've done some hell stuff. We've tried Paladin Hell a couple of times.
Be nice to finish that one.
You've rescued that guy before.
I haven't.
Really? I feel like you've...
No.
I feel like
We got through like that first third of it, and then people like moved away and stuff.
I feel like because we've done it like twice, right? At least.
Because that was... We have, and that was the time where I actually, like, the only time in my life where on a wizard, I correctly prepared every exact spell we needed. It didn't have a single spell left that was like, oh, this is stupid, or, oh man, I should have prepared this. I lucked out and like everything was correct.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have completed that adventure for a group before. I thought it was with you. Maybe
Possible.
It was not.
Nope. 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 And then my character did all that only to be at the very end blown up by a Baylor.
Oh yeah, you died.
Rip that character. Poor character.
Yeah, that's right.
That character single-handedly held the campaign together by taking every class.
Sounds like another character.
It was absurd before absurd was a story from Puffin Forest guy.
To be fair,
and then I was able to re-roll it into just a arcane trickster, and it worked like really times
that
better.
was way better. Crunk was that absurd before absurd and before everybody. But
that was just a barbarian wizard thing, is all that was.
I literally had every single class. The only thing that I ever had more than 2 levels in was Rage Mage, and that had 3. Everything else was... I literally had like 7 classes, guy. Because I couldn't make it work because the old... in 3rd or 3.5... I think it was 3rd. In 3rd edition... I still have the character sheet somewhere. In 3rd edition, there was like this... there's a rule in multi-classing where you take this huge XP penalty if your classes are more than a certain number apart based off of your character race, which I never liked. And that I couldn't take more levels in anything because of it. No, he was a mute monster of shenanigans. I hate Famine Reapers. No, never mind. I guess you just go attack.
Well, they don't like you. What do you think of that?
I guess.
Beefy got carried so far so fast I've missed an entire gear swap.
Oh, can you please stop what you're doing and cast this spell on me?
Oh, I got mail. Is it the Silverflame Club? Oh, damn. It's not.
Alright.
So there's some debate. Did you actually unload and sell your silver flame clouds, or you just like not answer them? Leave them to the mailman to deal with.
What?
Your silver flame clubs.
Oh, they're still in the mailbox. I will do something with them. I just haven't decided what. Oh, where is stupid? Oh my gosh, he's on timer again. No, I think this quest will be starting over again pretty soon. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I've had good experiences of every system. Whether it be the different Pathfinders, 2, 3, 3, 5, 4, 5, various World of Darkness. It's all been good. Hell, we even had a good time with the... How was that? I don't remember what system was 3, maybe? The Bears. Where we all played Bears.
That was 5th edition. Yeah, the bear campaign was great. That was a great DM.
He was fantastic.
Yeah, he is definitely in the top 5 DMs that I've ever had.
Obviously that campaign, or that adventure, the expectations were not high considering we all played literally bears.
Haven't I made
Not like druids, it's just a bear.
Like we were like awakened bears basically.
Correct.
And we had classes and we did not have like super overpowered like bear stats or whatever. But we were more like Yogi bears.
It was like we were all reskinned to be bears.
This guy fully intended shenanigans to take place.
And
Like 100%.
Like the plot was, it was kind of like the Mice of Nin kind of thing, except with bears. And like it was set in a modern world.
Why are you dead?
For the same reason I am everything I turn around in this stupid quest.
You're pulling
You got
Jerry.
murdered.
Pulling Jerry right now.
Oh,
Pretty,
sad.
kinda. I don't know, I just a couple of these Reaper. I got hit by this Reaper at the same time this exploding construct like decided to be.
Exploding
thing.
constructs. Yeah.
And like I lived through the first 2, but I didn't live through the 3rd one.
Or the 4th one.
That was the 3rd one. The first 2 didn't get me. Sharn stuff and cap. I will probably not cap off of the Sharn stuff, to be honest. I will probably end up doing some other stuff. I'm not banking levels, really. I did bank a little bit of experience for 16, but
I have a question that you might know, Tabrel. The
Mhm.
daggers from Baba and Strahd are designed to be used one of each. Can I use 2 of the same one and get the set bonus?
I do not know. Some you can. I don't know if you can on those ones.
Okay. Because one of them is better than the other, but besides that, I have infinite Strahd runes that I don't care about, and less Baba runes.
Ah, I don't know. I would have to ask somebody that that knew.
Fair enough. Maybe I'll ask Red if he's here next week. He plays a dagger character.
He probably knows. I never like looked at it real hard.
I have enough Strahd runes where I'm totally fine buying 2 raid daggers from Strahd and just using this one time and never again.
Okay.
But I don't have enough Baba runes to just do that, I don't think.
Gotcha.
well, sounds like
But-
it's experiment man to me.
But if you get the set bonus, it's like +2 W.
Pretty good. pretty good.
Come here. Let me get my act together on you.
Oh, but apparently I can't buy them from Strahd because I haven't done all the quests out here.
Oh, rip.
Move my balls around a little bit. Alright, there we go. Whew. It's very important to make sure that your balls are in the right spot. Alright. Yeah, no, I feel like sometimes the burst damage on this thing can, especially if there's like a double Reaper moment or something, the damage can kind of skyball really quickly on you.
Your damage or their damage?
Their damage.
Ah.
I've had a lot of situations where it's like, oops, you just took. I mean, granted, you live through a lot. It's the difference of playing a melee versus playing like a ranged or a caster.
Oh,
is
yeah.
what it is, and I'm still not used to.
It is an adjustment.
Yeah, I'm still not used to that, especially not at like the last couple of times I did a melee. It was all Reaper 1 and not Reaper 3. Which honestly, the build is performing pretty good for like the most part. The challenges are definitely more of a matter of like the self-healing aspects of being in the melee. Please stop casting spells on me. I'm so tired of my magic missiles.
That moment when you hit a clicky, but you replace an item, but you didn't place the original item on your bar, so you're struggling to find the original one in a fight.
You know, wizard hireling that spams spells. I just need my cleric hireling to cast the occasional heal spell without being forced to do so. That's what I need. And I'm actually really excited for the first time in a very long time to try to pick up the DMing mantle.
You haven't done it in a while.
I mean, I've done a couple of
Oh, that-
standalone sessions for people here. Like I did a game for Remy and his friends last year, and I did another one for some people a year ago. I've done a lot of stuff for the Pathfinder group, but I haven't like done anything. They've all been like one-off, one-night adventure type things. Kind of fun to, kind of excited to ride the shenanigan trains for a while.
Is it you for sure? Or we're doing something with Ben next. Not to this over to the stream.
I honestly don't know.
I know you.
I honest to God feel like
All I know is another month, not it.
I know that Ben has a bunch of ideas and he's put a lot of work into things and all that jazz, but he's got literally like 2 weeks until he's on fire, right? Isn't it 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like, oh, it's gonna be easy. I'm like, Ben, you have no idea what your life is gonna become. None of us do. But literally every single person that I've ever talked to has told me that residency sucks ass. And he's like, oh, but what are they, this or that? Or I don't know, Ben. In general, they've always said that it sucked ass, so I didn't like get into details. But I don't know if he'd be more disappointed that he has to like put things down in the middle, or if we talk to him and be like, hey man, why don't I do it, because you know you're gonna be like 2 weeks into this residency thing and maybe it'd be better off if you don't have to feel like you're compelled to do this. I don't know how he'll take things. I wanted to have a conversation with him about it, but we've just never synced up in our...
See him soon enough.
I hope so, but I still don't know if I'm gonna go or not yet. I would like to, but having to wait until Tanya gets off work before we can leave, and then also spending that kind of time in the car, because it's not like it's a situation where I can go to sleep or take some sleeping pills or anything, because so much of that drive is going to happen late. You know what I mean? She's not going to want to be alone driving through that kind of, you know, driving in unfamiliar territory like that. Doggar says I never met a resident I liked. That seems rough.
Zelith pulls a switch and nods toward the back of the building. You hear the scrape of stone on stone as the concealed back door slides open.
I didn't pick up a second level spell, did I? Just not. Fuck yes, I did. Alright, I need to remember that. Because I like that spell back. I think that was helping quite a bit.
I'm just gonna kind of say that you're gonna miss Confront in all its glory. It's a very brief period of being amazing.
Oh, is that the thing that they're changing that was used to be like powered by your turns or something?
Yes.
Yep.
It's still powered by your turns. It just doesn't have a cooldown right now. You could use it if you did like a quest at level 20.
Oh, he's close-ish. You may get there.
It's not like he doesn't have destinies unlocked. He can just swap to it. I feel like you should, just to feel the power of it, of like twisting in Confront and running in Fate and seeing how amazing that is.
But am I going to
one quest?
Am I? But this is my only thing about that kind of stuff.
You can get a token from it.
Oh, that's true. Would you? I'm trying to think of a
You like Lord of Dust or something, just like blaze it real fast.
That's fine. But is there a like? Would you rather experience something absolutely ridiculous and then know that you have been like you're missing something, or would you have never wanted to know what you were missing before?
I want to know.
Because
then it gives you a baseline to compare other things that you think have the potential to be broken. For example, I played 3 lives as the Busted Wolf build, so I know when a melee build is performing or overperforming or what have you, based on that.
Yeah, I mean that all makes a lot of sense. I don't know how I feel. I mean, likelihood that I will probably screw around for a little bit, but I don't know. We'll see. Depends on how I feel.
That wolf build, you could just tear through like R4, R5 quests with like a level 12 item, a level 12 weapon. You just attack so fast, it just didn't matter. If you had like a wounding puncturing dagger, just like no mob would ever have constitution. Or something that level drained, good luck. I don't think the game could make that woo-woo noise fast enough.
Alright. I'm right here. You see that I am wounded and held and otherwise being punished. Would you like to cast it? Oh, you did! You cast a spell on me. I'm so proud of you.
Look at her casting a spell. Look at you getting a heal.
That's another thing that does kind of bother me about Pathfinder. The spell allocation feels really odd to me. It's not like a complainy, keep me from playing it type thing. Which again, none of my complaints I think would prevent me from playing it totally. Like if
Bards not having heals is kind of weird since
Yeah.
they've had heals since third.
Yeah, Bards not having heals, Bards having
Shifted
PK
kind
seems really odd.
Bard's having what?
PK?
Just out of reach. Fallon must have spent his recent winnings digging
It's
himself
fine.
out of debt. Imagine.
It feels really odd.
Wizards have PK.
Yeah.
It's kind of more a throwback to like second, where they were the wizard list.
Yeah, sort of.
I don't see how you could get your Bard PK any better than a Wizard could get their PK.
They normalize things to where like everyone that's a caster is a 9th level caster.
Yeah. The way that we haven't played a bard or a wizard in Pathfinder 2, but a wizard. I've read through all the wizard and it seemed really shitty. Is where but before because everyone's like, oh, Sam's gonna be the wizard. I'm like, okay, if you guys, that's what you guys want. And I read through it, I'm like, this is really bad. Like, it feels bad.
I admittedly know nothing about Pathfinder. Literally nothing.
Yeah.
But it seems unlikely to me that...
The straight spellcasters felt like it didn't have as much attention as like the barbarian and thief and fighter and some of those got.
Yeah.
Like some of the classes definitely got more and more interesting things. For sure.
And then the thing
Subjective,
about,
of course.
the thing that makes the bard the really good caster is all the spells, pretty much all the spells, have a heightened type effect, right? Where you can use a higher spell level to cast them and they do different things. The thing about a bard is every single level you get to pick a signature spell, which is auto-heightened for free, that uses that regular spell slot.
That's pretty pimp.
So, like, I still cast PK, but I cast it at level, 9 now. Like, it's a 9th level spell for me now, for free. I still get to use my 4th level spell slot on it. And my spell DCs are just as... Well, I don't know if that's just as good. Because wizards might have an ability that lets them raise their DC some. I've not found... Like, I didn't find a feat to do it, because I have a thing that lets me do
remember
any
seeing
feat.
much like that, which seems kind of bad also.
It seems wrong, right? The
Yeah.
Wizards should be the best at doing that. Like, because that's their whole shtick.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it didn't... It just felt not right to me. You know? And I've played Wizards in literally every single edition of everything ever, basically. And it did not feel right. I remember looking through the characters, and I remember thinking that the Alchemist felt like the most powerful character or class in the Void. But LJ already kind of like called dibs and had a character concept all fleshed out and everything. So I was like, okay, well I'll do. And they all kept telling me that I was going to be the wizard. And then I guess
Because
I
that's
should
what
have
you
just
always do.
I don't always.
We weren't
do
saying
that.
you had to be. They're just presuming
No.
that you're going to do the same thing you always do.
But I don't. I am not. I do like having a spellcaster. I do like being a spellcaster. I don't always play the wizard. I do not.
Almost always.
I will say I tend to lean to, like, probably 60% of the time. Like, I will say most of the time. I just drank a thing. I just drank my freedom potion. My will saves are generally good enough to not get screwed, but apparently not in R3 Sharn right now.
I was gonna say your saves should be the best they've been in several lives.
Yeah. So, I mean, what's happening is I'm rolling ones on will saves. And it's just happened to hit me twice, basically, this quest. Which is fine, because, I mean, that's what the Harper pin's there for. Just slam my Harper pin. Did I not click? Oh, I didn't click one more thing. hate that part of the quest.
It's tough to beat pure pally saves.
Yeah.
The PDK pally saves are unreal.
Ridiculous.
I could get my dex higher too. I could get it +4 higher if I had a +8 dex augment. My reflex save. It's at a 111 outside of Reaper right now.
I mean, it seems fair. Seems
That's,
okay.
that's my low save.
Not bad.
But also, like, spells are divided up kind of interestingly. Like, they're not really divided up by class. They're divided up by, I don't know what
Arcane Divine.
No.
Primal and Occult.
Primal and Occult. There's another one.
Arcane Divine, Primal Occult.
Okay, there you go. So they're divvied up in like a like that, obviously, but the like PK is in the occult list and not the arcane list. So I don't even know if like a wizard could cast it. I'm assuming.
Oh,
that
maybe
wizards-
it's a warlock spell then.
Yeah. it would
It's
go-
a warlocky looking thing. Now, something that I do like about the system is that a lot of the classes can do variants where they have a different list. Like you can play
Yes.
a divine sorcerer.
Yes, which is great. I
cool.
really like that.
It's
Like-
kind of neat. Or you know.
They have like. Honestly, I feel like they needed another little bit more playtesting before they pushed it out, because the core of it is so good. However, I will also fully admit, and this could be it clearly is an error on my part, but on a lot of the spells, because, you know, the initial lists for my spells, they all took 2 actions. So I just started making the assumption that all spells took 2 actions, and I stopped checking. But it turns out some of the the non-bard song spells that I had took 2 actions. So I just started to assume that all kind of spells like that had 2 actions, but that is incorrect. Some of those do not, or more.
Get them all.
Or more. Well, none of mine have an or more.
Some of them stood out for sure.
Yeah, so like none of mine had if you use 3 actions, like most of those kind of things were actually for the divine spells that we've encountered so far. But I suspect there might be more of those in the wizard spell list.
It's like a channel casting, like if you use more, it does more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Which is really cool, and that could be where the strength of the arcane spells for the wizards might be.
Yeah. The cure spell for the divine list was rewritten to be like 1 action does like cure wounds, and it's like auto heighten, so you don't have like cure serious, cure moderate, whatever. You just cure and pick a spell slot, and that's how big it is.
Yeah.
And then 2 actions, was it 2 actions is like the ranged
Like a burst,
version?
right?
I think it's the ranged,
I thought it was
and
3
then I
actions.
think 3 action is the burst, or the other way around.
Yeah, I think the range was 3 actions. Like you laser beam somebody
That
was
could
3
be.
actions.
That could
And
be.
2 was a burst.
The point is, the same spell has different modes depending on how hard
Right.
you wave your hands
Which
around.
is really cool. And
Yeah.
we all like that idea of, you know, you have 3 actions and you can spend them to
Yeah,
do
that was the best executed
correct.
one of those spells.
That was and again, I think they just need a little bit more time fleshing out those kind of concepts in my mind. But they definitely wanted to print that book before Gen Con because they wanted to sell it at that Gen Con. God, I
Yeah.
forgot to prepare the other spell.
Yeah, makes sense.
But they were still collecting the Pathfinder playtest stuff, like, what was it? Like maybe 2 months before or 3 months before, and still like going through that data. Like there's no way that they had enough time to make real changes to that book based off of the feedback from everybody. So And I talked to a lot of the people that were heavy into the Pathfinder playtest stuff and asked them about 2 and that stuff. And some of them were saying, oh yeah, no, like, the final version of the book is, they passed out the first draft of it, and it's like 90% the same. I also feel like they, in their attempts to stay generalized, they also had a bad habit of being so vague that the wording was really poor, and you would end up having to like go and look on their wiki or something to get the correct answer for a lot of things.
I heard that about Pathfinder, at least the first edition. It was very confusing. You had a lot of like disputes or whatever were handled by GMs and on their wiki.
They tried to be like kind of like Magic the Gathering-y, like setting up like rules and things, like you gotta know like all the systematic rules to know how things go.
Which I think is great.
Kind of sorta.
Why? Alright. Let's fire off a G. Nope, never mind. I guess this door is possibly beyond us. Let's do this thing. Come on. Nope. Alright, that door is beyond our capabilities to find.
You stoop down to search the contents.
Let me tell you a thing or two about opening doors.
Yeah, do you scream at him?
With your face.
This time you see the pattern.
Well, that is how a half-orc opens doors, and it's beautiful. Possibly the most entertaining ability I've had, like, ever.
You'll be sad when you move on.
I'll be a little sad. I won't be sad by the terrible stats for the half-orc for what I'm doing, but...
Yeah, -2 charisma, -2 wisdom.
I think Int was? I don't
Maybe
know.
it is, I don't remember.
I don't
I know it's +2 strength at the cost of 4 stats, which is like atrocious. Compared to like Tiefling, which is like +2 stat with no downside.
Strike down the last of the attackers.
Yeah, it's got good stuff in the racial tree, for sure. Especially in a two-handed melee. A fighter,
Yeah,
or barb.
the tree kind of does help
Real
that,
good.
that race in particular.
If you're two-handed fighting, half-orc is pretty compelling.
Yeah, it is.
Also, if you're not afraid of having your hit points drop down below...
Those abilities are trap. Those are like the bad commons that they put in Magic sets for draft purposes as like skill tester.
You think? Because I guarantee that I've had some really good success with those in different times.
I think if you're relying on those
I
to
would
like
not say
be
that.
good, yeah, okay.
I'm saying that they have functionality to them that is not always
I
apparent
guess
at first.
I do not like building my character to have
Be
stuff
hurt.
that I can use like 10% of the time.
Yeah.
Like
Seems
go out of a
bad.
bang kind of thing, so like...
Yeah.
I know, I've used go out with a bang a lot over the years as well, though. Because I've had to.
It feels like you're planning for failure kind of abilities.
But you have to have a plan to fail.
Not only that, it's just that like you're spending points on a thing that you're going to use with so little frequency. You know what I mean? Like you could have that, or you could spend those points and get like +4 PRR. What's better? Probably the +4 PRR versus 30% extra damage when you're at 10% health.
Yeah, I wouldn't go quite so deep most of the time, but like especially this life, I feel like I end up dropping to 50% a lot. Like especially in the big
I mean,
reapers.
you're gonna have some of that like as an accident, but it's not.
Yeah,
It shouldn't
well,
be like the plan.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm
Benefit
not-
from it, sure, but it shouldn't be like, all right, I'm gonna go find some monsters, get wounded, make sure I don't get wounded more
Right.
for this small.
But then
+2.
yell at the cleric when they're like, "Oh, you're at half health," and they heal you.
Yeah, like that's
No, my
too
point
far.
is why
pendulum swing, really.
I'm busy soloing around here, and all of a sudden I drop to half, and I still have like a bunch of things and 2 Reapers to deal with. And I'm like, that would be really great if I was doing 5 more points of damage right now. For
It'd be different
nothing.
if those abilities also gave you like 30% hit point bonus.
Yeah, or like some sort of PRR when they
Much
also
bigger angriness to it.
some
Yeah,
sort of some
like
sort
if
of
it gave you a
like-
huge hit point
20%
pool,
damage.
something.
Or temporary hit points, or lots of con, or something.
I don't
something
know. I
better.
do agree that there should be like a static type ability on them
Something more gooder.
because it's something.
Yeah, if
that-
it was like, I don't know, static melee power, and it like increased in intervals like as you took damage.
Yeah.
That would be good.
So it was like if it was like you get 3 melee power, and at 70% health you get 6 melee
Yeah,
power.
'cause then you're
And at
always
50%
getting
health
something.
you get 9 melee. And
So it's
at
good even if
25%
it's-
health you get 12 melee power. Like as the first core, the first tier of that. And then they have like stacking tier, you know, maybe one that's slightly better in tier 3 or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just saying right here, like, it's very easy for me to go, oops, and take 500 points of damage in the first instant of combat, fall to half, and be like, man, I really need just like a little push to kill all this shit right now before I die.
Well, you got a little push.
Hey, every little push, I'll take it. You know what I mean?
And I'll pay for that every day. But I'll keep going. I'll move on to the next crime.
Yeah, I just meant like if it was like a dynamic enhancement instead of just like if you're at 50% health it does this. If it was like a sliding scale, like I said, it would be much
I don't
more
disagree that
typical.
it does. It certainly could use some tweaking. But I know that I have had like fighter or barbarian lives where that is come in handy to be able to have that kick in.
I can honestly say I've never slotted it, and it's for the reasons I stated. I don't want things that don't do anything.
Yeah, the stuff
unless I'm
higher
dead.
up, like doing Mortal Helpless, like that thing is pretty good.
Yes.
Best played lands is best laid plans is the annoying robot fight, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna turn that down
Yeah.
to 1 skull. I don't like this quest.
I usually notch that down a pinch too.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like it. I just don't want to deal with it. I want to get through it as quick as
If
possible.
you're an
It's kind of a
alchemist,
pain.
if you're an alchemist, and you just frog everything. It's just as easy as every other quest. You just frog everything.
I mean, Alchemist is pretty good. I mean, pretty good, I mean amazing. I feel like Alchemist definitely has a higher, a higher floor and a higher ceiling for skill.
Yes. If Paladin has a low floor and a high, like a high tier top.
Paladin has a low floor because you can equip a shield.
No, what I mean
think-
is that it's very good as long, like with some basic things in mind.
I don't think the ceiling on Paladin is as high as some of the other, as a lot of the
No.
classes. It's very easy compared to other things.
Yes,
Well,
but
that's
it
okay.
can be quite. I think it's got an awful lot of power if you know what you're doing.
Paladin.
I'm not saying it's as high as an alchemist.
No, I'm asking what you were talking about.
The Paladin. I think the alchemist is also very, very high. Like it might be the highest skill overall. Yeah, the charm music is absolutely atrocious for normalization.
City music, yeah. I would
The
agree.
music is great, but it's the normalization on it is just absolutely trash.
I'd say Alchemist is probably the highest, especially due to some of the finickiness of the stuff.
Yeah, it definitely takes the most skill. you
And
get-
the reactions
but
and
when
things, like to
when
really
you
get
are
the most out of
skilled,
all
it's,
this.
it's probably the biggest payoff. But Paladin, you get a certain percentage because you're a Paladin right now, and Paladin is just in such a good spot. But if you have a lot of skills in it, it definitely increases very much. Like I've noticed at certain points as I start to get used to the new powers or the new abilities on it, like I definitely noticed that my skill at certain points have increased on the Paladin, and it's a noticeable jump. just like learning the class now.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't
like,
quite just face roll the keyboard, but
but I mean, like for Holy Retribution, you have to like take some time to learn like what is and what is not affected by.
Correct.
Because if you go like, oh, a bunch of rats, and you go up in Holy Retribution and it doesn't do anything, and it's on cooldown when you fight the skeleton mobs next, you're gonna feel like an idiot.
Correct. Or like, for a lot of those kind of abilities, lining up your cleave correctly, or
yeah.
like splitting,
Which cleave is it?
splitting your
Animated
stun.
arm.
How wide is the cleave?
Animated arms, those are affected by Holy Retribution.
Why?
I don't know, but they are.
They're evil robots? I guess that's fair.
I don't know why.
Something like some of the plants get hit by it.
See,
Like
like,
the-
that would be a high skill thing that I'm talking about. Like, going, oh, I would not have thought that.
I just smash everything and hope for the best, and I've learned that. Oh, huh! It works on that. Cool.
Well, in,
I'll
like,
remember that.
in good intentions, the training dummies can get Holy Retributed, but none of the other constructs in there can. Why? I don't know. Why are they a different alignment? Who knows?
I'll take it.
But like, in Madstone, I had the easiest Madstone crater this go through that I think I've had in a long time. Why? Because I just happened to be, I like synced up with this. Like that was when I took the stunning blow. I was like, holy crap, stunning blow seems like
Oh, and strike
normally I
there with
wouldn't
it
take
now?
it.
Pretty good.
Normally it would not be something that would be on my radar, but I was like,
Yeah, it's good.
Back and forth, back and forth.
Oh, with Divine, or whatever it's called. The thing that gives you the extra tactics CCs.
Divine Mind, Strength
Divine Mind,
Base.
that's it.
He's got Past Life Fighters, so
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
it's
my DC is probably fucking insane. It says it's 43.
Divine Might?
No.
Stunning blow, I
My
think.
mic's not running because I'm smashing boxes.
So it's actually like
49.
50 something. Do you have points into the Reaper Tactics?
Yes. 2, I believe.
That's probably all you can use at this level.
Yeah, that's all you
I
can do
get
at this
a lot
level.
of value out of it. Even on like High Reapers, I still get value on soft targets.
Yeah. Like a little Drow Wizard or something.
Yeah, like it's not like obscene, you know, but I mean it's even like Trip. I get value out of that. Like you probably, charisma high enough, you probably get value out of that too, for targets that are soft on it.
I mean, because there's so many of those annoying caster and Ogre Magi guys, like lined it up, and with the, you know, I'm like what 160 or something on my strike through. It's not. Oh, this is the wrong button. It's not perfect yet or maxed out yet. Yeah, 130, not 160. 130.
Well, that's guaranteed 2 mobs per attack.
Right, right, which is 2 mobs. So like, there's so many times that I was able to line up both of those caster mobs in such a way that I could hit the stunning blow and lock them down so they couldn't teleport away, which is like a big part of proceeding quickly through Madstone Crater.
I wonder if a assassin rogue with a great weapon is a thing.
I suppose it could be.
Like int hit and damage Harper, and then you just take the great weapon feats and have a big stick and assassinate like 4 things at a time.
Like twist 2 things from Fury, so you have another 60 strike through.
Yeah, and then be a half orc.
And then you're basically like a helicopter rotor blades.
Or a doesn't Wood Elf also have a strike through line?
A lot of the races do. The PDK does. The half orc does. Human does.
Because half orc is not conducive to a rogue.
Maybe. Extra damage to helpless.
I just played it and I don't remember.
That's one of the things that they need to have is a strength-based rogue type tree. It's definitely a thing that is a classic Dungeons and Dragons and/or fantasy feel.
Oh,
that
yeah,
they
you
can
just-
take advantage of.
They have extra. They have like +3 damage with 2-handed weapon.
I think you just pick your stat you want for attack and damage at the beginning of your character. Instead of dancing around all these weird combinations.
Well, I think the weird combinations is definitely part of what makes it Dungeons and Dragons and not fucking mutes and masterminds or something else. I think that's part of the fun.
But yeah, PDK. You could even. Well, you want to do intelligence. PDK, intelligence-based rogue, assassin rogue, with a bunch of strike through. That could be hilarious, actually.
Short sword, that's a sword.
No, you don't want to use that.
Oh yeah, great sword, yep. Sorry, I was trying to be eaten by beholders.
You do a bastard sword, but it wouldn't be as good, I don't think.
Alright.
I could be a vanguard assassin.
Where's like the 18,000 spawns of these guys? Why are they not... Alright, I gotta
I
get
just
talk to
feel
this guy first.
a huge ass PDK sneaking around and assassinating himself with a sword of shadow is the best thing I've ever heard of.
Oh, that is just entertaining.
Oh no, I gotta figure out if I decide I like the in-game stuff. I need to figure out what I want to do with some other people, or what I want to do now that they killed.
If Samus was doing PDK lives, that would be my.
I might do some eventually. Vote.
It sounds so hilarious. Just this huge hulking figure in the shadows comes out with a sword and just pulls like 3 guys.
It's like, shh, you never like Andre the fucking giant.
Yeah, awesome.
You never saw me. Oh no, I didn't see you.
Again, that is a classic trope type thing. Usually their stealth is you never saw me. But they don't assassinate like that typically. It's usually, you know. It's just I feel like they don't have any of that in this game. Of that particular combination, which I could probably do with. Oh wow, those are good crits. Oh, I do have that more damage to helpless stuff in Paladin though. I think it's in Paladin.
It seems Victor forgot about the dimensional anchor he put in place.
And we're not on Reaper 3 anymore. Those were good crits. What were they called in the Feist books, bro? Do you remember too much about the like variations of the Brotherhood of the Hand stuff?
It's been a while.
It wasn't the Bruisers, right?
Oh, fuck.
Could it have been the Bruisers?
Over.
I don't remember.
Been a while.
The Enforcers or whatever. What's up, Mr. Man? It's only 2:30.
It's not 2:30 yet. It's 12:30.
Okay, it's only 12:30.
The stream will probably start a little later than usual with me, because Zach needs to head to Bethany, and he's got no one else to take him.
That's fine. Your mom and I were talking about bringing the refrigerator home.
Yeah, I need to talk to him about that too, which coincidentally I'm meeting him tomorrow, so...
I was hoping for a slight more gap in there to say premature ejaculation.
I guess it's an opportunity that you could bring it home tomorrow, probably.
Your mom and I were talking about
hopefully we'll
making it an option.
Okay, well, if I have to, we can do it in the evening instead of during the morning or something else.
We're leaving at 10:15, so like we do that. Zach drops off his textbooks. We maybe grab the fridge, and then we'll be back probably like just start half an hour late or something.
Okay, we'll see.
Yep.
All right, Toodles, have fun. Good night.
You're still playing Monster Rancher?
Yeah. We finally got our first monster to class S, so I'd imagine we probably have another, probably at least one more, if not two more streams before we finish the story. And then I honestly don't know what we're gonna do after that. Let's see. $50. The problem is that convincing me to do an iconic would be probably really hard right now. But I don't mind the idea of doing some sort of like great sword wielding.
If you do that, man, PDK, whatever, is amazing.
I think that the PDK thing, tactics thing, adds to the assassinate PC.
It's not a tactic.
Right. But it would be really hilarious.
Alright, time to find some evil things.
I guess you can make like a naked iconic. And
You can assassinate anything. Robots, undead. As long as it's not death warded, you can assassinate it.
Yeah, they changed that. Okay. I hate this fight. This whole series of fights right here unnecessarily pain in the ass. Boxes all over. Again, the idea of just of picking up some of those, like, this class is really this things, if they ever go on sale, I might have to do that. Or this life is really this.
Work with iconics.
No, that's not necessarily what I.
The memories of whatever.
Yeah, like I don't necessarily need that kind of stuff. Although I'm surprised they don't have it this iconic as this iconic instead. Seems kind of a missed opportunity for not that much more additional work. Because Shatterkai
Definitely
is just
use up the
atrocious.
Shatterkai sucks so much.
What was that?
I said I would definitely use those on Shatterkai because they blow chunks.
Yeah, well, that's what I was literally just saying also. Was like Shatterkai are just so ugly.
Not only are they hideous to look at, they have no good enhancements, and they make you start as a rogue, which, like, you're gonna have to +1 heart out of for most builds you want to play.
You think?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
I enjoyed my Shatterkai lives.
They're terrible.
I don't want to, like, I didn't take anything in their tree, but I enjoyed them. I don't want to be a Shatterkai for any reason.
I feel like
we didn't get the enhancement tree good. Like, maybe if the chain was like.
Yeah, there's nothing really compelling in there.
It was like
when
+10 weapon attack or something.
Yeah, like when even Strim Tom says something sucks, like, you know, it's bad.
I don't know, I feel like
With
that,
like +50 melee power, +10 weapon attack, and you stand still and do that. It might
Like
be
everything just like falls over.
If you
Or
if
maybe
you
you go, like
do
a really
box,
quick whip.
I don't understand.
Or
the
whip
box
attack
for
that
what.
trip shit with like a bonus.
Or like you latch onto the ceiling and fly around like a leap.
Ooh, I like that too.
And it plays the Indiana Jones theme song because fuck it, no one's gonna know it's DDO.
I understand what you mean by a box, but I don't understand why you would want to. Like, what do I need a box for? I'm dead, right? I guess we'll find
This
out.
means that $50 to buy a box. If you paid $50 to do that.
Well, no, but I guess so. The reason why I like the bad builds are $50 is because that's the magic number. And the reason why if it is race dependent, it's a little bit more. It would be that it would be necessary to spend that $10 or whatever it is to make the life count for something useful. If people want to do if people vote for an assassin SOS build, I have no problem trying to make one of those work.
It would be fine in other raids. You just wouldn't get as much strike
Right,
through.
exactly. So, I said it doesn't seem to like I don't understand what a box would do for me though, except jump it to level to closer to 20, which would make me want to get out of it again.
It as an epic box. You used to play at 30 with raids with us.
You know, I would play at 30 for a little while for sure on Samus if someone's like, here's an epic box. Get to level 30 and stop crying about it for a while.
This thing is, the epic box is only going to get you to like 25.
Yeah, but 25, like, how much more work is it to go from 25 to 30, though? It can't be that much harder. You guys do it.
Way more work than it to go from 20 to 25.
You guys seem to, like,
It is right.
blink your
We did.
eyes. So.
I mean, I was 22 when I logged in today. I'm about to be 28.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'll let people be crazy soon, I guess. I also technically do have 2 PDK lives I could do, but...
There you go. That should be one of your PDK lives. Whenever that happens.
Oh my god, I did it again.
Like your spell?
Yes. I'm gonna drag it off of my bar in hopes that I go, oh yeah, I need to remember to do that.
Go to a shrine.
I already shrined. I literally just shrined down there, and that's why I'm mad, because I jumped off and I started casting spells. What? Ah, you're gonna make me open all of the stupid doors, aren't you? Dungeons & Dragons, with all due love and respect, you fucking suck. Alright.
Like dirt mechanics, Samus. You can't go too fast. There's literally like 2 quests in that first part of the shrine. It's like, kill every monster, and that's the fucking requirement of the quest.
It's like, literally there are 3 monsters in this room. Like, why did, and I get it, if I needed the other box for the optional, it would have been fine. Like, but I literally did not thought that this staircase was a little easy. But there was no reason that I had to... It was like no good reason to force me to do that, except for the fact that they felt like it was necessary.
That quest and the just business, the mechanic of the quest is kill every monster.
I don't understand that mindset. And I realize it's a shortcoming on my end. For sure. I need to remember to cast. Did I die? I feel like I died. Maybe I didn't die. I'm also very tempted to slot some anti-spell failure shit in my paladin armor, just so my scrolls don't have a fail chance.
Yeah, I did that. Yeah, your like GH scroll and your fire shield
Yeah,
and whatnot.
I was trying to search out that secret door and I only had 1 GH scroll left on me and I failed because I rolled exactly a 35.
I've not been getting spell failure for scrolls. I'm not in Fate Singer, and I don't know why I'm not getting spell failure.
Yeah, you should be. I do.
In Fate Singer, you should not.
I'm not in Fate Singer right now.
I'm not in Fate Singer, and I do not
What
get
are
the
you in,
rolls.
Cabrel?
Crusader.
The Iconics give that? Because I have like no Iconic pass lives. Only PDK and Blade Forged.
I don't think so.
All right, let's do some stuff.
That Iconic Gnome, what does it give you?
I think MRR.
Yeah, I think that's right too. Could be epic then, and check the mail. Oh god, are you sending me something to like try to bribe me right now?
I hope it's a Silver Flame Club.
If Thoughtgar went and found up a Silver Flame Club and mailed it to me in game, I'll have to take it out of the bank.
I told Distributed that we had to do a few runs to get more of them.
Oh my god.
But he wouldn't down. He's a little bitch like that.
You mean his time is worth more than a 15-second lull?
Apparently. Bitch. I say that he practically like leveled us halfway up today.
Yep. He was a sport about it. Did all those slayers
Check
and
the
everything too.
unconfirmed. No letter, my man.
I have one. Maybe he mailed it to me.
I don't know what terrible bribe you're trying to send me. He's like, here's an epic auto box. Play a fucking PDK assassin. I'm gonna just cry.
The box is to escape it.
Yeah.
In case it's so terrible it doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't know, my guy. SAMIUS.
Joke's on you. It was a dupe.ls box. Your account gets banned.
Oh, rip. That's gotta be coming real soon.
Oh god, he mailed it to SAMUIS.
Is that a character that you own?
I don't think so.
That already had her.
Is that an actual character on our server?
I don't know. What's the friend text command? Oh, never mind. I can just go through this, right? Friend. Apparently. He's level 4, not in a guild.
Who is?
SAMUIS. I don't know if you can PM a DM. Yeah, because they're DMs here, right? GM? No, GMs. No, they're DMs. I don't know if you can PM a DM. But otherwise, you just sent this human cleric whatever you sent him.
Like some random dude sends you a box? Like, that'd be okay. Right?
That would suck ass.
Cheers.
To be the... Oh my god.
You're like some guy that like doesn't play a whole lot, and all of a sudden you.
If that's somebody that doesn't play, if they don't check their mail within a certain amount of time, it gets returned to you.
Yeah, it would come back after, is it a week now?
I don't remember. That's why I said certain amount of
I
time.
think it's more than a week. I think it's 2, because it's 5 days after you click on it. Yeah, I don't know.
It's like one of those guys that has like 70 alts because instead of changing their enhancements, they just make like 5 different versions of the same character.
So, Samus, you'll be happy to know that I'm planning on building a Drow character for this Reaper Static group.
Oh yeah? You're getting in a Reaper Static group?
Yeah, my guild does one. I wasn't in it before because of my schedule. I was working at the time that they played.
Oh yeah,
with my
it's probably
job change, I do not have
an
to do that
evening
anymore.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. What are you playing? What's your plan? Paint us a word picture.
I am going to be doing a bard, mostly inquisitive, and then also heavy in the spellslinger tree. So 2 arty, 2 rogue for evasion, and 16 bard. Maybe 3 rogue, 15 bard. I haven't decided yet, but that'll be level 20. The group did not have anybody to do traps yet, so I volunteered to do that. And we have like 4 casters. So I thought the Spellsinger would be a welcomed addition.
Oh yeah, for sure. first lives, I presume. And
No, they're all like third or third plus.
no, I meant for you. Your first life.
Nope, it'll be a 5th life for this character.
Oh, okay. That's,
And it has plus 6 tomes already.
all right, that's interesting. I know I like different rules like that type situation.
This the only rule is we do everything on like Reaper 5 or higher. Starting, we're gonna get to level 2 and then we're gonna start with Borderlands quests.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna TR Botox into that build. Just still fits. The only rule with that character is it has to use a bow. A crossbow counts as a bow, right?
There's bow in the name.
You know what? If you want it to work, then I agree that it works.
Bow knows bows.
That's right. Man, you just aged yourself.
Bo Jackson.
Man, I feel like the storyline based skill checks have just been on point for me today. I've rolled every one of them today has been a 20.
Yeah, your Crucible went well. You were like, oh, just 20.
Yeah. Oh, you'll just this check's easy if you roll a 20 every time.
Really?
But I looked through the races, and I thought that either I want to do int based to hit damage with Inquisitive stuff, and then it also gives charisma for the Spellsinger part of it. So I thought it would be good. The other option was human or tiefling. I don't really need the extra skill points on an int based bard/rogue from human.
No,
and I don't really need
probably
the feat
not.
either. And tiefling, it's going to be enhancement tight anyway, so like I'm not going to be using any of the tiefling enhancements, except maybe cores. So just having plus to charisma seemed bad, or not as good.
Yeah, well, I hope you get that back in a timely manner. Whatever you sent your. That's got to be a thing that's happened, though, right? Like, somebody accidentally mails the wrong person something.
Oh, yeah.
That probably happened the first day the game was live.
I mailed, so before we had shared banks, I mailed a Bloodstone back and forth between characters
I
and messed it up
remember,
one
and I
time.
remember you, like,
I
fucked up or
was
something.
crying.
Yeah, I remember that.
You
Oh,
mailed it
I
to
was
like,
like,
you spelled your
"Oh."
own name wrong.
Yep.
That's brutal.
Not that I've ever done that before or since. There's no
That's how
precedent
Truck
at all.
Grill
for
was
this.
born.
Yeah, it was.
Wasn't it like your might heal or something? Like it was something that you had for
I don't know.
War Machine, something that you
I
needed
don't-
a
I
slightly
don't know.
weird misspelling for. And somebody else like literally spelled
If I
the same
can't
name.
spell my own fucking name correctly, like the possibilities are endless.
No, I mean, especially in situations where you have to spell it weird to make it come out correctly. Like you don't have just like.
I am a
War Machine.
child of tab complete, okay?
The
Hit
other
first
day,
letters and hit tab, and then that's what happens.
the
These
other
things,
day
you
I
can't
was
do.
making a test character, and I was like, I don't care what my name is, and I slammed a bunch of letters on the keyboard. And then when I went to
Really
delete it,
hard
I
to
looked at the
delete.
name and I was like, fuck, what have I done?
Lesson learned.
Now you have to type that for the
It was like 18 characters long, just garbled. I was like, oh,
Lesson
shit.
learned.
Damn, my dyslexia, help!
Hey, good morning, Ice. Yeah, no, I like your War Machine is spelled with a Y. I just looked at it, so it could be really easy. You're like, I want this to go to War Machine, and just like mailed it to War Machine with a
I
appropriate
got as close as I
spelling.
could on that character. I like that name, but the character sucks.
Sorry, you feel that way.
Some of the other names are great, but the characters are awful or way behind or something.
That was you. Literally, I thought you were talking about him yesterday about potentially dusting him off for.
He has raided. He could raid. He's like bottom of the like. Oh my god, we have no other choice. We need anything that can do traps. Hell, and then that he would come out. I feel less bad about that kind of thing because he can cast Deadly. Not a lot of people play Artificers that can cast Deadly, so it would not be the most GIMP thing I played.
Oh man.
There have been many more GIMP things than that have rolled out of the stable.
Things that I have had so much fun playing that people like Beef specifically would just look at me and be like, "That's terrible." Poor original Samwise.
Like any quarterstaff build.
Well,
basically.
She at the
until
time,
like the last year.
well,
Or
at the
whenever
time,
the
she
two-handed
was a
fighting changes were.
melee wizard when the cap was still 12.
Yeah, it gets sense garbagey.
And she
Until the
used-
advent of EK, melee wizard was not a thing you should do.
and she used picks, and her like one trick pony was I'm gonna
mass hold.
I'm gonna hold. Then it wasn't mass hold back then. They didn't have that. The cap was 12.
Whatever.
You had holds, and that was her trick. Like I'm gonna cast hold, and I'm gonna.
Yeah, that was a thing, but I think most people did that with their bard.
Yeah,
when
it
I-
was
when I
not
started
done with
playing.
wizards. It's like, oh, but that's where my very first shroud item went to. I remember Tobrel being like, "That person, really?" I'm like, "Oh man, I love this character so much right now."
I've never seen you play it ever.
Well, now it's got turned into that was the character that I was going to do my AC, or I did my AC tank run on, and I did my write-up for back in the My DDO Wiki days.
Yeah, that's good.
Right when I got
Yeah, actually
really-
tank things, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, all
You
the
can
time.
still make an AC tank. You can get like 600 AC on a tank. And it's
Yeah,
like pretty
yeah.
good.
Yeah, it'd be fine, but it's not. Oh no, that's right when I became real salty
real
at the armor
salty about
class
that.
changes. Still real salty at the armor class changes. Like I said, that's where I was. It was on a budget. I didn't grind out anything that wasn't relatively easy to come by, and because everyone was bitching hardcore that you couldn't get a armor class tank without all this shenanigans or whatever. I just like sat there and did all the math and figured out the stuff and didn't have any problems. I did the build, I did like weekly write-ups on it, the whole 9 yards. And I didn't have max AC at the time, but it was very, very
Close.
close.
It's very serviceable.
Oh, he did a great job. That was still back when like the House D Dragon Mark was worth it. And
I played a fighter tank, and I had a Chimera's Fang and a Chimera's Crown.
Yep, there was the hotness.
oh, you're at this quest exit. Okay, I'll be out in a minute, I guess. Got a few more thingies. Did your ticket get resolved already? Because if so, I'm always going to put in tickets at this time of night.
Meanwhile, 1 + 49 UMD fails to save the wizard and his collar. Fuck me.
What?
He's clearly trying to save slaves.
Just use strength, you fool. You only need like 50 strength.
He's trying to free them from their mortal coil.
I have the strength. Well, he died. I figured surely I would not fail my UMD roll.
I had 56 strength on my guy, and I got all of those on Reaper 3.
Tobrel just ripped their bitch heads off. You know you want to. They're out.
I think what I should be able to do, because open lock is a thing, I think I should be able to shout at them with my one move.
Yeah, but then
I
you
s-
killed them anyway because their eardrums burst because you shouted their locks open. and
No,
killed their
no, I
eardrums.
shouted down.
I assume as a half orc you have more than 56 strength.
I do. I was thinking the strength was higher for some reason.
Who cares?
It's
They're
like
drow.
55, 54, somewhere in there.
Okay, well no, I'll save him next life.
Again, nobody cares. They're drow. Just move on.
This was a human.
I care. I'm about to be a drow.
Nope. Nobody gives a shit about drow.
It's the return of Tookie de la Creme.
Oh my god! Please don't name him that.
It's already named
I love that
Botox.
character. Please don't kill that character for me by making it a drow.
It was a drow.
No, not in
It
my heart.
definitely was.
Not in my heart. It wasn't. Maybe in your heart it was. In my memory, in my heart, it never was.
See, this is how his memory works. You have to like
she
write
was the
something down.
single greatest
He had
big
like his
character of
own
all
version
time.
of
It's a drow inquisitive.
She was. Man, how the mighty have fallen. Poor Tookie.
Taken out by a Carnage Reaper and SDK.
Oh man, rip. Man, you know I'm not ready for the hardcore server to come back in any way, shape, or form. But there's sometimes I think I'm like, man, I do kind of miss going over there once in a while and doing something. I wish there was just a built into the fucking regular game instead of being some sort of weird event. And you could have that kind of feeling. I don't know, something. Some sort of metering system that you can... that actually matters. Okay. Tell me how long my buffs are running. Close enough. Hey, when I hit the button to stun everything, I want you to stun everything, okay?
So I put some suggestions on the forums and got told to fuck off.
Oh, I saw your one post and the guy was like, oh my god, my hireling just ran in the room after I told her to stand still. Hey, stupid, come back to where your flag's supposed to be.
I asked for the something that a lot of people have asked for over the years. Just trying to get it, you know. They're trying to make quality of life improvements. Like maybe now's the time for some of these. A toggle on things to group buff the party. For things like deadly weapons, or like the individual bard song, or true sing, like bullshit like that. Like take a zillion mana, like whatever. Just I don't want to stand here for 6 years and do this shit. And I was told it's a zerging mechanic. I should go fuck myself.
I know, I feel like I should formally put together a request to fucking make a whole new set of hirelings that are actually useful for some things that aren't make the UI not shitty, so they can actually be done.
Sounds like exploits.
I guess.
That's not how we did it back in the day, so you can't have it.
But it would just prove that I'm not able to accomplish Reaper quests, and I shouldn't be doing Reaper if I need a hireling. That is a comment that will stick with me for a long time.
For your help in keeping her and Encore alive, Regina has promised to do everything she can to cut ties between the Vormar and Vaunt.
Mostly because of the inflection of the meaning of the words. Like if B for Tobrel or one of you guys watching the stream was like, oh yeah, you shouldn't have a hireling in a Reaper quest because otherwise you shouldn't be in a Reaper quest, I would assume most of the time that you guys would be laughing. Hey, there's a thought car. See you. But
That's like 100% bullshit. We're just fucking around.
yeah. As opposed to like a slap you down ass comment from a person I consider a friend who also dies
He's on the
13
rag.
times on fucking Elite.
Oh.
Alright, what kind of sick bribe do we have? Oh my god.
Is it a curse potion? Let it be a curse potion. What is it? What was it?
Epic Honest Box.
Oh wow. Well, guess who's finding a level in Epic Live and not bitching moan about it?
I think Thakar just earned like 2 extra votes for a little while, Sam.
Was it the big one or the little one?
It's a small one, but still.
It's still
Oh my god.
with like a 50 pot. I mean, that's still like, you know.
Can we do this for Java? Does it have to be on Samus? Java may not have a Sword of Shadows. Does it actually have to be a Sword of Shadows, or can it just have be a cosmetic?
I feel like cosmetic is probably fair.
No, it can't be on Java.
Just no is the only response to all of those questions.
Just no.
This is a lot attempt at bribery to make me play a fucking PDK. I'll think about it. I'll get back to you. Lock it down for you.
That's also a 65 Astral Shards, bud.
Or
That's a nice gift.
a gelatinous cube.
If you're
Oh
a
my
foolish fool.
Oh my god, gelatinous cube, really?
He's gonna take the fucking cube and put a little fucking hat on it and run around with that. You know he's gonna do it.
Mine has a top hat, my cube.
I think I
But
have
I don't
He's gonna put like some bullshit hat on it.
I have a yellow one that I got from like a freebie code, not from a box.
Like
Yeah,
he's gonna
I
put the
have a-
silliest shit he can figure out on it.
I have a yellow one and he's got a top hat on.
Yep, mine also. What's your cube's name? Who is the best cube name?
Can you not click it to see? How do you...
It'll just say if it doesn't have a name. If it just says gelatinous cube, then you didn't name it.
No, I named it. It's called... I'm trying to...
Hey, you can just click it.
No, I have the name up on the screen. I'm trying to... I know it's... Run Amok is the last hat, but I'm trying to figure out what... Dopen... I'm trying to figure out how I divided this word up.
Dopen to run amok?
Do pan... Do pant? Yeah, I don't understand what this first part of this word's supposed to be.
Dopant?
Dopant. That spells dopant.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Is a thing, a yellow dopant.
Yellow dopant was a shroud thingy.
Oh, well, that's probably what it was named after. Okay.
That was
Dopant
like
Run-a-Monk.
the break it down to redo it or whatever.
Did it look like a cube by any chance?
No, it's just like a yellow oval.
You probably got like as close as you could get and thought it was funny or some bullshit.
I honestly don't know.
In retrospect, this might be Mandela effect, but I feel like I remember you doing this.
I kind of remember now. Once you said it's a... Yeah, it looks kind of like a square. It's like a yellow cubey type thing. Yellow dopant.
But I will not
It's
swear
a
upon this
shroud,
memory by any
or not a
means.
shroud. It's a...
What is
old-
your cube name, Chobrel?
I don't know if I even have one.
Yeah, it's kind of like a square potion bottle. You're not wrong, Thakar.
I don't have a lot of, I only have the pets that you like accidentally get.
Again, I don't know where this one came from.
It
Where
was
are
a
the
giveaway
pets?
code at like PAX or Gen Con or something.
There you go. You probably have this one then somewhere.
Skill? What the fuck are these things? Oh, here we go. Inventory. Oh, I got a lot of these things.
Mine is
somehow.
called Squitch Face.
These must all be from the Monster Manual.
Which, if you have watched C-Lab 2021, that is the name of the gloop that the captain befriends as a pet.
I think I saw that episode. Oh, I have a spotted wolf.
Oh, do you now? I have 45 spotted wolves.
We were just talking by the PDK guy. There's like a whole fucking pack of spotted
Oh,
wolves
I also have
just
a
loose
blue-
running around because nobody wanted them.
I also have a cyan cube.
That is from the Autos box, which means you did choose that over 65 Astral Shards one time.
Was it always an Astral Shard as an option? I feel like when they
Yes.
first came out, they maybe weren't.
It was.
I have an evil eye.
I have 2 of those. I got one from a gold wolf.
I have a winter wolf pup. think that was from expansion.
No, that
I
from
lied.
the-
I have a pink Azorian eye, and then I have an angry eye. I don't have an evil eye.
Ooh, I have a blonde bear cub.
I have a Shadow Fiendling, a Tuxedo Tresium,
That.
a Fruit Bat,
Hmm.
a Black Striped Pseudo Dragon, a Doom Spherelet, a Onyx Panther, a Dusty Air Elemental, a Evening Star Tresium, a
Hmm.
Snowy Owlbear, a Blue Fire Elemental, a Mundane Mimic, a Chaos Beholder, an Obsidian Earth Elemental, a
Those are
Pink
monster ones.
Scorpion,
They have those.
a Tiny Crab, a Spotted Wolf Pup, Zorian Eye, a Gray Wraith, a Steel Golem, which is my favorite. His name is Lugnut. A Druid's Wolf Pup, this Forest Spiderling, an Angry Eye, a Winter Wolf Pup, a Demon Web Spider, a regular Air Elemental, the Cube, another Tresium, a regular Owlbear, a Hell Pup, and a Tainted Water Elemental.
So when it said, or how many animals are in your stable, or whatever it's called?
How do I know that? 30.
There's
30, okay.
24.
Yeah, apparently I have 42.
Wow. I think the
It's
entirety of
awesome.
mine are from monster manuals and expansions.
I got
These giveaways?
the Doomsphere is from Maybar. The Crab is from White Plume Mountain. I bought the Shadow Fiendling because I thought it was cool. It's really big.
Yeah, there was a while that I bought all those cosmetic things because I was like, oh, this will support the game and blah blah blah. And
The Tresiums in the last guild I was in, Kuniken just had like 7 of each of them in the chest, and I was like, I'm taking one of each of these, and he was like, all right. Same with
I
the
have-
Mimic.
The only things I have named are my spotted wolf pup, or sorry, my winter wolf pup, whose name is Frosty, and my Tresium that Samus loves, who's named Confliegen.
My Tresium is named Shoelace, which was the name of my cat that passed away a few years ago.
Aww, cat face.
My cube is Squishface. My wolf pup is named Shrapnel, and that is
Wait.
because I originally had a druid that would summon him, and his name was Flak Cannon.
Ah.
But Flak Cannon and Shrapnel will run around together.
You should name your fire elemental Flame Face.
My Steel Golem is Lugnut.
oh, should I quickly snap a screenshot that
What?
at 12:10 is when
Log fuck off,
you
so
finally
because I was
logged
getting ready
off?
to get my shit together so I could be packed up and skedaddle tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on packing.
What are you talking about? Take a screenshot.
Everyone's on his balls because Tobrel does not have the capability to get from point A to point B on time. It has
Nothing
never
like
happened
that.
in his life. The man was late to school every fucking day for his entirety of his high school career.
Yeah, but I didn't miss anything.
I didn't say you did. I'm not saying it wasn't on purpose or whatever. I'm just stating you have never been any place on time ever that I've known you. You have fallen into mysterious holes of time.
Look, just because chronomancy is a thing does not mean.
No, it's your thing. I can't remember.
I had a
shit.
conversation
You
about
can't
when
get
I was
anywhere.
older last night. I mean, just gotta accept these things as a thing.
So, anyway, everybody is busting his ass about, except for me, because I don't give a fuck. Like, he'll get here when he gets here. But the person, let's see, tomorrow is Thursday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's
Correct.
Thursday. So he doesn't
All
even have to
day.
be here until Friday at noon. Okay, that's as soon as he has to be here. And people are already, and he's like, I'll leave on Thursday. People are busting his ass that they don't think he's gonna make it to John's in time to leave at Friday at noon.
I'll make it in time for them. I'll end up there in the evening tomorrow.
To be fair, if he gets there early, you're gonna make him work on the bus like a slave.
Yes, but I also mentioned what working on the bus right now is. It's sitting in the bus, shooting the shit, and imagining where fucking plugins go and lights turn on and off.
And imagining we're fucking? Wow, that's...
I mean, that's a lot of work for me right now, imagining
You can do
we're
that over
fucking.
Discord. You don't need to be in person to do that.
I feel like if I'm going to imagine Tobrel fucking, me and Tobrel fucking, it has to be in person, because otherwise he's got to see me puking. I feel like that's an important part of the imagining we're fucking.
You know that wouldn't happen. You might be queasy for the first little bit, and then you'd be like, oh, I'll just loosen up and go with it.
I'd be like, oh, wait a second, I don't actually feel anything, it's fine.
That's it. I'm mailing you my sex tape.
That's fine. I will sell the shit out of that if I possibly can. Oh, there goes my hireling. Rip. Gravity, no.
Mr. Volt, I assume this is about
Yeah, you're not gonna get any money out of it. Both people on my sex tape are kind of a whore.
With some convenient editing, I'll turn it into Trump fucking some chick and it'll be fine. I'll make lots of money that way. You have big hands, right?
I am blonde in it.
Medium-sized hands.
I have medium-sized hands because I wear a medium-sized glove.
Did you get pissed on by a Russian hooker in this tape? Because that would help me really sell this.
Are you willing to do reshoots?
With this one, no, because I think she chunked up.
Oh my god, Beef.
What?
If Tobrel was talking with you about the fact that you're ready to get your relations on, and he said about you that you like to go whaling, would you then proceed to drive this man cross country, or would you drive him to a shallow grave?
a necessary demonstration.
Was it true?
I wanted you to see my improvements.
I don't feel like it's fair for...
Our friend is sad because he had like 5 seconds on Tinder and he caught a couple of whales.
If that's what you're into, I feel like you just gotta own it. I mean, like, people are gonna give you shit no matter what your preference is, right? Unless you only date perfect 10s, which has never happened in mankind's history.
I think he just kind of sat there and like swiped right while watching TV, and that's what swiped right on him.
Yep.
I don't know, I'm just like, out of the blue, Tobrel's like, ah, so-and-so's gone whaling. I'm like, dude. And he's like, fuck you. Like, it's like, oh my god.
I mean, if it's true, then it's true. I mean, like, you could be upset that he said it because he's your friend, but, like, truth is truth, my man.
Well, as far as
Not my fault if people get all Captain Ahab. How is this my fault? I'm just an observer of the human condition.
Because you're not me, you can't get away with, like, fucking heartless comments like that.
Sure I am. Fuck it, I'm fat.
And like, if that's the kind of shape that he likes in his significant other, then, like, you gotta fucking own that shit.
That's the thing that I'm...
You gotta come back with, like, you damn right, I got my harpoon sharpened, I'm ready to go.
I don't know about his previous female engagements. I would not have said that about his ex in particular. She was not tiny, but she was not a whale.
Sorry, our friend. Or me.
I'm sorry, what? I was thinking
We're
about...
talking about our mutual friends?
Our mutual friends?
Yes.
What about our mutual friends in particular now? I'm sorry. My brain.
I lost the pronoun. Who are we talking about on the, you wouldn't call their last person large?
The individual who's driving you cross country here tomorrow. Or
Okay.
Friday.
That's all. Just clarifying a pronoun.
Okay,
That's it.
sorry.
The
I mean, am I
pronouns are-
incorrect? Is this the whaling category that by your standards? If so, then maybe it's fine.
I was going after noun, pronoun, antecedent rules because I got a little lost.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
I'm not making any statements.
I appreciate your yeah. I don't know. I did not
Just
realize.
throw a bunch of pronouns out real quick and like, what the fuck is he talking about?
I didn't realize that this particular individual had spent any time on Tinder, and that's where your comment was made from.
Because we literally asked him during game while you were busy on Victoria.
It was during game. It wasn't before I got there. Because remember, I was not exactly on time last week.
That's possible. It's entirely possible you were not there, and therefore had an excuse for not paying attention.
As opposed to my usual excuse of I just not paying attention.
It is possible on this fact that you have some degree of non-responsibility.
Okay, thank you. Does it do mountains? Oh my god. Like I was like probably 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late, and Witty was like 20 minutes late. His comment was literally, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late. I really didn't think that we'd be starting on time." I'm like, oh yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, we used to. Now we just kind of like fuck whatever.
Well, it's also our opportunity to catch up for the week or whatever. Like,
Well, that's true.
all right, I wonder how this is gonna work on this sled. Not really good. Okay. Good to
It
know.
kind of sucks.
Yeah,
I think it's
melee on the sled is shit.
Well, I don't mind the melee part of it. I meant the leap around attack thing that I was using.
Everything sucks about a melee on the sled. Literally everything.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's fine. I don't mind that much. Now, when I'm fighting these bats here in a second, it's going to be pretty terrible. Shoot. Vengeance Reapers. Yeah, I imagine Vengeance Reapers are probably not fun. I don't know. My experience with Vengeance Reapers are it like poofed on, killed me, and then I got a raise.
That sounds about right.
I got a raise, and then I was like, what the shit was that? Like, what killed me? And they're like, oh, it was a Vengeance Reaper. I'm like, what? Are you... I didn't even see it. I just died. And they're like, yeah, that's about right. And then I was
The
fine
thing
after.
is, the Vengeance Reaper, they have like the same amount of hit points as a Fear Reaper, so relatively low. And when they die, they buff everything else up to like boss status of damage.
Yeah, my point is that I have not played with them a whole lot, just like that time that I was doing those R6s with
So
with
like
you and-
the Vengeance Reapers are easy to like accidentally kill.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then they blow up, and then like the bats one-shot you because they're all powered up.
I guess it could have been that then. I don't know. All I know
Presumably
is-
on purpose to fuck with people. Oh, this monster is easy. Oh fuck, look at us.
I said all I know is that I was doing fine and I died, and I'm like, I don't understand what happened. And that's what they told me was Vengeance Reaper, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I got re-rezzed, and I was like, all right, well in that case, I'm going to
But
be shifting
they
my
also have a
place
thing
down.
where they place a magic circle on the ground, and it does like 3,000 points of I think it's evil damage.
I mean that. I
think it's evil.
It could have been anything. Like
It's
I
just
said.
evil because MRR can drops a little bit.
Yeah.
Not worse.
Right.
I said, with the exception of any time that Tobrel and I may have gone over Reaper 5, which not a lot. The only other people I go any of those kind of like higher Reapers is Voodoo and his guys. So
Have you fought a Doom Reaper yet?
There's like 2 different red ones, right? It could have been a Doom Reaper,
3.
I guess. That
There's Vengeance and Despair, which are like on the lower settings, like R5 to R6, R7, and then Dooms are on R8 plus, and they're like.
I don't think I've.
Doom happens at 7+.
Okay.
And Despair, Vengeance happen at 5+.
Okay, I don't think I've done anything over 6 since they've added those.
No, that's not yet.
The Doom Reapers are like beefcake Fear Reapers, basically. Like if a Fear Reaper had 30 times its normal amount of hit point, and if you got to like 5 stacks, you automatically die.
On Kyber, it's like if you kill the Vengeance wrong, the party will start to turn on you. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've seen parties turn on people for less.
I mean, that happens. Sometimes you goof up a Vengeance pull, and it's fine. You could have a fun story
That's
about
what
how you had
Meld
to
is
get rid of
for, is after you accidentally pop the Vengeance Reaper.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I don't know, poor Java just pretty much has to hit it every time it's off cooldown just to not get murdered by fucking random
Do I get
arrows.
everything?
I don't know, I gotta figure out what to do for Java now.
You need a different robot build, huh?
Doesn't have to be.
Oh
like, it
yeah,
could
the
be
undead thing is.
It could be similar. I just there's no reason to have those other 2 levels of wizard now.
I just meant your requirement is that character has to be a robot, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that really limits what you can do. There's not a lot of good things to do.
Blade Forged.
I mean,
You Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the things I was thinking about, was like a Blade Forge Alchemist or something, but it doesn't. Again, it doesn't have to not be a rogue. Like if I could just lesser out a couple of those levels, it'd be fine.
The problem is that a Blade Forge or Warforged rogue is not good.
Yeah, well, it doesn't gain any perk for being a.
It in fact has detriment, and the fact that none of its armor has healing yet. It has a repairing I've slotted.
Which is why I could do that bullshit stuff with Java. With the assassin thing, but he won't have all the lives and things. It's also possible that I could just. The reason I specifically worked on that build was it was a build that I could. If I did a TR on him, it would still be advantageous towards my completionist for him. So I could always switch to something else completely, but it is.
I'm having a present I need an adult.
It's just very difficult for me to motivate to play Java when I could be working on Samus instead.
Well, you better do PDK Life on Samus. That's what the man paid for.
I did not agree to any such a thing.
You took the.
I also told him that I would consider it and get back to him.
Sounds
and he
like some,
also said okay.
Sounds like some weak-willed shit. Sounds like you just need to get.
Sorry,
do
Holmes.
it. You gotta do PDK Life anyway.
I don't have to.
I think you need to get down with the Inquisition is what you need.
I do not have to.
Which I guess he's already doing, so I can't really give a shit now. For that.
Well, I don't think you can give me shit at all. Like.
Oh, I can.
He does on a constant basis.
Yes, all the time.
I mean, it's not so much a gift as a like left upon me.
It's more of a life calling, really.
But to be fair, you take the shit I dump on you just about as well. Some days better, some days worse. That is what hetero life mates are for.
Doesn't sound any frustrated when you put it that way.
Have I done one epic life in 3 years? I have not. I do not have ever had a character where the cap is 30.
That's incredible.
I have several characters, I think, with XP to... I have one character I think that can have the XP for 30. But I'm not actually sure. Since they raised the level cap to 30, I have not been at cap on any character.
Three sky skiffs descend, and a supporting patrol of gnolls moves to block.
That's incredible.
Fucking bird.
I was at cap. I was at 30 like Friday.
I'd be close if I didn't kind of fuck around tonight.
Have I ETR'd at all? I ground, so this is the thing. I ground out all of my stuff solo when the cap was 25. And I had so little fun doing all that shit by myself that I basically got really agitated. And then I did a iconic life because basically I was talked into how awesome it would be to have the PDK clicky. And I felt the build was not really, in my opinion, fun for me. I don't remember what I did. Some sort of PDK melee, I think. I just did not enjoy it. So the whole time I felt like I was trapped in a build and a life that I didn't want. And if it wasn't on anybody but Samus, I would have just rolled a different character. Basically, and just stopped playing it. But I felt like Samus was trapped. So I had to play it all the way to 25. And ever since then, I'm like, nope, fuck it. I don't want to do Iconics. I don't want anything to do with it. I hate them. Except on the hardcore server, where I don't really plan on taking the character all the way to 30 anyway. So Samus has gotten... I've unlocked all the destinies. Since they came out with the new ones, I've not earned any of the new past live things.
It's 50% healing it, man. It's so good.
Pretty good. And repair and negative. There's a primo life.
Yeah, I need to do more epic destinies myself. I have 3 skill mastery, 3 colors, 2 ancient blessings, and 1 chain weapon. I don't even have epic completions yet.
Well, again, I figure at some point that I'll have to transition back into post-level 20 play when at least when I run out of...
There's nothing else to do.
Right. So it's not like I'm that worried about it, you know what I mean? Like, its time will come eventually, because there won't be any other choice. If I would like to continue...
You just stay capped and just fuck around.
Yeah, but if I want to continue to advance Samus, which is of course the thing that I enjoy about DDO, is that I can work on Samus, then... Oh god, that's this is fine. Then, that's where you'll end up going. Like, just fine. What do you get out of this door? A shrine and a chest? Alright, fuck it.
I'm looking forward to wrapping up these last 4.
A shrine, a chest, and breakables.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not worth me keying that.
Shout at it.
Probably not.
Rawr. Four more epics. Oh, so close. Feel it.
Jump into the water, maybe it's warm. If it is, it's probably not water. Ew.
Aww, gross.
Alright, guys. I am gonna go to bed.
Have a good night, buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
See you, man. See you tomorrow. Man, you know how long it's been since this guy didn't like leap around and one-shot me when I got in this quest? Long time.
Did or did not?
Did not. It's the first time Samus has been in this quest in like 3 lives, I think. I've working on the roadmost taken stuff, so the only person that's coming here is Java, and this guy fucking hates Java.
Oh, yeah, I guess it can be rough.
Yeah, I play it with you guys, and you guys don't care about aggro. You're just like, la da da. Lava or aggro's for Samus. We're just gonna kill all the monsters.
Cause you shoot people before we even get there. I got the aggro, you got. Yeah, we're not even to the fight yet. And you already shot this guy. Yeah, he came and shot you.
I'm like, I swear to God, I did not shoot that guy until after you had engaged. It's his friend next to him that shot me in the face till I died.
There's walk up to the monsters, and then there's actually start attacking the monsters.
Oh no, I've watched you spin around in a fancy circle. You've hit that monster probably.
Okay.
You spin in a circle and hit that monster. You didn't tell me, and damage bar goes down that you didn't get him. You got him. It's fine. Now again, shoot his friend, or his friend decides to shoot me in the face. That's like, makes sense, I guess.
100% it was like one of the other ones.
Yeah. It's fine. Again, I don't expect when I'm playing with you guys, especially with that level disparity, that and in those difficulty quests to live. I just don't like being a burden. Where it's like
I know.
Distributed like,
until...
how the fuck did you die? I'm like, dude, I've been helping the quest to the best of my ability for 5 minutes or like 10 minutes or whatever. It's like, but there's no monsters alive. Like there wasn't. Or there, when I died, there was. Like there's
so
not
you had
now.
29. There's.
No, I'm
nothing...
not worried about it. I'm just.
Yeah. It'll happen.
Well, not now. Fucking Java may just get TR'd. Check and see if he's got a fucking Sword of Shadows. He might. He did a lot of different, like, weird raids. Like, Java got a lot of play back in the day. He could have randomly have a Sword of Shadows.
Yeah, the whole robot requirement's kind of throwing a kink in.
Doesn't necessarily have to be a robot for to fuck around with Thoughtgar's request. If Thoughtgar would be like, oh yeah, it could be Java, you could work on that for a while, but
something not that different from your Bard character is still real strong. Especially if it's only played with other people.
oh yeah. No, see the problem is, I asked everybody and I took votes, right, like I always do. And the fact that Java's got his destinies unlocked in several past lives, even if they're not necessarily super helpful ones or whatever, everyone, and was not a first life character basically, the people basically decided no, you should definitely be working on Java. Because I was like, if I'm going to have one character be my high level, quote unquote high level guy to occasionally do stuff with. No, it's alright. If I decide to do this, we could possibly still do this on Samus. I said, if the window to do a random ass iconic life, then piss me off and swear me off iconics again, is probably this upcoming life.
This weekend is the XP bonus.
Yeah, but nobody I play with will be around.
Mostly solo.
Yeah, but it's an XP bonus that's with grouping.
Oh, it's a buddy bonus.
Yeah.
Well, buy some get some hookers, teach them DDO.
Get some hookers.
It's not that hard.
And theoretically, I'm gonna be out of fucking state, let alone out of town.
Ah, that's true.
Hopefully, if I can make everything kind of like jive together. Again, if Tanya has a late day at work or I have a bad migraine day, like, there's a lot of factors for me going out of town. You know what I mean? Like, this chest is terrible, right? Like, me randomly going out of town for 2 days is... You know, that there's a lot of pain involved driving around in the car. Like, it is a sacrifice for me to make that kind of drive. Especially so quick. Destiny is better than mini past lives, yeah. So, here, let me pull some, because we're kind of at the end of the night stream anyway. So let's look at some stuff here really fast. Let me go back to the boat and get rid of this letter, as Tobrel probably sent me some more shit. I mean, hard-earned, lovely gifts.
I'm gonna spend a whole day farming Silver Flame clubs.
Okay. So, oh, hang on, I got a warning, reminder that I needed to re-equip this spell, so I'm not a total fucking idiot. Alright. Let's log out and switch characters for a second. I feel like we did pretty good. We went from level 14 to 17 today. Not that bad. Could have been more, but for not running an XP potion or anything. Not having people to help, you know, additional damage or anything. Alright. So here's Java. Right? Everything's filled in. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Theoretically 9 of the... Is there 12 classes in DDO now? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. So I'm a little bit past halfway into Iconic, or into Completionist. And some of these are... Like, I have 3 Druids. I thought I had 3 Paladins, but I guess I only have 1. Alright, so that's... The Druid's the only one that's replicated, apparently. And then... I only have, like, 1 Epic Life. And he's got a +7 tome in him, like, +3 of everything. Or +7 to everything tome. And, like... This build has been good. I mean, okay, not good, but it has been serviceable. 13? Can't be right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, yeah, there's 15. 15 classes. So, again, mostly because Warforged have never quite, like, solidified in place. Oh, Reaper points? Not very many. 14.
Well, that would change real quick.
Well, it involves getting him played more often, you know what I mean? And honestly, it's because I'm working on Samus most of the time. It just doesn't really happen. Now, on the flip side, this character is a character that oh, it doesn't let me play or do things. This is a character that I've had for a long time. Oh, I'm a liar. I'm a liar. Butterscotch somehow made level 30. Butterscotch is capped. Huh, I wonder what she fucking piked to get to 30. I mean, hang on. You don't need to get crazy or anything. So, Butterscotch is 16-2-2, 2 rogue, 2 fighter, 16 bard. And she was 16 for... She was real heavy on Otto's dance. But here's the thing. She hasn't... Oh, she's done some Destiny work. Not all Destiny work, but a lot. Right? But she was like the popular PDK charisma to damage build before it was popular. This was my character that I used in Epics back when the cap was 20. And like Tobrel was using Teeny, his halfling monk, primarily. Like this was the combination that we led all sorts of epic content in the Wayback Machine. Back even before they had epic, hard, normal, elite, etc. No, it's not showing my other account. It just fucking broke again. Every once in a while, something happens with DDO, and it resizes, and then OBS breaks. So my bad. So this is Butters, and honestly, I genuinely like how she played, but the biggest challenge always was like getting good greatswords for her was always so rough. So like she was my previous epic build. And I feel like she did a good job. She did all the things she needed to do at the time. She covered all the traps. She had reasonable crowd control. She had suitable DPS, not great. Yeah. She's currently deep in War Chanter. But again, she's since whatever... I honestly don't know how she made level 30. How's that sound? Like, I don't know what I did to get her to level 30. And, like, look at her gear. She's wearing the level 13 Stormsinger cloak, level 14 belt, Guardian's ring. It's like, she's just never been invested in doing anything. This thing's pretty good. Was, at that level. Like, she's just... kind of half-assed the other. The only reason she's wearing this is because I knew she was high enough level to put it on, I guess. This used to be her hat. It was an epic big top. And then my other highest level character... Tobrel's just muted himself or doesn't have anything to add.
I'm muted so I don't make a bunch of noise while I'm packing here.
Oh, that's fine. There we go. Now she's finally logging out. And then the other character that I genuinely enjoyed post level 20 is McPlunderer.
McMahon Plunderer!
Except for Tobrel would make that joke. If you could
Plunder of men's virginities.
If you could call it that. Now, his destinies, again, are also not fully filled in. But he was built to hibernize a lot of stuff. Okay, so he had arcane archer stuff. He had assassin. Like I played him like an assassin a lot. But you also notice that he's got mini shot here. So when mini shot was off cooldown, that's what he would do. That was like his play. Because I'd whip out one of these bows and I'd mini shot like crazy. And then I'd switch back to looks like a rebellion and an agony. Or eventually I actually started using this nightmare and rebellion. So like this was the guy that I did all of my previous, like all the old epic rating. It was this guy. Like this was the character that I preferred to use for all that stuff. Once it kind of became we leveled up here. I said he's just like, what do you do? See, and I thought this was my only character that was XP capped, and he's not even there. So Butters is XP capped, I guess. But he's not a build that... Look at that, I have a Cleric Past Life feat. So, like, he's just like, whatever, what do you do? So those are kind of like my characters with at least some sort of gear or whatever on them. Everybody else has basically become a nothing burger.
I always think you put stuff on Butters and just use that. I feel like that'd be your lowest investment per gain. Your best price performance to have something parked. Granted, it doesn't give you a alt that you work on, but it could be one that you park and don't have to work on, and it would be okay. Like something like that, First Life, fine.
Well, it's the same. Like, again, I still feel like where Java was, or is now, doesn't need very much effort. Especially with the idea that by being in zombie mode, it kind of fixes some problems that kind of were issues before. But it's just kind of whatever now.
Yeah, the zombie got hit real hard.
Yeah, for the ranged zombie.
Yeah.
And then, like, the only other character, I mean, I have Samus bot, who's the pure arty, which I actually really enjoy. Like, this is a playstyle that I actually really like a lot, but it's just, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I could open Shadow Crypt if you needed.
The bar's nice because you don't ever have to worry about like DCs or the stuff you give, and it's the same no matter what.
How is AS400's terrible ass build level 27? That seems insane to me. Then, like, there are people that came over from the hardcore server that don't get played. So, like, to be really honest, right? If we honestly wanted a character that I was like a First Life character or whatever that I was going to run up to 20 and then just like never do anything with, the best thing for me to do would be to do something like one of the Samuses from the hardcore server. I feel like I'm far more likely to give a shit about one of them than I am about any other character because it's a Samus. You know? But the problem is Samus 1, I'm pretty sure is a dark Dark Gnome. So I'd have to level it up to 30 to turn it into something else. Which would be fine. Samus 2, or Samus 1-1, if I'm ever allowed to get it off the hardcore server, I'm pretty sure is not a Dark Gnome. So something like that could also happen, but it'd be a person that has no investment other than whatever happened from the hardcore server. So yeah. Like I would rather play a Samus for whatever reason. Although I will say I feel really bad for not doing the COVID-19 thing. That was genius. That guy took some real time and effort to make a real.
That was masterful.
To make a real character.
Oh my gosh, that so much work. There's effort and there's that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, I'll continue kicking around the various idea on Thoughtgar's thing. It would be fine to do something like that on Samus. Get it up there really quickly, fuck around for a while, and then while Samus was up there screwing around, like, figure out something to do with Java instead. But I just, like I said, I don't know what kind of motivation I would have. I feel like if I get stuck in a build that I'm going to dislike, it will 100% solidify that I do not give a fuck about Iconics. So, like I already disliked them outside of the hardcore server. I can only imagine my disdain if something were to happen and I felt trapped and locked in again on a Samus. Like, let's see.
Absolute worst case, you could explore zone your way to 30.
So Java's got a plus 20 heart. The reason why I didn't mention it before is because one of the reasons I took this rogue life, or did rogue, is because, again, it's one of the classes that I need for completionist, which I feel at some point I would want to try to get for Java, but it's so bottom tier, like, who cares at this point. But I could use something like that to swap out, and as long as I didn't become a druid, it would be some sort of value, I guess. Yeah, I don't see a SOS on Java. Unless I just happen to have one in my backpack that I'm using to, like, break boxes or something. But me breaking boxes seems unlikely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could understand why people wouldn't take the time to pop a hire, but I don't know. To me, it seems like a very small investment to offset the additional costs of playing in Reaper mode. Like, if all you do is use it as a drink a potion, or as a safety net in case you die, which is basically what I do. Although I also use it for blocking doorways and pulling levers and doing things that I don't necessarily want to do, getting initial aggro sometimes. Like, why would you limit your tools in your toolbox for the cost of a few plat? So anyway, we'll mull some things over. We'll talk about it. If people have build ideas for something that could be an interesting Warforged, let me know. It is also really possible that we just TR Java, turn him into an iconic Blade Forged, because the point of it would be to take Java to 30 anyway, so he can't be trapped if he's a Blade Forged. And then he could do basically the same build as far as I'm concerned, except without the all the wizard. And honestly, I guess I could use the wizard instead of being a... It's not good enough, but you could take the wizard and make it a Eldritch Knight instead, but that just seems real bad too. Like 20% damage on sneak attack for ranged was nice. It was real nice. So yeah, I don't know what to do. Like I said, I'll take your guys' input and we'll kick it over. I'm gonna get out of here. It is 2 a.m. for me, so it's time for me to log off anyway for the evening. So let's take a look at who else is streaming Dungeons and Dragons online. And let's throw somebody a raid. Raidaishi. Who be raiding, yo? Or who be playing, yo? Who needs a raid?
Not me, I'm about to go to bed.
I am apparently the last man standing. Alright, well then never mind. Nobody else to raid. So we're gonna get out. Alright, as usual, I'm gonna throw these buttons out here just in case. But if you're looking for something to do when there's nobody else streaming, or if you just would like to help me out in general, oh my god. I updated my Stream Deck today and now it's not working at all. Phew. Just those buttons are not working. This button working? None of my Twitch interaction is working. Alright, sweet. So, never mind. YouTube.com/SamusGarobo is my YouTube channel. I'd really appreciate it if you would jump over there and give us a follow or check out some of that content. And Patreon.com/Samus, SAMIUS, is my Patreon link. I really appreciate that as well. Otherwise, we'll be back whenever we can tomorrow morning with Remington. If it looks like Remington's going to be super late, I'll just do a DDO stream and keep working on Samus instead. So, with that, everybody, I hope you have a wonderful night. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Toodles.